And which one's not working? All right, there's 3 out of 3. Let's go to commercial. I'll be right back.
Nothing takes it off like Noxema medicated shave.
The closer you shave, the more you need Noxema. Noxema medicated comfort shave.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro Country.
You never know when you'll need a big wagon. And the 1967 American Motors builds big wagons. See them at your American Motors Rambler dealer now.
Nothing upsets a pickle lover more than a dull, soggy pickle. Pickle lovers always insist on the proud pickle. Heinz. No compromise, no shortcuts, no soggy pickle. Heinz stops at nothing to give you a pickle that tastes the way no other pickle does. Crisp, full-bodied, savory. That's what makes Heinz the proud pickle. If you were the best tasting pickle, wouldn't you be proud?
I think I'm cute in it. Yes! Yes, fuck everything and everybody. I said fuck everything and everybody. I said fuck everything and everybody. That's what it feel like when you got a tag team partner, dog. You be like, look. You know what I be in the mood for sometimes? The flight crew versus everybody. The flight crew versus, it's just us versus everybody. It's just the Pocket Locker 86 fam versus the whole world, the whole internet versus everybody. We don't care about y'all. We don't want to watch. We had like 20 people watching. We was like, yeah, but we done with that now. Yeah, but we want to do some other shit, and we don't even feel like editing this out. Oh, y'all like this? Y'all want to watch that later? All right, cool, then we're going to have to end this. Yep, bye. See you later. Dip, peace. Peace out. Restart the stream. Oh, there's a lot less people watching now? Is it really? Does it look like it? I smell some weed. Yeah, I don't really smell caring. I don't really smell. Yeah, it doesn't really. I'm not getting a whiff of giving a shit. Yeah, I'm not really sensing that in my nosicles. Yeah, man, where the flavor is. We back like we never left, y'all. All right, let's get up in here. It wasn't showing me live, so I was feeling like people weren't gonna really find the stream, so I had to restart it again because I was like, I don't know what's going on, but it wasn't showing me live on my devices. I looked it up on the computer, it wasn't showing me live, so I said, fuck it, let's start it again. All right, there we go. Oh, what up, Lena? What up, Lena? But yeah, as y'all can see from that video, I appreciate all the love and support on that video. But yeah, man, definitely grab that book, y'all. I appreciate that so many of y'all have, and it's going to be fun. But yeah, the funny thing is, like I said, Rob didn't really want me to do the Hovind debate, so he didn't really help me prepare for it. So we kind of just took the same approach because we teach the same class. It wasn't like we got together and coordinated it. So that was kind of interesting for me. But yeah. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. We got to do some grunt work today. I ain't even going to lie to you. We gotta work on these sounds, and we gotta we gotta take care of the WWE roster and stuff like that. So, you know, it just kind of is what it is. And I need to get some food. I'm hungry.
Yeah, we're looking at Mermaid from YouTube. Let me get a look. This looking like minnows.
Yeah, let me go grab some cereal real quick.
Where did you come from? YouTube! Huh? YouTube! Where did you come from? Where did the spirit of a mermaid inhabit this girl? That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube. Sniffing.
Where?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick.
YouTube?
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
She's been watching.
Oh man, this is a really hard case. I hate to see him like this. YouTube mermaidism on our hands here. I don't know if I can do it. Please, sir, come. No, I can't do this. Sir, come on. She's got YouTube mermaidism. I'm retired. Sir, please. We have no other choice.
She's been watching bad videos.
Yep.
Huh?
That's on YouTube.
Mermaids.
Scary mermaids? From where?
That's on YouTube.
Yeah? What's it called? What's the show? What's the show?
I think it was a documentary.
A documentary?
The parents. I think it was a documentary. That's a pretty good improv right there. You know, get the girl. He's like, what show was it? What show? Then the adult steps in. I think it was a documentary. Yeah. Let's keep the ball rolling. Come on. Who led you to this mermaid, goddamn you? It was a crab. A Jamaican crab. And he led me down. He was singing all these songs to entice my ass. And so I went down.
A documentary?
Like mermaids, but like the real ones. There's a National Geographic documentary on mermaids.
Yeah, so it's hard to tell. This is either like acting, you know, YouTube acting, or like full-on child abuse. Yet no, she saw this in a National Geographic documentary about mermaids. Come on, right, baby? You know, child abuse, shameless quest for clicks. I don't know.
Look at me.
Yeah.
On the count of 3, you leave her body.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
You barf up that mermaid. You hork up that mermaid, goddammit.
Demons started to talk through these individuals.
Oh, well, is that true, man? Oh, for real, man? Okay.
And the demon started to tell me information about the church. The demon went, I'm in this worship leader.
Oh.
I'm in the pastor. I'm
Right.
going to use the pastor to destroy you.
Oh!
And there's no...
I mean, beautiful. This guy uses every scumbag, idiot, lunatic, used car salesman tactic. I watched a bunch of his videos, and he does this a lot, where he's like, these other churches, man, they're full of demons. So you need to get out of I'm the one. Yeah, sure, man. You go across the street, buy that Ford F-150 across the street. That thing's going to last you a couple days. You know, because you know what they do over there. That's why you got to stick with me, man. Woo! Thank you.
I'm going to use the pastor to destroy you.
Oh!
And there's no prayer over this church. The demon, let me tell you something.
Okay.
The demon straight up lied to me.
Oh!
And now I turn...
There ain't nothing worse than a lying-ass demon. That demon was like, hey, get this one. You know, I went out to eat with this demon. He said, hey, just get me on this one. I'll get you. He never got me back on that one. Never. A mermaid touched my tuchus. Okay, look, we do have to hand it to what are they called? We do have to hand it to Danny Adams on one thing. You know, you got the production quality, bro. You got the little, 11 millimeter lens with the, post-production, the post-production film effect. Okay, bro. Okay, Stanley Kubrick.
What? That they're compromised on. And when you're compromised in a little, you'll be compromised in much. Ooh. And what am I saying? I'm not talking about the leaders out there that are struggling, that are having moments of weakness. I'm talking about people that are straight up hiding things in their closet, not being transparent about their struggles,
the competition, the competitors, right?
They're overcoming, the things that they're going through. That's who I'm talking about.
Shitty.
The ones that are sleeping around that you don't see. I'm going to tell you something else. I'm going to say this too. I know for a fact I have ran into women. I've ran into men that sleep with some of these well-known pastors and leaders. And these well-known
wipe your ass with them.
Okay, I have to point this out because it bothers me so much. The Daily Wire does this kind of stuff too, where they're trying to do very cinematic, dramatic camera crap and editing and stuff. So this thing that they do, that this guy does on his channel, drives me absolutely crazy. I'll show you and see if you can catch it.
Seems to be Jesus is getting the victory in the match today.
So they do this thing in all these very cinematically shot videos where it's supposed to be a very high impact moment, and then you cut to black, oh wow, this is what you're about to see. Look how you just get a taste of how crazy it's gonna get. But then after you cut to black, you're supposed to cut to something totally unrelated, at very least a scene in a different location, because without that, the cut to black makes no sense. You're just continuing. I don't know how to explain this except that it just looks so stupid.
Seems to be Jesus is getting the victory in the match today.
We know we see this in trailers for movies and on TV, the intense, dramatic go to black thing, but we really don't know how to use it. We're too stupid.
I also believe in this hour there's a tremendous demonic push to destroy people.
Right.
I mean, destroy them.
Yep.
Take them out of their created reality.
Wipe your ass with them.
God,
they want to
wipe your ass with them.
I think I'm saying that right. To destroy the family unit.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
To just mix everything up.
Yep.
Hi. Perversion is the twisting of the truth, all right?
So true.
A lie
so
is
true.
something opposite of the truth.
So
right?
true.
Here's me. Now, I might get flack for this, but a man is a man and a woman is a woman.
Woo!
Okay.
Now, finally, someone said it. Hold on, let me scroll over. Hold on, let me scroll over. Finally, someone said it.
Well, guys, there we go. If you're wondering where I found all this information,
that's in the Bible.
At first, I was like, no. Then I realized, no.
That's in the Bible.
Guys, it's Wednesday. We all hate it. It's a bad day. But I hope you're having a good week.
Love you guys. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Hey, guys. You're only getting a fraction of the weekly shows. If you want a new motherfucking episode every day, subscribe on Patreon for as little as 2 bones. You get the patron-only Tuesday and Thursday shows, the Book-a-Blega show where we look at important books, and the goddamn weekly behind-the-scenes show. And for only 25 bones, you could become a producer and get your name up here. Look at these people. These people make this show possible. If it wasn't for them, nothing. We don't have a show. We got nothing, and it's garbage. And we have to just leave. We have to just basically walk away. And we don't even really know where we're walking. That's the truly troubling part about all this. But please, become a patron today for as little as 2 bones, or 5 bones is another level, or 10, or you go the full 25 and you get up here. Big special thanks to these people. Love you guys. Love you guys so much.
Hello, news shrimps. Scuttling little news shrimps, just fascinated with the world around you, like you're seeing it through your tiny shrimp eyes for the very first time. Maybe you just hatched from your little shrimp egg. Do shrimps lay eggs? I don't know. Who knows? It's impossible to know. Look, it's shrimp days at Red Lobster. And although lobsters aren't shrimp, I've always thought of them that way. And the point is, I really want to order some delicious buttery shrimps, and I can't do that until we get through the news. So here's some news. Conditions for inmates have grown steadily worse since the beginning of the pandemic. Many of the buildings are overcrowded and in a degree of disrepair. Showers and restrooms are inadequate and unsafe. Food is substandard, and many inmates are expected to pay for their meals. If they can't, in many cases, they don't eat. They're inadequately supplied to the point where employees have to purchase basic things required to get through their day that any reasonable person would expect to be provided for them. And violence at prisons has seen a frightening spike. The number of people murdered in prison has skyrocketed over the past 2 decades, from an extremely rare and near unheard of occurrence in the mid-90s to a constant looming threat today. And lawmakers refuse to do anything about this, which is wild since we just did a prison episode. I feel... Schools! Sorry, not prisons. I'm talking about schools. Everything I just said is true of schools in these United States of this here America. My mistake. But you see how I might confuse the two. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Of course, schools aren't literally prisons, because we don't call them that. And in prison, you don't actually have to pay for your lunch. Yuck, yuck again. Anywho, it's back to school season in America. I got my nice, tight back-to-school haircut, my nice, clean back-to-school shave, and you probably have noticed that schools have been a focal point of the Republican Party over the past year or so. Conservative politicians, pundits, and parents groups have been fiercely attacking school boards across the country, demanding that drastic action be taken immediately to protect our darling children. Sorry. Our darling white children.
We have such a hard time getting teachers. I know it's such a hard job. Y'all have a hard job getting teachers. Very hard. People just don't want to be teachers anymore, and I get that. It's hard. But Sci-Fair has what, 13% black teachers. I know you mentioned it earlier. Do you know what the statewide average is for black teachers?
Not at this moment, sir.
10%. 10%. I looked it up. The statewide average for black teachers is 10%. Houston ISD, which I'll use as a shining example, you know what their average number of percentage of black teachers is? 36%. I looked that up. You know what their dropout rate is? 4%. I don't want to be 4%. I don't want to be HISD. I want to be a shining example. I want to be the district standard. I want to be the place, the premium place where people go to be. And quite frankly, we have a limited budget with limited resources. We have a great place, and let's don't mess it up for everyone else.
Yikes! That was a newly elected member of the board of the third largest school district in Texas, and soon to be fired guy, saying that black teachers are responsible for low test scores, and that the way to pull those test scores up would be to hire more teachers that, big quotes, look like us. Then there's this mother who hijacked a school board meeting, also in Texas, to ramble about an anal sex reference in a novel found in a middle school library.
For the boys, pussy or the idea of pussy or the idea of pussy, a Mexican is a Mexican is a Mexican. Take her out back, we boys figured, then hand on the titties. Put it in her coin box, put it in her cornhole, grab a hold of that braid, rub that calico. You can find that on page 39 of the book called Out of Darkness, which you can find at Hudson Bend Middle School and Bee Cave Middle School. All right, not gonna lie, I had to Google cornhole because I have the game in the back of my yard.
Coincidentally, the book in question, the 2015 young adult novel Out of Darkness, is about an interracial relationship between a black boy and a Mexican-American girl amidst the extremely racist backdrop of 1930s Texas. But I'm sure that had nothing to do with it being singled out as dangerous pornography. Also, not for nothing, but the book was not part of any curriculum. It was merely available in the school's library. You know what else is available in most school libraries in Texas? Mein Kampf. It's funny how that never gets brought up. Not enough anal sex in Mein Kampf, I guess. Anyway, you've seen the clips, countless infuriating clips of K-12 parents losing their turds over a fundamental misunderstanding of everything from critical race theory, a completely manufactured fake crisis you can watch us explain here, or click the thing, or whatever, or mask mandates, or, God forbid, the existence of LGBTQ people.
CRT is not an honest dialogue. It is a tactic that was used by Hitler and the Ku Klux Klan on slavery very many years ago to dumb down my ancestors, so we could not think for ourselves.
Your children and your children's children will be subjugated.
No mask mandates. My children will not come to school on Monday with a mask on. All right? That's not happening. And I will bring every single gun loaded and ready to, I will call every...
That's 3 minutes.
Did that lady just threaten to shoot up a school if there was a mask mandate? The answer is yes. Fun fact, the board she was threatening there had already voted to make mask wearing optional. So like, what the fuck is happening here? Why are there so many conservative parents freaking the fuck out at school boards? What is so fucking scary about mask mandates in high schools or the terrifying prospect of diversity? Just watch this struggling alabaster tea kettle who screamed a bunch of disconnected nonsense in response to an equity statement by a Florida school board.
One additional comment. The school board recently adopted an equity statement. Why? Your only job is education, not indoctrination. Attention board members. Our nation is a republic. We are the people. We have a voice. Our votes are our weapons, and we will use them in 2022 and beyond. We in the military, our blood, our sweat is the equity. It is courage, character, not color, not gender, that makes this nation great. Working Americans are united. We are not divided. Stop trying to incite division among us. We are Americans first, and we will be free always!
For reference, the statement that drove this man to slobberingly draw a line in the sand like a bloodhound with an art scholarship reads, in part, each student, regardless of race, ethnicity, poverty, disability, language status, undocumented status, religious affiliation, gender identity, and sexual orientation, will have access to the opportunities, resources, and support they need to imagine, nurture, and achieve their dreams. And that the board is committed to dismantling racism and other systems of oppression and inequity. You know, you gotta stop those dangerous ideas from infecting America's precious children. Sorry, again, precious white children. Come on, get it right. Okay. This recent spike in deafeningly ignorant parents' rights activists is partially a result of Facebook parenting groups and anti-vax groups becoming very blurry during the pandemic. According to a study from George Washington University, Facebook's internal mechanics pulled parenting groups closer to COVID-19 misinformation by way of so-called wellness groups that purport to offer alternative healthcare solutions, but are actually vibrating rat's nests of disinformation. To wit, the study also found that these alternative wellness communities were subsequently exposing mainstream parents groups to fringe conspiracy theories, like government mind control programs executed via fluoride, chemtrails, and 5G towers. You know, the kind of wacky kazoo toots that land you a gig inspecting Alex Jones's toothbrushes for recording devices. And this misinformation is being fed directly to parents groups under the pretense that it's the secret knowledge that will keep their kids safe. And it's working. The Florida-based Moms for Liberty is a political lobbying group masquerading as a grassroots parental advocacy group, staunchly opposed to any kind of COVID protocols.
They are jumping the they are in the embodiment of jumping the barricade. Also, they do that shit to us on the internet, bro. Bro, they've been jumping the barricade on the internet. And the funny shit is, the atheists jumped that bitch too. Yo, the atheist jumped the barricade looking like the fucking invasion of Scott Hall and Kevin Nash and shit. The atheist jumped the barricade using their real names and shit, slid in the ring with baseball bats and oh, they mad as hell, bro. They hit the atheist hit the ring with fucking Beatty next to him and shit. Oh man. So the only recourse is to keep their child at home. Wayne, you got to get up in the oh, you said you painting streaming in the Discord. Worse than the devil. Hang on a sec.
Incidentally, Justice co-founded Moms.
Let's see what's going on in the Discord. Did I pull this shit up? Boop, there it is. I think I could, he's streaming in there. Why am I muted in here? Wayne, can you hear me? Wayne, you're muted, I think. Yeah, I think he got his shit muted, y'all. You should unmute yourself.
For Liberty with Tina Descovich in 2021 after Descovich lost her school board seat to a pro-mask opponent. The group has chapters in 195 counties and has been a major political force in recent elections, most notably in helping secure Glenn Youngkin's victory in Virginia's gubernatorial race last November. And hey, want to bet whether Moms for Liberty is banging their loud, ignorant pots about critical race theory? Well, bet it all on, of course they are, because of course they are. In fact, In that same Newsweek article, Justice said social and emotional learning is a vehicle that's being used to influence curriculum and to kind of weave critical race theory and other types of critical theory, including gender theory,
that's the
into our
problem. Is that
children's
this
education,
one?
and parents have had enough. Now, the Newsweek article doesn't bother to contextualize or comment on Justice's rambling
Yeah,
nonsense
it's on the
statement
media
because the
drive.
article
Okay,
is
that was
bad
the
and
problem.
irresponsible. For
All right,
instance,
here's what we got to do.
explain what you mean by any of that would have gone a long way to expose Justice as either ignorant or a bad faith actor, or
We got to remove that
both.
and move this shit around.
But I want you to cut through all that gibberish and focus on the phrase social and emotional learning. Notice how Justice is deriding the concept of social and emotional learning as a bad thing, as though it's something not to be trusted, rather than a vital part of any child's development. Tuck that under your newscaps, because it's going to come back later. Oh, boy is right, you cheeky title monkey, you! And conservative politicians rally around these concerned parents, because if anyone is going to protect this nation's children, it's the grand old party. Pappy Cowboys Party, the party of law and order and good Christian values. Conservative PACs are dumping tons of money into school board races to control what can and can't be taught to students.
Yo, can you hear me?
Test.
Check. Can you hear me?
Yep.
What up, bro?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What
I can
you-
hear you. I can't hear Cody.
Well, I paused them.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you don't got the right. Because you're in the. Hang on a sec. Let me get out of the. Let me switch. Let me switch from Restream to Discord.
Okay.
Which is fine because I'd rather just be in Discord.
Hey, y'all. I guess we in Discord.
Well, yeah, because I mean, Discord is like our hub, right? Restream is just like, oh, there's a bunch of normies. You know, you got to do the browser-based thing like Whereby or StreamYard or whatever because, you know, they can't figure out how to get into Discord. So that's the only reason people use
go
that.
to the Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the trenches. Discord is the trenches.
Now, where's the Oh, I'm just trying to close it over here. Maybe I already did or something, so that I can turn on the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what I was going to do? I was just going to use the camera over here. Look, turn on the camera. Boop. But it ain't showing nothing, right? Oh, it's because I'm in Restream with that one. I got it. Boom. Here we go. Let's do this.
When I'm
I
streaming,
got a bunch of different cameras I could use, but look, we're going to turn off, turn on. There it is. There it is.
That's weird.
All right, so now you can see the camera. And then if I join on
my colors.
And then if I join on the other one. Actually, let's put your art here. Yeah, there we go. Everybody's watching you paint right now, no pressure?
Yeah, it's no pressure at all. It's one of the few things I actually like to do, so it's all good. Yeah, I'm just here.
This is it's not Walter anymore, is it?
Nah, he's actually fine with the name change. I just read that this morning.
What's the name change to?
Gunter.
Gunther.
Yeah. Which is like, you know, I guess that's like the German John. So, you know, whatever, cool. Have a new name. I don't care as long as he's chopping people like trees. It's all good to me.
Got you.
Yeah. I didn't like it at first, but I didn't like it at first because I didn't think he had control over it or anything. But if he gave the okay for it, whatever. You know what I mean? Let people live. And I feel like that's something we should all try and do right now. Just let people live. Man. There's a little bit of pressure, though, because this is a brand new painting program for me. So I don't know anything about it at all. I'm just going at it like I normally do. So. Oh. Yeah, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Oh, here. This one. Streaming. I always want to flip it. Oh, it disconnected my voice. That's whack. All right, well, I know what to do then. Let's leave this one. And then do this one. All right. Check, check, check. All right, then we'll put the wing in there. I think it is. Wayne will let me know when he gets back if he can hear me. We should be able to hear him with the Discord. Let's check the settings real quick. Voice and video. Check, 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 check. Yep. Let's turn the output volume up. Was it normally at 100%? It's normally a little quiet, but we'll see. I'll check it at 100, and I'll probably end up turning it up. But yeah, I'd rather.
I can hear you the whole time.
Oh, you can hear me? Great, great, great. Yeah, let's turn you up a bit.
Testing, 1 2 1 2 10.
Yeah, actually, let me do it more.
Yeah, my voice isn't great for mids. It's just highs and lows, highs and lows.
Yeah, it's good. All right, so now I can watch the stream.
I was straight goofy over here. I was like, why are none of my keyboard shortcuts working? It's because when I went to go plug stuff in, I unplugged my keyboard for a hot second.
Oh, all right. Now let's go to the desk. Boom. There we go. Good.
Yeah, we back at it, Mr. Walter Gunter. I still call him Walter because that's how I was introduced to him. And I'm pretty sure he don't care. He's too busy, like I said, chopping people in half because he has one of the greatest chops in wrestling history. So.
Yeah, I need to. I'm still. Don't spoil anything for me because I'm still catching up. I still got to do. I just started. All Out. So I'm looking forward to that. I didn't like that ladder match ending. I'm gonna just say that. I think that's really the only one I've seen so far.
How did that one end? I watched so much wrestling.
The opening ladder match where like dude came out with the mask on and you don't know who it is yet. I think it was MJF, but I don't know who it is. Who do you think that is in the mask?
It's revealed at the end of the night who it is.
That's it is? Okay. Cool.
So yeah, so just keep watching.
All right. And then I gotta do what's the WWE ones? The Clash at the Castle.
Yeah, and Worlds Collide. Those
and Worlds Collide. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Most the show, the All Out show is amazing. I feel like the actual wrestling top to bottom, but you can just tell there's still kind of like a new production company versus the WWE because there's like so many little mistakes and stuff that you catch,
right?
Especially if you're a long time consumer of wrestling product. So like they're not amateurish when it comes to what's going on in the ring, but they're definitely still trying to figure stuff out production wise, and it's interesting, especially.
You just fell out for some reason. What? That was so weird. We lost Wayne. We lost Wayne. We lost him. We lost him. All right, I got to keep working on these sounds. Oh, yeah, there he goes. There he goes.
Okay. I don't know where y'all lost me. Where'd you lose me?
The production, the new production, AEW. AEW's production is new. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all just new. And like, as somebody who's, I got a little bit of history on that side of things. Just with like a lot of like the internships and stuff that I've taken in the past.
Right.
And it's like seeing the sausage get made. Once you notice it, you can't unsee it. And it's just small stuff. It's like, okay, between a transition between wrestlers, they'll accidentally play someone's video for like 2 seconds. And like, if you're not there in person or if you're not paying attention to the background, you'll never see it. But it's like a whole bunch of stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, it's all wrestling. We're all doing this by the skin of our teeth. But at the same time, it's noticeable.
Yeah, they got a lot of budget.
They got yeah. I mean, it's a con. We got 2 cons in wrestling right now that basically own pro wrestling.
Are they related? They're not related, are they?
They're not related. Just happen to have the same last name. They might be like fourth cousins. You know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
They don't know they're related.
Right. Or that could be a whole work. I have no clue, man. Especially after the fallout in the back after that pay-per-view. I have no clue about anything. I feel like I'm just getting work from every angle. So.
Got you.
Yeah. Have you heard about any of that at all? Like.
No.
Bro, apparently CM Punk was on a warpath and people in the back didn't like that and chairs were thrown and black eyes were had and people were knocked out. Like, it was wild.
Oh.
And the thing is, it could be a work because it's always wrestling, but at the same time, it's so messy that, like, I don't think that they wanted half the stuff that was said to get out. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, so... Yeah, but then again, I don't know. I've been worked real hard before. It's...
Exactly.
That's the mystique of it. It's a magic trick that never ends, so... Yeah. Let me get my pens right. Over here. That's the main. Yeah. So I still am dealing with. I'm probably gonna complain about it for about another month, but I'm gonna be over it eventually. Like, I did lose like all my files and all my artwork.
Nah, bro, that shit's crazy. I wouldn't know how to deal with that. That's wild.
The only way to deal with it is to move forward and to keep making artwork to replace it. That's it. So that's what I'm on right now, and like, you know, I'm using it as an opportunity to like try new things. I'm going back into kind of this charcoal style I haven't drawn like in a long time. And, you know, just making the best of it. And then it's also easy to make the best of it again with the help from the community. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to move these sound files away from this. Put them on my SSD.
And it gave me the freedom to just start, sounding like an 18-month-old.
Mine's the 18-month-old. Just the freedom to just start. Sometimes that's what I'm feeling. So,
that's her talking about speaking in tongues. and you know how you have to not be afraid of the fact that you're going to sound like an 18-month-old or whatever.
Oh my gosh. Believe it as much as you want, you wild woman. That's what I would tell her. Oh man. I do enjoy it though. When you see somebody start speaking in tongues and they can dance, that's the highlight of the week, man. For real.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy, but now it just it really does something to me that people don't that they just don't see anything, that they just never notice. I just think people grow out of it, and it's weird when people don't, to me now.
Oh yeah, it's like Pentecostals, man. Like, they still run around the church without their shoes on, at least, and stuff like that. Everybody worships differently. You got the motherfuckers that pray with snakes and shit. The Bray Wyatt people. You got the people who I forget where. I think it's in South America, where every Easter they reenact the crucifixion scene. Like, they string somebody up, and that's like a good time to them.
Wow.
Like,
wow.
Hey, as long as it's consensual, I can't say much. That's how it feels. Live your whatever.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Live your life, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Live your truth. I couldn't imagine looking forward to getting strung up on.
YouTube Punk was wondering how you lost the files. He said you might be able to recover them.
Oh yeah, they're I still have the hard drives, but there's water damage to them. So the best thing I could do right now, personally, because I'm not super tech, is I can take them to a place and maybe get the files like recovered off of them if they're able to take like pieces of the hard drive and put it into like a different bay or something. But
answers. I got rid of the last stream. I just wanted it to be there for the people who saw it live. I need to talk to Rob about putting it up there as like a permanent video because I didn't ask him. I just wanted people to see that he took the same exact approach I took during the Hovind debate. But I'll ask him if I can repost it. And if he says I can, then I'll put it up on our channel. But yeah, that's what happened to it. I just took it down because I didn't actually talk to him about keeping it up.
Rob, is he white? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
So if a white guy does it, it should be cool, right? Should be dope. If he takes your approach and remixes it his own way, like I assume he's going at it like Elvis.
No, he did it. No. I just meant he talked about the same things I talked about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the fallout from that one? What did he shake Ken's hand or anything?
No, they haven't met. That's not a thing. Do you know what I'm talking about? I don't think you know what I'm talking about. Did we watch the stream earlier?
I was not, sir.
No, so Rob just gave a lecture to our class earlier, and I was just playing it to show that he did the. I sent you that message that he talked about the same things I talked about in the Ken Hovind debate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just
so it was just a longer version where he was talking about the trials and the philosophy of science and how intelligent design creationism isn't science, and he didn't talk about any of the things that anybody kept going on about. Oh, why don't you talk about the 6 things and Kent's slides and the phylogenies? Like, Rob didn't talk about any of that either. He was talking about, here are the court cases, and here's the philosophy of science, and here's why that isn't, and then he talked about everything. It was just a longer version of the same exact presentation. And we didn't talk about it beforehand because he didn't even help me prepare the debate. So it just shows you that we teach the same class. Like, what the fuck? Like, what would y'all expect? Of course, we're going to have the same approach, but it's just ridiculous that basically these people have been trying to tell me since then that somehow I let down science or misrepresented my field or my profession. I'm like, that's a tough sell for me when I did the same exact thing my mentor would have done. Like, with the same slides and everything.
I have to admit, though, I mean, you weren't silly enough. You weren't representing science enough. You didn't act a fool enough up there, apparently. You weren't. Yeah. I don't know what was wrong with your approach, apparently, but it's something. We'll figure it out one day. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right.
It's weird, man. People are weird.
Yeah, sorry my commentary is not as great as normal.
Nah, bro, I know you working. But it's interesting to me, too, like, I don't know. I really do think that I just think the atheist community's off on a lot of things, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm with, like, I don't believe there's a God. And the number one reason is I just think religion is man-made, period.
Mm-hmm.
I just think we know the source of all religions, people. I ask myself this, if there was no people, would there still be frogs? Probably, right?
Yeah, we wouldn't call them frogs. Well, they wouldn't have a name.
They wouldn't have a name, but they'd still be the animal. And then I'm like, if people didn't exist, would there still be gods? Fuck no. Right, that concept, there's just nothing to match that would fucking be a thing. And so for me, it's just like, we're the source of it. But I think that we, a lot of times want to make it as though science supports atheism. It doesn't. It just supports, it's just methodological naturalism. So it doesn't support religion, but just like we say, like, we don't get to just say, oh, well, atheism's true now, right? It's just science doesn't support theism, which to me is enough, right? But we don't have to make that strong of a positive case. And then I think we do the same thing with philosophy. So like we go, oh, all their philosophical arguments are trash. Great. But that doesn't mean there's a philosophical argument that demonstrates atheism, right?
No, there isn't. It's because I like to remind everybody of this. Atheism is simply a response to a God claim. That is
right.
It.
That's it. Yeah.
Period. There's no culture. There's no belief structure. There's no church. There's no pope. There might be people who think that there's popes.
Right.
The four horsemen thing was made up by the media and made up, of course, by religious people. Like, there's none of that here. There's no defining or unifying anything about atheism other than us having the position that we don't believe the claim that you put forward.
Right.
Like you said, without people, there's no atheism. Without God claims, there's no atheism. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree with you. Answers in atheism. Speed, I appreciate you. Also, Speed, feel free to call in if you want. We're on the streaming channel in the Discord. But yeah, so my thing is just that, like, for me personally, I don't find the philosophy stuff appealing.
It's not.
And I do, and I do think that just in our own little content creation sphere, that I just think people have sort of, I don't know, they've doubled down on stuff that I just don't think is really going anywhere. And then I think the other thing is that it reveals that it's not a community in the way people want to present it, right? Like, they want to say the atheist community, oh, we're all in a community together. And it's like, no, we're not. Like, we're not. Like, because, we're coming at it. It's just not a community. It's just not. It just isn't. It's just people with channels and opinions. Go ahead.
Yeah, the atheist community is a community in the sense of a comedy club is a community. Like,
yes.
We're all here to laugh at but we don't, our lives are completely different outside of the laugh, outside of being in this room,
right,
talking about this particular thing. There's nothing that binds us together the same way that it binds, like, religious folks or other people.
Right.
I consider that a strength. And you were mentioning, like, science doesn't give a shit about philosophy. Science is just observations that are verifiable. And if those observations line up with reality, so be it. There's no philosophical, like, idea behind science other than trying to have a system or steps in place to make the most objective observations that we can. And people that don't like that are people that are raised to think different, so I'm having a bit more respect for them, but also the people that are against that are people that want to sell you some bullshit, and that's just it.
Yeah. So it is. I mean, it's not a big deal to me. It's just Rob gave the lecture today, so I thought the timing was kind of interesting. I thought, oh, that's interesting. But But yeah, so we're just moving on. We got other stuff to do. I want to work on the roster, but I'm trying to get some of these sounds. YouTube Punk has some new sounds, but I was having an issue where a lot of times the soundboard just takes too long for the sounds to trigger. So I'm trying to move them to coming off of my the solid state drive rather than the remote drive.
Yeah. It sounds like some shit YouTube Punk can help you with, because I don't.
Oh no, I know how to do it. It's just gonna take me a minute.
Got you.
Yeah, and I got to get rid of these shortcuts.
Since I got Walter up here, could we talk about with the group like the psychology of like the chop and what it means in wrestling and stuff? Because
yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, everybody knows the chop in wrestling. They know, like, when you go to the corner, this guy is going to get hit in the chest by this other guy. Most of the people are going to say woo for some reason, and everybody likes it. And I really enjoy the simplicity of it, because it's something that where you're creating such a visceral sound, but you're also doing it on the part of the body that can take the most impact,
Right.
And it's like a resting hold. Like when you see the guys like flexing in the middle of the ring, or they got someone in like a leg lock or anything
Or headlock,
like that.
yeah.
Yeah, and especially in a headlock, what they're really doing is they're trying to catch their breath for a hot second, because
I was trying to make that point the other night. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the 10 spot.
And the 10 spot. And before the 10 spot, the chops happen a lot of the times in traditional wrestling, and that's also like a resting hold. Like these guys are trying to catch their breath while you're still knocking the breath out of them. I love pro wrestling, and one of the patron saint of the chop is this man who I'm painting right now, Gunter, formerly known as Walter on the Indies. Like, he's just this big, meaty Austrian who don't want anything except to beat you and to put you in the dirt. And he's going to use these God-given giant skillet hands that he has, and he's just going to do the thing that everybody knows and identifies with and understands what's going on with the chop. It is a little painful, but it's not that bad. But it's a great sound effect that really pulls the audience into the story, because it's real pain. You can't fake a chop, really. And this dude decided, I'm gonna put all my stats into that chop, and once you get hit with it, it's over, and everybody knows that. Like, he's not getting the 1, 2, 3 off of it, but it's like one of the biggest momentum shifts that you can possibly have in a wrestling ring is to get chopped by Walter. And it's unbelievable for the storytelling. He's built 60-minute matches just off of people trying to evade that chop. He's great, man. He's just an absolutely great wrestler. I love watching his matches.
I haven't watched that many of his matches. I've only seen a couple, mostly because I don't watch a lot of the NXT UK.
Mm-hmm. And I definitely understand that, because I didn't catch a lot of it either. But he did have I think like a 3-year title reign or something like that.
Yeah, it was great, and I really enjoyed that, actually, that aspect of it. Like, because when I saw his big matches or whatever, I like the fact that he, I think they need more of those. I worry about that even with the Bloodline. I'm always worried that they're just going to take the titles off of them, because the modern fans just want to see title changes all the fucking time, but. I think they've got to really go back to the old school. And also, I just want them to have the Usos and Roman Reigns come out with the old school tag titles and the Golden Eagle, and just be done with these fucking penny belts and the fucking logo
You don't like
bullshit.
the copper penny belts?
No.
Copper penny belts, bro.
No. that they made
Well,
silver.
Yeah, they're trying to. I think one of the big things they did at Worlds Collide was they unified a bunch of the belts, so that was a big deal.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I just remember like the post-invasion era of the early 2000s when you had WCW and ECW belts. There was like, I think there was like 16 belts at one time, floating through the WWE roster. It's unbelievable. It's like boxing. It's so many belts that they really become meaningless after a certain point. You know what I mean?
Yes. YouTube Punk, I'm doing the same. Yeah, I agree with that. That's the plan for the studio, is to actually have 2 local copies, one connected, one not connected, and then a backup on a server. But yeah, go ahead and drop Wayne a message in Discord with the link to the cable.
Yeah,
what up, Peter? What up,
it.
Peter?
And I'm just happy I'm up and running again so I can do this thing. I can paint. It's so much fun. Especially when you kind of know what you're doing a little bit. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, now let's
he's out
get
there
these.
getting Tommaso the business.
Yeah, it looks like those are in the right spot. Although it keeps going them out to desktop. I guess if I just go up high enough, it goes to desktop. Okay. All right. So YouTube Punk, I'm gonna start putting in the new sounds that YouTube Punk gave me. I'll come back over here. You guys can see what I got going on. We can still hear Wayne. All right, Wayne. Also, I'm gonna play a YouTube video.
Go for it.
In grades K through 12. More specific,
Guys, I'm just gonna be over here working on sounds.
And can't be taught about American history with respect to slavery, the genocide of the country's indigenous population, and general white supremacy. I wonder why that is, unless I don't wonder why. But what's really messed up is that it's working. Schools have been all but bullied into removing mask mandates, regardless of what the latest COVID research and statistics say. Conservative lawmakers sprang into action to pass legislation banning critical race theory from schools in 16 states so far, with more legislation in more states likely on the way. School boards have been pulling books that were deemed inappropriate from school libraries, including Art Spiegelman's Pulitzer Prize-winning graphic novel Mouse, which is a book about the fucking Holocaust. We're banning fucking Holocaust books from schools because they're inappropriate. And Florida, of course, passed the so-called Don't Say Gay bill, which prevents any discussion of gender or sexual orientation in kindergarten through 3rd grade classrooms. It also prevents those discussions in upper grades in any manner not considered age-appropriate. If you're wondering what the fig butt that means, so am I. What is considered age-appropriate? Age-appropriate for whom? Who decides what is and isn't age-appropriate? The law doesn't say. We actually did a whole video on that, in case you don't recall. And now, at the time of this writing, more than a dozen states are considering similar legislation, including Texas, because Texas is always going to Texas. It's a tale as old as time. A game as old as Minecraft. Older, even. Minecraft's not that old, actually. In fact, we gotta do a quick break, but when we come back, we will absolutely start talking about the history of schools doubling as conservative battlegrounds, and why, perhaps, that is. As the kids say, 20 years ago. BRB.
Yo, sup, K-Stole here. If you know me, you know that I can do a lot of urban exploration, crawling through abandoned sewers, breaking into museums overnight. With a hobby like that, boy, you need to be ready to run when a security guard finds you, or when a statue comes to life. You wouldn't believe how many statues come to life. This is why I wear Tree Runners from Allbirds. It has running right there in the name. It's also made from eucalyptus tree fibers, which not only makes it a little better for the environment, but also extremely lightweight, breathable, and soft, so you can wear them for any occasion. When I'm sprinting through some cathedral while a 12-foot marble saint whips his scepter at me, boy, I swear, it's like running on silky butter. Here's the thing. You don't have to just wear these while you're fighting statues. You can bring them on your vacation or out to eat. Or, may I suggest a nightclub? Because they're not just light and airy, but Tree Runners also have zero frills or logos on them so they can match with any outfit. Even if that outfit is covered in cobwebs and bone dust because you fell through a crypt. So go on, check them out. Find your new favorite shoes for sunny days and upcoming travel at allbirds.com. That's
Yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about that mouse book, y'all. I haven't had the opportunity to read it.
today.
We're B, and we're thinking about shrimps. Thinking about shrimps and talking about
You
schools
never heard-
and
you never
school
read
boards run by shrimps.
No, did you?
No, that's silly.
Yeah, man.
Also, we were discussing
Yo, up here in the
conservatives
north,
dictating their will on K through.
like every 2 years, we had a day in elementary school just set aside for the Holocaust. Like in my state, that was a part of the curriculum. Like every 2 years, all the teachers would get together and we would have to like discuss what went on, what really happened, read a piece or two about it, why it's fucked up, to make sure it don't happen again.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Yeah, and
we had
and
to
I
read
remember
about
that-
the Holocaust, and we did read Holocaust books, just not that particular one. But God,
Yeah, back in I believe it was like 6th or 7th grade, we read Mouse as a class.
matter of fact, we went to the Holocaust Museum too, the one in D.C.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man.
That shit was crazy.
I think I might have seen it one time when I was running through a museum tour back in the day. But yeah, you got to do it to ensure that this doesn't happen again, because motherfuckers want this to happen again. As dark as that sounds, but like that's why you need the education. That's why you need the books there. People that are against those books being there are just bitches that are afraid of teaching history. Like the people that actually want the books removed. You can have an opinion, but if you do an action to get the books removed, you a bitch.
Yeah,
Just saying.
facts all the way, 100. 100.
Yeah. But yeah, you should read Mouse, man.
Yeah.
It's-
Matter of fact, yo, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Nah,
I was just gonna say,
change the topic. So go ahead.
Yeah, the thing about Mouse that makes it amazing is it shows really horrible things and horrible behavior to each other, but it's drawn in a hyper simplistic manner. Like it's not simple. The guy who draws it is crazy talented,
Right.
But he purposely chose to show these things in a more literal, like iconic, simple line style, so that it's more palatable what's going on. You dig?
Got you. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. It's great stuff.
All I was gonna say is that I had an interesting conversation with Rob. So I told you I got the threats from Beatty, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I had to kind of escalate it. Oh, I gotta remember, I gotta go to my lab meeting at 6:00. That's what I was trying to get this work done. It's like I basically, I had to let people know, like, yo, this is real, this cat's escalating, like, I'm gonna just put it like that, right? But yeah, I was telling them in the email, I said, man, it just comes with the territory. And I told Rob, it's like, man, this motherfucker just keep reaching out to you, like, that's the only thing. So it was just cool, because he said pretty much the same thing. He said, yeah, it just comes with the territory now, so
Man,
it's just
that's
like,
such a
whatever.
shit- That's such a shitty thing to do. Like
It is.
That's real. Like I'm gonna tell your mom type energy. Like
it is.
I've only reached out to somebody's employer one time, but that's because I felt like that person was like a legitimate danger to the people that work there. It's not because I disagreed with him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, come on, bro. Like,
plus, what did you think was gonna happen other than people be like, "Wow, like this person is," or you know what I'm saying? Like he really
Some
thought
white man
I guess and I guess he really thought they were gonna be like, "Jay, you mentioned who you worked for on your internet channel where you curse." That's, punishable by academic death. Like, I don't know what they thought was gonna happen other than nothing. I don't know what, other than absolutely nothing. I don't know what you thought. It's just such a weird thing to catch charge, to potentially catch a charge over. You know what I mean? Like such a weird thing to expose yourself to legal vulnerability for really no gain. Like, it's just weird.
It's madness. And you got, Jay, look, I'm not a PhD. I haven't finished a PhD program, right? But I feel like I talk to a lot of people that have PhDs, and I have a sense of like the environment and stuff. Like, they down here doing middle school things like tattletelling. Like, it's not the same environment, brother.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. It's not. With the little Photoshop and all of that, yeah, it's different. Yeah.
Bro, I can't believe that just means you're getting famous, man. When the maniacs start to
when
come
the
out.
maniacs start to come, but that's why we have a lot of the mods, because I was telling them, like, they coming, y'all.
Oh yeah, like that dude yesterday, Grom or whatever, who was just on some shit.
Yo, he took that to the Discord too.
Yeah. Why? Porque I told you that what you said I don't agree with. That's just it, 100%. And you want me to justify why I don't agree with you. Go fuck yourself. I don't agree with you. And I got nothing else to say on that. That's the last time I'm gonna say that name.
Yeah. So we had to just ban him. But see, the only thing I wonder about is how much coordination is going on. Like, how much is it? It's the same thing you don't know with the Answers in Genesis people. It's like, how much is what did I used to say? So there's sort of like the explicit kind of mole type deal. Hey, you go over there and do this to these people. But a lot of times it's inspirational, right? It's like you're of the Answers in Genesis mindset because that type of thing is inspiring whatever you're doing, right?
Right.
And then there's the aspirational, which is like you'd love to go get some scientific credentials and then go work for, be some soldier of God somehow, right? But I think you get the same sort of spectrum with, the commenters and the trolls and the fans of all of these type of people.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's hard to tell. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to tell if they're really part of it or they're just trolling on the same bullshit or what,
You know what? We getting up to big things around here. We getting to the point where we can't even consider that anymore.
I was 100% thinking that. Like, we just don't have the time to care. I think that's what the other atheists got mad about. I think a lot of people are turned off to me now because I kept coming out being like, y'all, we don't care. Y'all, we're not going to explain it. Y'all, we don't. And I think they really took that to be like, fuck off, we don't like you. It was just like, nope, we're in the middle of something and we can't keep slowing down, going back to the beginning. And truthfulness, it's like, we already said too much. It's just that, one, this is where we communicate backstage, and two, like, that's what it was about. Then we had to put the crew on. But now that most of the crew is on, we don't really need y'all. Like, y'all don't really have to get it at this point. Like, that's not really essential anymore.
Right. Just be out there and just keep beating those drums for us. That's your whole job. Like,
yeah,
we're heels. We are choosing a road slightly less traveled. It's rocky out here, and we can't stop every time a rock hits like the fucking glass. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like a pebble. They throwing rocks at the throne. Fuck them. Keep it moving, bro.
They think it's a joke. I'm like, yo, we hopping in the whip. Like, they coming to slash the tires. We got to out the driveway. You know what I mean? Like, it's like but
yeah, as long as they keep bringing this, I'm gonna tell your professor energy. Like, like you really gonna do some shit. Like, go for it. Knock yourself out.
Yeah. And it's funny too, because that's the one weakness that I think everybody has.
How so?
Is at the end of the day, they want to be liked. At the end of the day, they're trying to be liked, right? And when you're not doing that, it's a monkey wrench in everything. Because then we're like, yeah, we want to grow, but only a certain way. Like we want the like heel energy click. And like,
I don't want everyone to like me.
Yeah, we don't exactly, and they don't get that because that's what they do, right? When you see them do their shit, they're always hemming and hawing so they can accommodate and look good for everybody, and we're like, nah, right? And then sometimes we're like, fuck it, we don't even want to be on this channel anymore. We're going to arcade bye.
Peace.
Yeah, so it's
beautiful life.
They'll get it. Yeah, it's a beautiful life. Exactly. It's much more fun. Dude, I gotta right now. I want to add sounds, but right now I'm in the like not fun part because I feel like I'm transferring over the sounds that were in the other one on the other stream deck. But I want to put in got some new sounds to put in.
Can someone drop in the chat like the link to all the sounds? Because like I always forget that.
What do you mean?
Like where you can redeem the sounds and stuff.
Oh, just put in exclamation point store.
Exclamation point store. Right.
Yeah. And then I'll pull the link up. All right, I'm gonna play Cody.
12 schools and how that's not at all a new thing. It goes all the way back to the 19th century, much like the majority of Republican policies and Republican politicians themselves.
Stop the tape.
Stop the tape. There you
go. Pause the tape. Where's my dogs? Where's my cute ass dogs? But for real, I met Cody one time in life.
You actually met this guy, really?
I actually met Cody. He was back in the very, very last heyday of Cracked, right? Like right before him and like a whole bunch of motherfuckers jumped ship from Cracked.com.
They
had
okay.
Go ahead.
I didn't even know he was part of that. Okay.
He was a writer on that, and yeah, he was a big part of all the skits and stuff. He was one of the faces with like Michael Swain and all those dudes. And I caught him at a panel in Chicago. Like, I think it was the same day I met Kenny Omega. That was pretty dope. I went to a con and I met both of them. But I was drawing something the whole time. It was like this picture of a lion or some shit. And I at the end of the panel, I brought it up to Cody because like, me and him on the same wavelength about just how fucked up the world is. You know what I mean? Like he's going super nuts and he's just doing what he can about it by having a crazy ass show and just trying to like be the dude out there with the sandwich board and the soapbox. Like guys, like I respect that energy, but he's also so fucking well researched. Like,
True. Yeah, definitely.
That's the thing. You gotta be well researched if you want.
Yeah, I couldn't even. Yeah, a lot of this type of video actually takes. It's a lot of time, and it's like a full-time job to put together a show like this because of all the work that goes into it. If I did something like this, it would be more. I sit down in the chair, I pull up my news, and then I just flip on it from there, right?
Right.
What he does is a whole different type of, one man Stephen Colbert type shit.
Unbelievable.
Or one or two person, let's put it like, yeah.
I think Katie Stoll, who was also on crack.com, on cracked.com, funny, but yeah. The whole show is great. And like I listened to as much as I could of like the 3-hour deep dive he had on Jordan Peterson. And I mean, like, he has a great analytical mind. Not Jordan Peterson. I'm talking about Cody.
Right.
To even go through this shit and discuss to a layperson like what this motherfucker who went to all these schools is like really ain't saying shit. And
Yeah.
One last thing. I just
No,
enjoy-
you're good. I feel the same way too because, I this is one of my favorite channels. Probably, definitely in my top 5. Right? It's crazy for me because, there was definitely a time where like Doug was my favorite channel. Like I hadn't found Gin and Truth yet. And, of all the sort of atheist community, Doug was kind of my thing because that's where the community was for me. Like Derek's channel was dope, right? But, I don't know, Derek's channel was kind of big, right? So it was a lot of different people and, stuff like the Atheist Experience and stuff like that. I don't really know those people. And so Pine Creek's channel was like the channel where I felt like we were Pine Creeksters, you know what I mean? And so when I first started like going on his channel and shit, it would be like, oh shit, I was on with Pine Creek Doug today. That's crazy. And now it's crazy because it's like when Gin and Truth comes through, I'm like, holy shit, my favorite YouTuber's here. So it is wild what happens out here, man. It's crazy.
It feels so big because, the internet is always a big place. And it's like if you spend any amount of time watching somebody, you're going to develop like a certain level of affinity for them if you like watching them. And then every time somebody contacts you that you've been watching, that it's just like
it's just crazy. Yeah, it's just wild. Especially because it's just for you personally. It's like no bullshit. It's just like it's the same thing with like working with Cory Booker, right? Like Cory was my hero, since the day I met him, right? So when I grew up and then I was working with him all the time as a young man, you know what I'm saying? And then he always made sure I had crazy access, right? Like I was part of the people telling him what not to do. You know what I mean? Because it'd be like he just tackled somebody. He tackled a bank robber. He just ran into a burning building to save a woman, right? And so as the law department, y'all got to write up the memorandum to the mayor's office. Now y'all got to tell the mayor he can't do that, and that's what we have police for. Knowing good and goddamn well he gonna keep doing it. Right? Like, so
somebody got to do the paperwork, though.
Somebody got to do the paperwork. Yeah, that was us, right? And so you're like, whoa, this is crazy, right? Because it felt like, yo, we just took the city for real. Like, but yeah, it is kind of like you don't believe that's kind of thing is happening. So yeah, it's gonna keep being like that. That's what I was thinking in all this too, because it shows that a lot of what we're doing is what's entertaining people. So I pretty much was laughing when I saw him complaining, like, are you okay with Jay's profane and whatever? Like, he was complaining about the profanity and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty much our thing now. There's, nobody's going to tell me not to do that at this point, right? Like, even like my academic peers, like, everybody gets that that's kind of the things. And that's not going to be a problem for me professionally going forward. You know what I mean? Like, but it's funny that they would imagine that.
It reminds me of the time when somebody got really, really, really mad at me in like one of the Atheist Experience like debate rooms on Facebook or whatever. And I basically told them, like, because you keep saying that you have proof for this thing, but you don't have proof in this way that you are presenting, so you're not being truthful, you're being a liar. And they got so mad at that because, again, we're not dealing with philosophy over here with science. They're dealing with philosophy over there. And in their philosophy, a lot of theists, they themselves are the only proof they got. That connection, that feeling, that conversion, you know what I mean? That your testimony is literally your evidence. And to say that that's not enough is like incredibly offensive to someone who's raised to believe that that is the only evidence you need. So And I got that, but they didn't get that, and they tried to like blow me up on Facebook. Like, can you believe this is what your family member believes and all this stuff? And I'm like, bro, like, number one, you gonna have to come a lot crazier than that to surprise my family when it comes to me, because you don't know my history.
Right.
And then number two, like, that's just so tasteless. Like, I can't even, you know what I mean? Like, we're in a specific area over here. Like, that's like you
Right.
going to Kent's house and punching Kent in the face because of something he said in a debate that wasn't
Right.
super personal. You dig?
Yeah, it's
like-
really weird. And that was the thing too. This guy was saying I attacked him personally, and I'm thinking, this is what it's really like, dude. Because I had that moment. I was like, oh my god, this person's flipping out at me for personally attacking. It's like, dude, I literally don't even know you.
Right.
Like, I literally don't know. I didn't know that you exist right before this moment. So that would have been kind of hard, wouldn't it? Like, it's like, dude, I could have attacked you personally if I wanted to.
Right. And here's
Go ahead.
I want to let people in the community know, and people in the community that are down with you, they already understand this. So
Exactly.
It's for the people that are teeter-tottering. They
Sure.
haven't figured it out. But just a life tip. When somebody says, go fuck yourself, and especially if they're from a big city or a place with a large population, it's not personal.
Definitely. Definitely
They're
not.
telling you we're done with this conversation.
Yes. Yes.
They don't mean fuck your family, we hope you die forever. If they
Yes.
mean that, say that. When they say go fuck yourself, that just means this conversation is over because it's unproductive.
Right.
Like-
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And nah, you know what? You know what it is? I don't want to tell people like don't trip over it because you know you're just giving me what I want with the cheap heat, right?
Yeah.
And at
I
the
just
same
don't-
time, I have to do it because you know what I realized, dude? It's so easy now.
Overwhelming sense of impending
People
doom.
get so triggered, especially because I'm a scientist, right? So they want you to have the lab coat vocabulary in the lab coat look, and I'm neither ever, and so it's really off-putting to so many people. So it just makes it too easy. But at the same time, I'm like, come on, if you really want to come at me, then I'll give you this one for free. Like, don't get triggered about that. You're just giving me what I want. I love cheap heat. I'll take it every time. But make this a little bit harder for me. Like, I am looking for a challenge. I mean, I'm seriously looking for a challenge, and these people are making this way too. Like, dude, do you understand? And I tried to, like, all right, I'll give you an example, right? When I was running for president of student government, I got locked up, right? And when I got locked up, I literally did get tossed around by the cops, which is my fault, right? Because I knew that there's this thing with cops where, like, or at least trained ones that are responsible, they can't really escalate shit for no reason, right? So if you jump on a cop and bear hug him, he can't shoot you, right? For the most part, yeah. So with the security guard, when I got locked up, I didn't consent to like the full cavity search. And so that led to like no, like you have to do it.
If you don't do it, we're going to bring someone in here.
Yeah,
to do
so
it.
they brought in that guy, right? And when he did, I was like, nope. And when he came to it, I just jumped on him.
And you're probably the third person to do that day.
Yes, and he is huge. He's like the mountain from a fucking Game of Thrones remake or some shit, right? Hang on a sec. Let me switch over to the camera. So there's just no way, right? And so, you know, him and a couple other officers, he just kind of peels me off and tosses me off of them, and they restrain me or whatever. And so when I got out, and I was like, oh yeah, when they, I said, oh yeah, those guys, those cops got me, and I got tossed around by some cops or whatever. But do you know how much street cred I get for this? Right? That just floored the entire student body because I put that in the paper, right? But that's what you have to do, right? You're handed this shit, and you got to just be like, all right, we're going to make this work. And then when you get to that mentality with that level of commitment to it, you're just like, oh, actually, that's too easy because now you just gave me the heat. Now you just gave me the literally Bundy got arrested, gave no fucks, right? Like, and then when you think about it, what people don't realize is you can't really get in that much trouble, right? You didn't do anything. Like, whatever trouble you're in, right? Like, nobody's going to do shit about you not submitting to a fucking cavity search, right? That's not a thing. Same thing, like, I got in this other thing and I cut a promo on the judge and all of this shit, and that shit became legendary because I went off on the courtroom for real. They're like, this is reported in the real newspaper. You see what I'm saying? Like, he went... Yeah, exactly. Because I was like, what? I'm going to play this whole system, including the judge. And I cut a straight heel promo in court for real. Again... It has nothing to do with the case, so I'm just getting my shine on, and that's what makes you fucking legendary, right? Like, and so you're just like, too easy. And so now when these things happen, you're like, sorry, guys. So like, I'll give you an example now. One was somebody left a comment. Oh wait, I saved this comment. This comment was so good. Let me see. I saved it in this paint here. What did this person say? Basically, here it goes. Drugged out. Here we go. I've watched one of his shows about a month ago because Speed of Sound was excited about him. Speed of Sound seems to think that these are just entertaining antics. So I looked at him, and as a result, my opinion grossly sunk both about him and Speed of Sound. He's mostly just drugged out of his mind, always hungry, room full of idols and idle opinions. Not much else to say about him. Thinks he can simulate evolution, but his sim suffers from the hand of God dilemma.
Wait. Because there's only like 10 to 30 people in the chat room, all of your PhDs don't work. That makes no sense, that logic jump.
Dude, it was just, but that's what I mean. Like, right, like, that's too easy because I'm just going to make that the channel description on YouTube. Like, that exact comment. Like, right? And then now I've got this Beatty guy who's done his whole deep dive on the conspiracy between me and Kent Hovind, and now there was a debate that mysteriously now I'm claiming was never scheduled, and of course Rob Pennock really won't debate Kent Hovind, so of course that just it's just y'all. Sometimes I really do wish they'd make this a little bit more challenging because they're just giving it to us.
Let me say, like, they're treating you like Jesus, right?
It's really bad. It's real bad. It's real bad.
One thing I feel like, if Jesus was real or whatever, even without the magic powers, like, you couldn't come at him with anything because of the way he rolled. They're going to be like, well, we're going to tell people that, you touched the unclean, like, how Pharisees would treat him. It's like, you're going to say that I actually interact with the public and that I feed motherfuckers? Okay. Or like, we're going to start rumors that, you might not be straight. He's like, I hang with 12 dudes. I don't give a shit. Go for it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just felt like it just kept going, and they were like,
exactly.
We gotta kill this dude because every time we try to throw the normal stuff at him, it's not sticking. It's not sticking. So let him go ahead, man. Just let him keep throwing rocks.
It's great. I just, but hey, if they want to make it easy, we'll take it. We'll take the cheap heat, man. It's fun. But yeah, all right, so the other thing is we're going to get back to the Word Wrestling Entertainment roster. I've been needing to upgrade the soundboard. Number one, I need to get all the old sounds into the bigger Stream Deck setup. And then also, I want to add some of the new sounds. And then after that, we can do WWE stuff. And then late night, I'm going to go back to Mortuary's Assistant, which is the game that Stupid Whore Energy bought for me. It's super cool. I'm very excited about that. Thank you so much, Stupid Whore Energy. Like I said, you're the first person in the community to purchase a game for me. Really, really appreciate it, and it's super cool so far. So we'll keep that up.
I'm gonna put this out there too, because the community is amazing. If anybody wants to get me a Steam key of WWE 2K so I can play with Pocket Locker, I'm all about it. Cause
do you have a PS4?
No. Oh dang! I keep forgetting.
Yeah.
I'm not on the consoles, bro. I'm on PC.
You're on a
That's the thing.
PC. Yeah. I'm on the consoles, but no. I think that's a good offer because I don't currently have anybody I'm really playing it with, so I could just snag a PC copy.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm 100% down. So if we get your end taken care of, I'll take care of my end, and plus that would actually be better because we'd have like access to mods and the ability to go deeper with it.
Yeah, it gave me a reason to mess with it again, for real, because I haven't messed with 2K games since like WWE 2K17, 2K16, something like that.
Yeah. So we'll see. And then I think I can mostly just upload the roster and re-download it or whatever. So that shouldn't take too much time.
You gotta check out the new AEW wrestling game too, man. I'm telling you, if you like No Mercy,
You can upload it and stuff. Is it out?
Yeah.
Is the AEW out game?
It's not out, but it's coming real soon. I'm not sure, but
Yeah,
like the next
I'll
few
probably
months.
get it. I mean, I used to always just get all the wrestlers, so I mean, I'm down to get it.
That's me. I grew up on two games. I grew up on No Mercy. Me and my cousin played that all the time till the sun came up. And I also grew up on SmackDown 2, Know Your Role for PlayStation. Like, apologies to everyone at my, like, what was that, like my 6th or 7th grade birthday? I mean, 7-year-old birthday party. Because I was like, we ain't changing nothing. It's my birthday. I'm playing as The Rock. I'm whipping everybody's ass. This is the best thing ever. Like, when that game came out.
Dude, I love that game and those WCW games and the man. I go back to like because it was like the N64 games, right? But I go back to even like the Super Nintendo ones, like the Raw or whatever it was. Like I don't know, I probably broke a couple controllers over a few of those games, just playing them all the time.
My introduction to that stuff was a PlayStation. I didn't have a console until I got a PlayStation. So
what am I doing?
Yeah, that's actually how I got to know like a lot of wrestlers. Like the games came first, and then I started watching wrestling.
I would always think that was true for a lot of people. I was definitely watching first, but I definitely knew that the game was how people got into it and into especially some of the people that either weren't around or were moving and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Like I knew about Macho Man, but I was like, Macho Man's in the NWO? I didn't know that until he had like, the wrestling costume and stuff like that.
Got you.
Yeah.
He's underrated, man.
Macho's one of the greatest of all time. He's in my top.
Yeah, it's just because of fucking Hogan.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people.
If Macho Man was 3 inches taller, we would be talking about Macho Man instead of Hogan. I'm being honest. He just had that type of energy. He had everything, and he could work in the ring. Like put him in there for 20 minutes with anybody. He's taking some of the softest bumps ever, but you're believing everything he's doing, man. Like the emotion, the intensity. If the Ultimate Warrior could talk, he would be Macho Man Randy Savage.
If the Ultimate Warrior could talk, oh, that's hilarious. What do you think of his whole thing? Because they tried to do like the reputation rehab with him, right?
They did, and I think it worked for what it was. If a guy chooses to go when he wants to go, that's a grim ending always, but. Everything before that, like...
Wait, what do you mean choosing? Did he commit suicide?
He said that he was going to die very, very, very soon during his last WWE speech, and then he died. He was dead. like a week later.
Yeah, I remember. I remember that, and everybody thought that was super eerie.
Right. I'm not saying he committed suicide.
Yeah, I always just thought he just was done. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people can just give up like that, like not in a negative way, but like the spirit just straight leaves them. That happens.
It's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, any rehab is good rehab because your boy was in a insane place before, like, his last little run. He was in a wild negative place. I'll say that. So.
Okay.
And one thing about Vince that I always did respect was, like, even if you left the company, no matter how you left, he left the door open for you at a certain point. You may have to come back and be polite or whatever, but like Scott Steiner.
Yeah, that's a great example.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
He was banned from the building. Oh my goodness.
He's in the Hall of Fame, I believe, again. So like, you know, people can always come back. The Honky Tonk Man hated Vince for a long ass time.
Yes.
But pretty sure he's back in the Hall of Fame. Like,
yeah.
It's not just about like the beef that's in front of you. It's about the long term, and it's not just him trying to be like, "Ha, I got the final last laugh." He's actually trying to give some of these guys the respect that they deserve from all the work that they put in, you know. And especially towards the end of life, he wanted to be a little bit more respectful to these guys.
What do you think is going on with him now?
If it's not a work, I think he's doing what a lot of workaholics do, where he's like just traveling, doing a whole bunch of random shit that it's almost impossible to not work. So
you don't think Vince is just sitting home trying to get out of spotlight, putting on weight?
No, putting on weight. No, that man works out 6 hours a day every day. He is
I know. But
he might be. I can't even tell you what he's doing because absolute workaholics, they have to work. So
I saw a picture of him out on the town. Do you see that with some girl, some lady? She's the older lady, but
yeah, you know, and I don't particularly care about that stuff.
Me either at all.
Yeah,
I was kind of mad that I saw it, but I did see it.
Yeah, I know for a fact that he is not laying low. Other people might be trying to keep him out the spotlight, but he's just living his fucking life, being as big as he can, because that's who he is. He doesn't know how to lay low. He gave that up, like, in his teens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And do you think does he still own the company, or he's got the most shares, or what?
No, they did the kind of savage thing where like the company didn't want to be seen giving Vince a whole bunch of money as he left while he has these sexual allegations on him. So they basically zeroed him out. Like his shares, he sold them back at no gain. So he technically doesn't own anything on paper.
And he didn't cash out? So what does he have? Does he just he just has whatever he has, but he didn't get anything on the way out the door. So whatever he had tucked away, But you know Vince probably had most of his shit still in.
A billionaire. Of course he has shit tucked away. Like
Yeah.
But like the public's WWE share, yeah, that's what happened to him. So
wow. I think that's bigger than anything, right?
Yeah, that tells me two things. You know, number one, he absolutely did it because you don't want to be seen giving money to him.
Sure.
And then number two, it's like WWE is trying to move on.
Yeah. It's the right thing to do. I'm excited about it. I'm like, let's go. Because you didn't know if you'd see it or when, and the product has just been underperforming. I'm gonna just say that. I think they give it. I don't want to be as hard on it as other people have been because I think people are too hard on it. Number one, I think, people they're just too critical, right? Number two, I think people don't understand the WWE product, right? What people see is, well, I had my indie darling and I loved them, and the WWE ruined them, right? Or they had this darling coming out of NXT, and then they got to the main roster, and they were a jobber. I'm mad, right? That's what I feel like the internet wrestling community sounds like, right? And I'm like, look at the history of the WWE. It has always been that way. They took the fucking Junkyard Dog and made him an opening act. They took Jerry the King Lawler and made him a joke and put him in a Kiss My Foot match that he lost. They took Ric Flair, right, and made him run around afraid of Davey Boy Smith, right? I mean, like, and that was always supposed to be that way because the WWE formula has been, like any other company, somebody's got to jerk the curtain, somebody's got to be in the mid-card, somebody's got to be able to handle a celebrity match, and then, on and on with up the roster. And so they've always been in the business of taking big stars and big names from elsewhere and then making them the jobbers. And the more you love that person or think that person is the sun, the moon, and the stars, while Vince McMahon still thinks or whoever was in charge at the time thinks they're disposable, better for them, right? Because
exactly, that gets more emotion.
Yeah. And it would have been better if Barry Horowitz was a fucking superstar before he came to the WWE, who then just couldn't beat anybody on the goddamn roster for some reason, right? Rather than like a guy who, looked like your third grade teacher who couldn't win, and, that did its own thing and worked in its own way. But you get what I'm saying, right? Like, I think a lot of fans just don't realize that, like, that's how this business works.
I get that 110%. And Vince was doing things the way he always did them.
Yes.
And I think, honestly, that was his downfall. That was his
absolutely. Yeah. And I don't want to say that it was always right. Like, I agree with the fans on a lot of those calls. A lot of those were fucking missed calls. I'm not going to say they were all the right call. But I just think people were overreacting and not realizing. And I think a lot of it maybe was a lack of perspective in history. But all of the stars back in the day were huge in the territories and huge stars before they came over. And then Vince fed them to whoever he thought were his huge stars.
Exactly. And the reason he was always able to do that is because until like 2013, the majority of the WWE fans were not aware of the internet wrestling community, which also means they weren't aware of the indies. WWE was like literally the only product that they knew.
Like before NXT, pretty much, right?
Pretty much before NXT. It's like, it's like this atheist space on YouTube. Like we think it's big.
we just got here because of COVID.
Right. It's very, very small. And that's how it is for the average fan. Like, they only know WWE, so they didn't care as much. But now the average fan has had access to all this other stuff, and so they know these characters a bit more. And because of social media, a lot of these guys have had followings for years. The thing that Vince wanted to create on his own, he would break these guys down so that he could build them up, so that hopefully that they could have a big following. But pretty much since Zack Ryder, like, these guys have had their own followings. You ain't got to do that no more. You don't have to repackage these. You don't have to make Keith Lee Bearcat Lee, brother.
Right.
Just let
him be Keith Lee. He's already Keith Lee. We already know who he is. We knew what he was, what he got here. Yeah.
Right.
And that's even more so than he did back in the day, because he did do that back in the day, like where he took Terry Taylor and made him the Red Rooster. That was stupid. But he did keep Junkyard Dog and some of the people he could, package the way they were.
And that's all a part of that litmus test, because he wants to see, if I strip away your gimmicks, who are you? Are you still somebody worthy of being in the ring? I respect that, but the structure of making a superstar is different now, and it should. And he couldn't change with the times. I think that was the biggest issue. Like, even 100%. In the back, like I said, social media following. I'm gonna get back to that one last time. Vince tried to make it. Well, first of all, he tried to create his own social media. You remember Tout back in the day?
Yeah, barely. Now that you mentioned it, yeah, but I don't think I ever had like an account on that bitch or nothing like that, right? Which is the problem. Nobody did. Exactly.
And he tried to create a social media space because that he wanted to control because like it makes the line too much for him to like, oh, on Twitter, you know, you have this Twitter thing and you get to say whatever you want out here. I don't like that. So let me try and make this tout thing. Tout didn't work. He was like, okay, let me try and do this thing now where I'm going to make all the contracts so that you can't have a social media presence outside of WWE. Like, that's the reason, like, Zelina Vega, if you remember, she sent out a tweet talking about unionize and shit. Because she makes more money.
She's on that Jesse Ventura shit.
Yeah, she makes more money off her streaming than she did off her WWE contract, you know?
Wow.
So you got the nerve to shut that down, Vince? Like, this is the reason we're here, the reason we connect with these fans. You know, he didn't understand the BTE of it all, you know?
Right.
He didn't understand.
Right.
We're literally in charge of our own image, and we have, on a certain level, you got to respect that, and that's also how we
Yes, and we have a chance now to have constant contact with our fans. Like some of the things, like I'm telling people, like, you know, like I love my overnight crew, right? Like, do you know what it's like that people can consume your product when you're sleeping? Get the fuck out of here. If you ain't on to the vision, get out. Get out now, right? If you don't see the vision, you ain't on the team at this point, right? And I remember one time I went to my mother's house, right? And you know, I had nobody with me or nothing, and so I streamed that day, right? And all I did was I'm riding 4 hours from Michigan to Ohio, and it was probably like no more than 6 or 7 people in the stream at any one time. But at the same time, everybody was all over the world. There was a young kid from Florida, older heads from, you know, Canada and the UK and different parts of the States and France. And then somebody was like, wow, I've never seen an American road before, you know? And so you have a chance to really, almost like what we're trying to do here, where you could see the matchup versus Ken Hovind that was on Donnie's channel, but, you know, we tried to give you the, you know, car ride in the town, you know, going over the strategy, you know, doing the business, right? And then even the sort of conversation in the locker room with Kent before we, you know, hit the curtains. And not getting that and cutting off the wrestlers from that, or, you know, Xavier Woods, right, who's a PhD, but like is entertaining as shit, right, and had a whole gaming thing going. Hint, hint. That's not a new formula. You know, so there was kind of like that deal. So yeah, I think that's a real tragedy, and I think hopefully Triple H will be better about that. Although I don't.
Oh, he is. They already rescinded that shit. They was like, nope, y'all can go make your money. Please go make your money.
Oh, great.
When you make your money, you make us money. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. And that'll make a difference. I think the in-ring product's better. It's gonna be interesting. I don't want there to be too much sex. I know that's nitpicky, but I don't like that aspect of the Attitude Era. I think it was just a bit too much for me, but that's just my personal taste.
Well, it drives me a little crazy when I tune in occasionally, because I don't watch NXT that much, but I tune into NXT and I'll see like Mandy Moore and all that stuff, and you know, she's there for the sex appeal 100%, but then she'll be in a match with somebody in kid pajamas, and like that always feels weird to me when I tune in. I'm like, who is this for? You know what I mean?
No, this is no exaggeration. This girl literally, her thing is she has the kid pajamas. Yeah.
She's got kind of like an Orange Cassidy type of gimmick where she's like,
her
offense is like, it's unorthodox. Let me just put it that way. So, yeah, man, and I'm just like, you know, this seems like a thing for like 70-year-old dudes who can't tell the difference between a 15-year-old and a 25-year-old. I'm just saying, like, it feels a little weird.
Yes.
Yeah. But you know, it's Triple H's baby. He's not gonna let it turn to crap, and I'm very happy that he's back in control. Him and Stephanie are in. I can't believe I'm saying it after watching them forever, but I'm so happy that him and Stephanie are in control of what's going on a level that they haven't had before.
Yeah, you know what? I always wanted it to like this to be how it ended up, and I was really worried actually that he was done after the you know, when he got hurt or had to go to the hospital or whatever recently.
That's when Vince laid into his ass. I'm guessing this is pure speculation that Vince laid into his ass, told him he was taking away everything from him, and Triple H had a goddamn heart attack over it. I think that's what happened. That's pure speculation. That's pure speculation.
Really? That's interesting.
Man. Because like they were competing. Like NXT was still beating them in like weekly AEW still beating them in certain weekly numbers and stuff.
I heard that, but why did he think Triple H had anything to do with that? That was so weird.
I think it's because he put Triple H in charge of a bunch of stuff, and because the numbers were still close, he had to blame somebody up top, and he picked the wrong one, man, because everybody in the back has Triple H's back. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, he really picked the wrong one, and I feel like ever since the Royal Rumble, like January 6th happened, and then the Royal Rumble happened, and there's been the crazy ass fallout where everybody just kind of was like, nah, man, like things are weird. Like ever since the Rumble of January 6th, things took like a downturn in the WWE, especially when people's like respect towards Vince because he was just doing too much. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're directly connected. It's just that that's when things happen. Like in the same month, those two things happened. So, yeah, it's wild, man. And I could go on it for days, but I don't want to just sit here and speculate online.
Sure.
I want to cut promos, but I don't want to speculate.
What do you want to do with Donnie?
Man, you could pick a debate topic. You know, I'm not very learned in anything, but like, I don't even honestly know if I'm going to be a fun debater past like 10, 15 minutes with him because I don't like to give any ground in debates. You know, like I'm not sure if I can make it work for more than like short match. Because his whole thing, he likes to get in arguments about, you know, what if, and like I fucking hate what if. I am a non.
Have you watched him debate?
I've seen him debate once or twice, but like the only clips I remember is him going off on people, and I'm like, well, you know.
Interesting.
All right. And that's cool. It's just, I'm with you, but like I'm way more bored with Atheist. I am so bored with them because they have nothing new. Like I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to listen to you talk theology. I don't want you to do anything because everything that has come out of your mouth is the same, basically 6 arguments since the beginning of time, and I'm bored. So show me something new. If Donnie can show me something new, I'll talk to him. Let me put it there.
Right. Or I guess he could also set something up with you and somebody else. So I don't know. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
You know, they could throw the King's minions at us, Wheezy, Cheesy, and Sleazy. I think he's got something coming up with I think his name's Pete maybe or something, one of Kent's assistants.
Yeah. Yo, let me just say this: the more hateful, the better. Like, put me in a match with somebody who's going to disrespect me, who's going to want to spit in my face. Put me in a match with somebody who said I was never a true Christian.
Oh, you want that crew? You want the smoke? You want the
I want the smoke. That's what I want. I want them to try and come at me because that's who I'm really here for. Like, you know what I mean? Friendly, the big match, you can do all that stuff, but like, let me be down here in the trenches just running through these bums. You know what I mean?
Right, because that's what That's what sets the tone, and I think people don't be understanding that. They was like, "Oh, you just gonna be friendly with everybody?" No, there's nothing friendly about us, right? There's just sometimes. Let me just put it this way, right? Sometimes the easiest way to walk in with the championship, right, and walk out with the championship, right, is literally to walk in with the championship and walk out with the championship, right?
Also, it's good for business.
You know what I'm saying? You know, hey, you know, we don't want to talk numbers. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, it's definitely could be good for business. But you know, that doesn't mean we're not here to just destroy everybody. You know, it just means we'll do it on our own terms. You know, and some people, quite frankly, just have to be made an example out of, like Rob and Sal.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know.
And then other people have to be hunted down just for sport, you know. That's kind of what I'm thinking with Doug at some point, right? You just looking for kind of looking for a challenge, but you really know he's sitting on some bullshit, you know. And they kind of think we won't really come at like bigger atheists, like we give a shit, right? You know what I mean? Like, you know.
I'm trying to think. Beef with. I mean, I would beef with anybody. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I'm trying to think of somebody.
You're a hip hop head too, though, right? So I originally called this, and I think you know where I'm going with this, the 50 Cent approach to counter-apologetics. You remember what I'm talking about? When that nigga was coming up, and he just was taking shots at everybody. That was his whole game.
The best-selling albums in the era. I'm just saying. That's all.
Yeah, man. It was just, if you was rapping, he was coming at you for existing.
Right. Savage. Absolute savage.
Absolutely savage. So I'm kind of with it.
Yeah, I'm with it. And I mean, like, yeah, if Donnie wants to do something with you, that's cool. Just, you know, just throw me in the match. Let me know who it is and what it's about. I prefer not to do anything super technical because, like, I don't have a PhD. But, you know, let me study up for something. Just know if they go into unprovable territory, if they start bong smoking, I'm a better bong smoker than anybody out there.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I'm not going to allow it during debates. Just because you assert something doesn't mean that that's what it is. You know?
Right.
And and I'm not going to let you slide. And I'm sorry if you spent, 40,000 hours on the internet talking to other people that let you slide. Sucks to be you.
Yes, that does not, in fact, mean that you ain't sitting on some bullshit.
Exactly. But it's like, but these guys in this dungeon over here, the four of us, we talked for 6 hours on this feed about whether or not we could chicken fuck. And I'm like, and that's cool. Like, all things that you talk about shouldn't be like permissible during a debate. You know what I mean? Like, your premises should not be respected just because you thought of it. Like, get the fuck out of here with that energy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sick and tired of all of these dudes who went to school for philosophy and they feel like they wrote a paper and got like a B+ on it, so they must really know some shit. And it's like, it's philosophy class. The goal isn't for you to know a thing. The goal is to see if you can write down a cohesive thought. And just because I can follow your bullshit and you got a B+ on it doesn't mean that it don't mean your bullshit is real, you know?
Right.
Yeah, so get the fuck out of here, man. I'm taking theists by the neck and I'm dragging them out back.
Also, like, they're not entertaining. Like, what are they doing on the internet? Like, did anybody tell on the internet you're supposed to have fun? Like, I don't know. Like, And then our community be like, "Oh, you can't take a shot at them." I'm like, "What? What? Nobody in this community is big. Nobody.
Dillahunty ain't shit to Markiplier. I hate to tell y'all that.
Seriously.
or anybody else who you can even name. Like the Ace family's numbers. If you know who the Ace family is, their numbers shit on the atheist community's numbers, and they're just one cryptic family. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. So it's just funny, but it'll be fine. Oh, all right, we're getting it done. I think I got a lot of things in here now. I don't know where I put the other effects. I got the home front full of effects. Those are all in there. Folders. Not in there.
I think I'm gonna take a break on this painting as well, because I'm at the point where I'm starting to make not good marks, and you always want to try and make good marks. Like if you're putting a line down or if you're putting a shape down, it should be a shape that you're comfortable with. Once you go ahead.
No, good.
Yeah, once you start putting down shapes where it's like I'm not feeling it, or I'm just trying to fill up space. In my process, that's when I got to stop and I got to start to reflect, because I don't want to have a mushy, shitty painting when it's all done. You know?
Yes.
Yeah. So if anybody, I don't know, am I still broadcasting in Discord? Because if I am, I'm gonna leave this up for a hot second so people can see where it's at. But that's it.
Yeah, they can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, well, the video's still up as well, I'm pretty sure.
I would debate Matt Powell. I was going to say, they said you can debate Zinc Fingers.
Yeah, man, go after...
Or
Zinc
McQueen.
Fingers. It's on the table. His
they
name
said to pretend you're gay when you debate Matt Powell.
Oh, it would piss him off. No, just compliment him. Just compliment
Ooh, wait, I missed something.
Go for it.
Stupid Whore Energy said that she was a big Benoit fan. That's who Wayne's character is based out of. Wayne's character in the WWE is based on Benoit.
I was the biggest Benoit his whole life up until his last 3 days, basically. I'm the biggest fan of all of his body of work. You know what I mean? He's absolutely an undeniable force in the ring, and I used to look forward to him, man. I think I seen him live. I think I saw him live in person one time.
Richard Madsen, that's my tag team partner. You could debate Richard Madsen, but you don't want to do that. His interpretation. You know Madsen? You know Richard?
I could debate Richard because
Richard's stuff is so out of the world. I can't. I don't even know. I wouldn't know where to start.
I'm willing to give someone a premise if they're not trying to say, and therefore God. If you're just trying to have a thought experiment and a legit idea of what we're talking about is the thought experiment, I can do that. But if you're just trying to, if this is all just bullshit so that you can, lead me to an altar, I'm not going to waste time with it, and I'm not going to respect it. That's just it.
Yeah.
But other thoughts,
yes,
sure.
I saw that, Cameron. I thought I mentioned that before, but yeah, thanks, Cameron, for sharing the channel with the channel and the ex-minister. Yeah, I want to talk to him. But yeah, we gotta get deeper into the right wing. We're getting people here from the Hovind thing, so that's good. All right. I just got to figure out where these effects are. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start pulling in effects from YouTube Punk.
If you want to get in on the right wing, bro, all you gotta do is just grift like all the right wing leaders do. You don't have to have a history of anything. You just have to cut a 40-second promo about why Joe Biden sucks, and you're gonna be over all their social media as a black man shouting about why Joe Biden sucks. It's that simple.
Oh,
bro.
Hang on a second.
I legit.
Whoa.
What up?
So I don't know. Donnie was saying. I think Donnie wants to do something else. And
Sorry, Donnie.
and also, like he wants to. No, I'm just saying. No, that's good. Like he wants us to do another event. Also, I think Donnie. You know what else I think Donnie would do with us?
What did Donnie do?
Like set up a card.
Oh yes.
Like let's go with like 3 or 4 different conversations. You know what I mean? And like actually like do a card.
I'm willing to do like the big group chats where it's like a Muslim, a Christian, an atheist, and this and a zigzag.
So that's like a fatal 4-way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fatal. That's the fatal. That's the fatal 4-way.
I'm all about the Royal Rumble, fatal 4-way madness type shit. I just don't like one-on-one because I'm real bad at being polite to somebody on a blind date. I'm terrible at it. I'm just.
He also sent me proof of the Goldberg tattoo. It's legit. It's legit.
Legit?
Yeah, legit.
Okay. It's still real to him. Damn it. I'm about that.
it's good too. Yeah, it's like dead on.
It's like if you watch pro wrestling in 1999, you thought about getting a Goldberg tattoo.
I mean, come on, everybody did.
Yeah, I respect that.
It's amazing too how him and Stone Cold. I always actually made my wrestling characters look simple. A lot of times, like it was either always like the HBK thing, or like the Flair thing with the solid trunks.
I was raised on Stone Cold and The Rock, so almost all my creative wrestlers just wore simple black.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So the games had all these damn options, and then it was like they made it the coolest thing to do with Goldberg and Stone Cold and shit was just solid black
That big dog Cam?
trunks.
Hey, Cam just came in.
Is he in the Discord?
He's in the Discord. I see somebody giving me a thumbs.
Oh yeah, what up, Cam?
Flexing with the thumbs up. Ridiculous.
Why isn't he talking?
Yeah, we can't hear you, bro. Where's your mic?
Oh, I'm not trying to talk. I was
there
just
he
clicking
is.
on it to watch. I was just trying to watch.
Oh yeah. But we called you out though, cause why not?
But how do I watch this stream? I can't see it. How come I can't see anything?
I don't know. Did I not put the stream on in here? Let me see. Oh, Cameron, you can see the stream. It's right here.
I was just gonna watch him draw, but I can't see.
Oh, you want to watch Wayne's stream?
Yeah.
You got to click on it. I thought you were talking about my stream.
Nah, mine's like disconnected. What's going on?
Oh, that's why.
Let me see. Hold on, give me a moment.
Yeah, we having fun today. You got to get up in the Discord. All right, so now, I'm gonna show you what's going on my screen, which is really just working with the sound files. Just been putting sounds in. I think I'm getting pretty good. I gotta go get the sound. Actually, let me get out of here because I got my email up. So let me find these sounds first. I'll download them. Whoa. And then I gotta. Oh. Yo, also, Modern Day Debate hit me up. Damn, it's a lot of people that hit me up.
I saw that when you were scrolling through your
They hit
Gmail,
me up a minute ago. I got to check my email. I haven't checked my email in a minute.
You should always
funny.
Modern Day Debate because at the very least, it's going to make the lunatics come out and want to fight us. So.
All right, yeah, I'm going to do the Modern Day Debate. What they going to want me to do a debate about, though?
Biology. And they're going to put you up against a dude who thinks that the earth is flat. And they're going to ask you to prove all of scientific history in 30 minutes.
Jesus.
Yeah. And then James is going to be on his phone, like, pretending that he's not. You know what? No, I'm not going to say anything. James is a nice guy, so I'm just going to be quiet about James.
Oh yeah, we could put James in one of these things. That'd be good. Like if we could be up and down the card.
Copy over Seth Rollins and give him the old Kurt Hawkins haircut when his hair was short. That's it. That's who James is, because he looks exactly like Seth Rollins from the nose down. I tell him that all the time. If he probably gets mad about it, because every time I pop into modern day debate, I tell him that.
I gotta figure out where. What's his face? YouTube Punk sent me some more sounds, but I gotta figure out. I thought I had them. I don't know where they're at right now, though. I got the arcade one. YouTube Punk, where are the new sounds at, bro? Did he send them the Pocket Locker, maybe? Nope.
They're somewhere out there, right?
No, they either send them to my email or he sent them to my Discord. Let me see.
Oh shit.
There.
Woke culture. Yeah, there it is. YouTube Punk. Biden sucks plus woke culture. Just go off on woke culture and talk shit about atheists who are. Just, you know what? Cut a whole promo about how atheists aren't Christ-like.
All right, YouTube Punk. I'm gonna hit YouTube Punk up in Discord and just ask him where those sounds are.
And absolutely debate Salamander Sal on the Evita stuff, because I just want.
Yeah, I want to
Jay,
debate Sal and DeVita. That's all day. That's just all. Oh my goodness, Sal.
I want to see you stomp a mud hole in Sal. I want to see you walk him dry on all of this.
Sal, you are a moron.
The people need it, Jay. The people need it.
He said, check out the soundboard. Soundboard.
Let's drop it to 60.
Hadouken!
There it is. I love it.
Time to play the game!
All right, YouTube Punk. Is this the second? Is this the? I thought there was some that you emailed to me. Am I wrong about that? All right, so they're in soundboard, but was there other ones that you emailed to me, or is this all of the ones that I don't have? Let's put them in
Shout out to Motorhead, bro.
soundboard.
I fucking love those boys. Also, you know how Motorhead got, how the lead singer Lenny got his start in rock and roll?
No.
Rest in peace, Lenny. But Lenny got his start by being a fucking roadie for Jimi Hendrix, brother.
Really?
Yes. So, you know, he was cool back then with certain things. So, like, Lenny was the man. Yeah. He was like, that sounds fucking crazy. I got to follow you, and I got to get in on this action and become a rock star. And he fucking did that shit.
Here's the second one.
Good if you can take it. Yeah, man.
YouTube here.
That's from what you caught the other day. Who's watching it? That music to you. Yeah.
What you said this from something we was doing the other day?
almost positive that's from one of the Jazzy Jeff videos we was watching the other day.
Nice. All right.
If it's not, call me out, please.
We got the Hadouken.
Sonic boom!
These are good ones for the arcade. These are for the arcade.
Grew up on that shit right there.
Fire!
Oh my.
Lots of those. Tons of fireballs. Fireballs everywhere.
Everywhere.
That's like some burgers!
Throw your foot and shout that shit as you spin in the air.
Hadouken!
Oh my gosh.
Perfect.
I'm really mad. Like, I grew up on Tekken, but I grew up on Street Fighter. But the older I got, the less I'm into it. Like, the last two were okay, but
I want to get the. You don't want to get the 6?
Got your girl in my room and she's spinning bird kick, spinning bird kick, spinning bird kick, spinning bird kick, spinning bird kick.
Being bad.
That's so stupid. I love that. Nah, man, I'm actually more excited about Tekken 8 than I am about the new Street Fighter.
Tekken 8.
Yeah, they did the reveal trailer. Well, not reveal. They did a 2-second, CGI rendition of a character as a reveal. But Tekken 8 is coming.
Hang on, check this out. That's for James Apperson, I think. Actually, YouTube Punk, we'll need music for the roster of wrestlers.
Facts.
Break bread with the enemy. No matter how many cats I break bread with, I'll break who you sending me.
Yeah.
Bruh, X. DMX is like Macho Man. Right. I always assumed Macho Man was like 10 feet tall. I always assumed DMX was 10 feet tall because everything about him is 10 feet tall.
For if any man be in Christ,
isn't he short
like
though?
women more and more.
Yeah.
Men want to act like women more and more.
I mean, he's shorter than Cat Williams. He is tiny, bro. He's like
Who?
5. DMX. He's
Oh
like
yeah,
5'1".
yeah. He's really small. Yeah.
5'2". That was amazing. Finding that out.
Oh, dude, check this out.
Mytho-history.
Yes, mytho-history.
Mytho-history is the name of a peculiar genre of ancient literature.
There's two of them. There's a short one and that longer one. Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
Fucking silly.
Mytho-history, yes. Oh my goodness.
I gotta get a camera, but I'm gonna get a mask before I get a camera. I just want to be a voice. Is that all right?
Oh, you're gonna go with the straight luchador mask? That's what Deaconess Annette was gonna do, a wrestling mask.
Yeah, why not? Just it's Gotham City out here. We villains. Why not?
Yeah.
I'm thinking. I think the mask I showed you. I'm gonna try and get that one custom made at some point. That's what I'm gonna do.
Did you ever get your stream figured out? Cameron said he couldn't see it.
I thought I did. Let me try one more time.
I don't think it's showing it. It's not showing it on my end. It's not you, Cameron.
In the last 5 seconds. There we go.
All right, Cameron, you should be able to go in there and see it now. What about a Doom mask? He said. YouTube Punk said.
I would like that. Doomslayer is the truth. He's the great times 10 grandson of BJ Blazkowicz.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Doom, like the tag team.
Oh,
Didn't they wear a
Legion.
mask like Ron Simmons and what's his face?
Oh yeah, I know who you're
Tony
talking
Atlas
about.
or whatever. Who was it? No. It was Simmons. Who was in that team with Ron Simmons?
Bro, that is. I can't even begin to tell you. I gotta look it up.
Yeah, I'm looking it up.
Damn. You know, Ron. Yo,
Butch Reed.
I love-
Ron Simmons and Butch Reed. That was a badass tag team right there. I ain't even gonna hold you. Doom, Ron Simmons and Butch Reed. But yeah, look at them. They had masks at first.
That's sick. Yeah. Nah, that might be too big of a deep cut for me. I would just keep it simple with like a mask that covers up the whole face. Yeah. That's how I'm gonna keep the heel heat away from the real life heat, because I already have a problem in life when people don't know
Yeah, I
if
should
I'm joking.
have. I should have came out masked in this bitch.
So yeah, so when you know it's masked, you know it's what's going on in front of you is serious. I'm gonna say that it's serious.
No. All right, now I want to add these sounds. All right.
Save this and be done for a bit. But yeah, I hope y'all can see me in the stream. I'm about to cut it off again. I'm gonna actually get off and do some things. I gotta eat. Yeah.
All right, bro.
Let's see, stop that screen. I can still be on listening and stuff, but yeah, I gots to feed this body. Ain't that, you know what I mean, man? That's a fucking work. Eating is a fucking work. You gotta do that shit every day.
Yes. I gotta. Yeah, I'm gonna eat after the. I got a meeting. Yeah, I got a meeting, and then I'm gonna eat after. I want to eat, but yeah, I'm gonna wait till this meeting is over. Still got a meeting at fucking 6 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that thing. Y'all have a good time. Peace to the chat. Adios.
All right, let's go with the.
Have always been the front line of political battles about culture and
The attack on
progress.
schools.
America has a long, storied history of the absolute worst people in the country complaining to schools anytime extremely necessary change is proposed, or really anytime the status quo or the white supremacist doctrine is threatened. These people who shotgun desperate, alarmist memes about woke culture gone out of control every time Star Wars has a black person or a same-sex couple winks across the screen for a nanosecond in a Disney movie. While the court's decision in 1954's Brown v. Board of Education was the tipping point for integrating public schools, back then, the southern states did whatever they could to keep black students out, even though segregation had been ruled unconstitutional. For instance, in 1959, one Virginia county completely shut down their public school system and funded a whites-only private school, keeping black students out of the county's classrooms for another 4 years. And who could forget George Wallace, our favorite supporting Forrest Gump character? In addition to looking like a racist cigarette ad from the golden age of television, Wallace served as Alabama's governor for most of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and was essentially the face of segregation. He famously stood on the steps of the University of Alabama's enrollment office to block 2 black students from entering when the school was racially integrated in 1963, and also tried to prevent 4 black children from enrolling in an elementary school in Huntsville. He notoriously declared segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever in his inauguration speech, which was written by Asa Earl Carter, an actual Ku Klux Klansman. The point is, during the civil rights era, the fight against integration was usually fought by the school boards and elected officials. In the 1958 case Cooper v. Aaron, the school board of Little Rock, Arkansas, sued the federal government in an effort to defy Brown v. Board of Education by delaying desegregation for more than 2 years, arguing that the public mood around desegregation was so hostile that black students should remain in segregated facilities for the time being, for their own safety, of course. The school board took it all the way to the Supreme Court, who ruled that it was equally unconstitutional to deprive black students of their rights for the purposes of maintaining law and order. Neato, Thanks, Supreme Court. Way to not deprive people of their rights. I'm sure that'll be something you apply to all your future cases. Today, we're seeing heavily funded anti-critical race theory zealots winning school board seats. Candidates backed by the 1776 Project PAC, a group whose stated goal is to bring back patriotism and pride in our American history by overturning any teaching of the 1619 Project or critical race theory. Those candidates won 3/4 of 58 races across 7 states last November. If you recall, the 1619 Project aims to teach the actual truth of slavery in America. You know, rather than the heavily sanitized patriotic version that a lot of schools push for the sake of protecting vulnerable children lest they shatter into a billion pieces like a brittle George Washington commemorative plate. Whether it's the fight against integration or the CRT and don't say gay stuff, it's always framed as a way to protect the fragile minds of America's children, a phrase here meaning America's white Christian children. They believe kids need to be protected from learning American history or world history or literally anything that might challenge their worldview. The same way they believe that kids need to be protected from anything that might threaten their ability to remain a blank goldfish. God, I want that shrimp. Anyway, school boards provided a similar battleground for the teaching of evolutionary theory in public schools. Many Supreme Court cases affirming evolution education in classrooms were first brought on by disgruntled parents who saw evolution as infringing on their child's religious freedom. Teaching kids that the Bible probably wasn't literally true was the most dangerous thing they could imagine. Never mind that most people in the world aren't Christian, or that evolution has been generally accepted as fact by the scientific community. Even now, 17% of high school biology teachers are presenting creationism as a scientifically credible alternative to evolution. Today, the boogeyman is a sort of sequel to integration, aka the pervasive threat of trans students parading their existence through schools for anyone to see. Even these impressionable young goldfish eyes. Can you imagine? How could they be so reckless? Have these trans students no decency? 2021 saw a staggering 33 states introduce over 100 bills targeting trans people, many of which focused on trans youth and school policies, targeting everything from trans students' participation in sports to their access to lockers, bathrooms, and medical care. In addition to the Don't Say Gay bill, school boards and conservative lawmakers have been pushing for extreme anti-trans laws in schools. For instance, Florida lawmakers recently passed a bill that would have allowed schools to verify a student's birth gender via a genital inspection. Yes, that is correct. A law giving schools the right to inspect kids' genitals. That's, absolutely fucked, huh? What does Moms for Liberty have to say about that? Nothing? You gonna stay silent on that one? Because it sounds like this should be the exact sort of hog shit those dance moms would be all over. It's weird how they don't care about that. While that provision was ultimately dropped when DeSantis signed the Fairness in Women's Sports Act into law, it still bans trans students from playing sports and gives parents the right to sue the school board if they learned that a trans student was allowed to play on the same team as their child. Interesting or fucked up to note that there are currently more laws against trans students in sports than there are trans students in sports.
Oh my goodness.
All in spite of the fact that all the data shows that LGBTQ students are far more likely to have been bullied at school and online. Trans students are 3 times more likely to attempt suicide because of this bullying. These numbers were dramatically higher than those reported for cisgender students, so shouldn't these parental advocacy groups be sounding the alarm to protect trans students? Shouldn't these anti-trans laws rile them up 10 times more than a mask mandate, or teaching grade school students about slavery? They don't, because again, the well-being of children is not actually what these groups are concerned with. If they were, they might have something to say about the innumerable, real, inexcusable problems with public schools in this country.
All right, y'all.
Which is why we like to call this next segment...
All right, YouTube Punk. Did I miss
Real,
sounds or did I get all the
Not
sounds?
the fake ones invented by conservatives.
I thought you
This is probably the
emailed
most
me more
frustrating aspect
sounds. Am
of
I
the
wrong
right's
about
false
this?
concern over schools and kids, which is that there are very real problems being completely ignored in favor of this reactionary hogwash.
Yeah, I got the 10-hour arcade.
Just
That's
for starters,
good. Thank you.
Extra. A lot of schools are poor as shit.
I'm probably going to
Seems
use
like
that
a
one
good place to
too.
begin, you know? Schools are funded by
I mean, I'm
state,
gonna add
federal,
that
and
one
local
too.
governments, but that local revenue is based on income tax and property value, which means 2 things. One, that schools in wealthier areas receive way more funding than schools in poor neighborhoods. And 2, that huge revenue disparity is 100% by design. You don't accidentally create a system that gives middle and upper class kids access to better schools than poor kids. And we know this because if parents in poor neighborhoods try
Yeah,
to
the
send their
Smash
kids to
TV sounds.
better funded schools,
Yes,
they
the
literally
Smash
go
TV
to jail.
sounds.
When Ohio mom Kelly Williams Bowler sent her kids to school at
I don't
a highly
remember.
ranked
That's what I'm
school
trying to
in a
figure
neighboring
out.
county, the school district accused her of falsifying her records and lying about her address, even though the children's father lived within the district. The school district actually hired a private investigator to follow Williams Bowler and photograph her.
I think
as she
you
dropped
emailed
her
them
kids
to
off
me.
at school, which in many ways could be viewed as fucking weird and gross. They demanded she pay $30,000 in back tuition and accused her of cheating because she was sending her kids to a nicer school without paying the taxes to fund it, even though Williams Bowler pays the exact same taxes as all the rest of us do. You know, except these guys. Cheating! Cheating! Sending your kids to a school in their father's district where they actually receive adequate funding is cheating. What child benefits from that mentality? Right. It's the rich white ones. Should have known. School officials were quoted as saying, "Those dollars need to stay home with our students." As if every child in this country doesn't deserve
All right,
the
I
same
think they're in my
access to
email
quality
somewhere.
education if they don't live in a McMansion neighborhood with a name like Woodard's Lake with 2 SUVs in every driveway. As if schools creating an
To my
us
Gmail,
versus them
September
policy about
1st.
which
All
kids
right.
are worthy to receive an education benefits children in any way. Williams Bowler's kids are no longer enrolled in the school. But don't worry, she also spent 10 days in jail, received 3 years probation, and must perform community service. Funding is so uneven and inadequate that 94%
Did you send it
of
from a
school teachers
different
in this
account?
country have to spend their own money on school supplies.
Oh,
You know,
I got it. Yeah.
basic
You sent it
things
from your
required to
YouTube
do
Punk
their
account. I
jobs,
got
Their
it.
jobs being teaching our children. Shouldn't the fact that we're not giving schools enough money to actually function as a school be a concern? More so than requiring kids to submit to a genital examination in order to play volleyball. Public schools in America are designed to single out and punish poor kids for the crime of not being born into generational wealth. And in case drawing ludicrously tiny districts around wealthy white neighborhoods to keep all the brown kids out and literally sending their parents to jail if they dare cross those district lines wasn't proof enough, look no further than the debate over whether kids should receive free lunches at school. It's weird that that's even a debate, right? Why in the shrimp hell would you send kids to school for 8 hours a day and not feed them? The answer, of course, is because many of the seats of power within this country are occupied by Skeletors. In 2019, the National School Lunch Program served around 5 billion lunches. Any student at or below 130% of the federal poverty line can receive a free lunch. Students between 130 and 185% of the poverty line qualify for a reduced priced lunch. And any student above 185% of the poverty line must pay full price. So, a family of 4 with an annual income of $36,000 can get free lunch for their kids, but a family of 4 earning $51,000 has to pay full price. Considering how expensive it is to raise 2 children, the difference between annual income is just kind of lost on me. Just make lunch free for everyone who wants it. We're already requiring students to show up for a full day, and their parents are literally footing the bill for both the school and the National School Lunch Program with their tax dollars. The very least we could do is feed them, but we don't. And so back in 2017, the School Nutrition Association reported that 76% of American school districts have students with lunch debt. Get used to it, kids. College is right around the corner. And I'm just going to say that phrase again. Kids with lunch debt. Anyway, there are no federal guidelines in place for what should be done when a child can't afford lunch. Students who can't pay regularly have their hot meals taken away and replaced with a cold cheese sandwich and a small carton of milk. In some districts, they don't get anything at all. Back in 2015, a cafeteria worker at a school in Denver was fired for paying for a student's lunch. And a worker at a Pennsylvania school quit their job in protest in 2016 after being instructed to take away a child's meal over a $25 lunch debt. Other practices have included making kids wear wristbands or stamping the phrase, "I need lunch money," on their hands, throwing their meals in the trash in front of them, banning them from extracurricular activities, and threatening to place them in foster care. What on earth is the goal of punishing kids for being poor? Something that is totally out of their control. It's as though the point is to make it impossible for poor kids to succeed in school. Very interesting. Go ahead and pop that tid of a bit beneath your cap of news, because it too will be coming back along with segregation, and emotional learning is bad. Really planting seeds here for them all to come together in an Avengers Endgame of Christofascism. Spoilers. My bad. Also, public schools in America are still extremely racially segregated, with black children paying the highest price. Black children are 5 times more likely than white children to attend schools that are highly segregated by race and ethnicity, and are more than twice as likely as white children to attend high-poverty schools. According to a 2016 report, non-white school districts received 20%
I'd buy that for $1.
funding than predominantly white school districts. Despite white districts serve around 1,500 students, half the national average, while non-white districts enroll more than 10,000 students, or 3 times the national average. And in case you're glazed over like a buttery shrimp, rattling off all those numbers, consider this unbelievably frustrating fact. A high school in Wilcox County, Georgia, just held its first racially integrated prom in 2014, the year the Lego movie came out. And then, of course, there's the problem of gun violence. As I'm sure I don't
I'd buy that for $1.
American schools have been increasingly targeted by mass shootings since the Columbine massacre.
Good luck.
More than 311,000 students have been exposed to gun violence at school since 1999. The year of the Columbine murders, according to data collected by the Washington Post, because the federal government doesn't track school shootings. Again, we won't keep track of how many kids are getting shot to death at school, but we will pass bills requiring students to get genital inspections to play sports. The Post also found that at least 185 children, educators, and others have been killed, and another 369 have been injured in that same period. The response after Columbine was to flood schools with cops. In the 2019-2020 school year, roughly 51% of U.S. schools had at least one
Big money! Big prizes! I love it!
Hasn't resulted in fewer school shootings.
Big money! Big prizes! I love it!
From 22 in the 2012 to 2013 school year to 93 in the 2020 to 2021 school year. And those are just shootings in which there were casualties. A recent study conducted by researchers at Hamline University and Metropolitan State University in Minnesota examined 133 school shootings and determined that the presence of school resource officers did nothing to deter violence. In fact, school resource officers spend most of their time assaulting children, especially non-white students. According to the U.S. Department of Education, black students without disabilities made up 30% of school-related arrests in the 2017 to 2018 school year, despite only accounting for 15% of the public school population. White students without disabilities, who comprise 48% of students enrolled in public school, made up 34% of school-related arrests. And according to the Center for Public Integrity, black students were referred to law enforcement at higher rates than all other students in 46 out of 50 states. Additionally, the Center for Public Integrity found that in 46 states, black students were referred to law enforcement at higher rates than all students. But conservative groups continue to call for more armed officers in schools, even after over a dozen armed cops waited for over an hour to enter a classroom in Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, where a gunman was executing children. If we take cops out of schools, who's going to put 10-year-old boys in chokeholds or arrest multiple 6-year-olds for having a tantrum? What else sucks? Oh, your knowledge of history is completely defined by what state you were born in. That's because different states have textbooks with completely different versions of historical events in them. That seems like a large problem. In California, for example, textbooks might downplay Native American violence on white invaders, which is silly because you can teach that violence occurred, but also point out that white people did way more violence back and were invaders. And in Texas, you'll have the opposite details stressed. Stuff like the Second Amendment has way less context in the Texas textbooks than California's, and so on. As you might suspect, it's often directly related to the politics of that state. Seems bad. Also bad, the time of day we send kids to school is also not in their best interest, because their biological sleep patterns change dramatically as they get older, despite study after study demonstrating that a later start time directly relates to improved academic performance. School districts across the country have resisted pushing back the time students are expected to be in class, not even by a single hour. Most schools start sometime between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. because that's around the time when parents need to leave the house to start their workday. But even then, many parents don't work a 9 to 5 workday, and even if they did, schools that begin between 7 and 8 usually let out between 3 and 4. It doesn't even line up with the typical workday schedule, so students who can't ride the bus home have to just wait around after school to be picked up. We won't adjust school schedules in a way that we know to be beneficial to students.
Got your girl in my room and she's spinning bird kick, spinning bird kick, spinning bird kick, spinning bird kick, spinning bird kick.
Academic performance, or even keep them from being arrested or murdered while at school. And that's all for this week's episode of Real, Actual Problems with Schools, Not the Fake Ones Invented by Conservatives. Conservatives don't want to do anything about any of these very real problems, and in fact seem to enthusiastically support doing everything to make these problems worse across the board. That's because, I suspect, they don't consider learning to be the actual point of schools, which raises an extremely important question. What is the point of public school in America? What is the goal, the Avengers Endgame, if you will, of this quagmire of inefficiency and cruelty? Oh, don't you want to know, huh? But you'll have to watch these ads first. That's right, f***ers, we got you! Ha ha! Ha ha! Hey there, Big Bear. It's Cody, your friend. Listen, shut your yam hole for a second and listen to me. People need bed sheets for all kinds of things. Sleeping, making forts. If you have a lot of rats you have to catch, you can just use a sheet to scoop the rats right up. And that's it. Just those 3 things. And no matter which of those 3 things you need sheets for, you can and should and will try out Boll and Branch. Forget thread count, that's hog water. Boll and Branch focuses on thread quality to give you the softest, mostest buttery, breathabilitiest threads for the bestest sheets you can snatch rats with. Or sleep on. Whichever is fine. And here's what's where, Big Bear. Their sheets actually get softer with every wash. How about that, you grizzly you? I want to catch some rats with these babies right now. Or sleep in these sheets. Both are valid. I tell you, you will feel the difference with Boll and Branch. Their sheets are 100% free from any toxins or chemicals, so you and the rats will be safe together. Best of all, they'll give you a 30-night risk-free trial with free shipping and returns on all orders. That's how confident they are about their sheets. And right now, you can get 15% off your first set of sheets when you use promo code MORENEWS at bollandbranch.com. That's Boll and Branch, BOLLAND, branch.com. Promo code more news. Sleep like the rat you are. I didn't mean, I'm sorry. You're human. But if you're a rat, that's cool too. I don't mean to insult you by saying it's an insult to call somebody a rat. I'm just, back to the show, actually. Hey look, Cody's back! We were talking about all of the very obvious problems that kids in public schools face. Stuff like bullying, no free lunches, segregation, underfunding, and counterintuitive schedules. And how these problems are largely ignored by the most vocal school board yammering in favor of drummed-up panic against diversity and masks and the terrifying existence of LGBTQ kids. And what that all means. As in, why is it like that? To these people, what is the actual purpose of schools if they don't exist to feed and teach and keep kids safe? Looking at the facts, it's really hard not to conclude that public schools in America are designed to be bland as hell daycare centers designed to indoctrinate children. to prepare them for real life, a phrase here meaning an adulthood of unquestioningly working to perpetuate dogmatic capitalist thinking. This is, of course, despite the many great teachers actually trying to make it something more than that. Schools appear designed to teach children that their worth is determined by how much money their parents have. It's a system designed to keep families in poverty lest we convert to some scary socialist system, and Reagan knows we cannot abide that. And so most schools function to teach kids early that your worth stems from your ability to keep a job. That's why they instill so many arbitrary rules in children. It's training them to follow the same arbitrary rules we all follow as adults. Everyone needs to work 5, 6, or 7 days a week for 8 hours a day, never missing a day or taking any time off for anything that's unproductive. A term here meaning doesn't earn any money for an employer. That's part of the function of homework, to train kids to never have any space where they aren't being required to accomplish a task for someone else. It's why they give out attendance awards. Thanks to the way we've allowed schools to be designed and operated in this country, they're little more than factories designed to train kids how to be good worker bees. But with conservatives, the end game is somehow even more insidious than that. Just look at their specific goals over the years.
All right, guys, I think we're good on sounds for now.
Structuring their funding to favor wealthy white districts.
We've got YouTube punk sounds in here.
Rigidly controlled.
Oh, let's get the arcade sounds in here.
History in service of grotesque jingoism, and using increasing gun violence as an excuse to deploy more and more armed officers who spend most of their time victimizing non-white students. All of this,
and then let's get back to my emails,
public schools into factories,
because we've got to catch up on my emails. It's going to be embarrassing, but
there's no other conclusion based on what these groups are pushing. At the very least, to be charitable. It's all a desperate attempt to keep conservative ideals relevant by brainwashing impressionable youths.
All this manipulation of language has paid off for the left, because whoever controls the words controls the culture. Don't believe me? Just try using plain language instead of the left's politically correct jargon. But be careful. Use the wrong words, and you might lose your job, your home, and your reputation. The culture war is largely a war of words. Right now, the left is winning. You can see the consequences everywhere, in politics, in education, in media. It's time to fight back. We should not cede another syllable. What's in a word? Everything.
That's a charmingly batshit video titled Control the Words, Control the Culture by PragerU, a right-wing propaganda machine masquerading as a university. And it's no accident that they have been framing themselves as a school. It's part of that Breitbart spake belief that politics is downstream from culture. Currently, the right has lost control over our culture, which is why their politics are deeply unpopular. And the perception is that younger people are skewing far more to the left than ever because of secret commies and so on. I have no idea if that's true. It seems impossible to know. Polls seem to indicate as much, but what kind of rad Gen Z kid is taking a f***ing poll? Polls they're for old folks. They're not tubular and radical not polls. But in order for their politics to become popular again, and for them to regain control of the culture, they clearly have to start young. Sort of like how Camel introduced a cartoon mascot in order to hook new smokers at an impressionable young age. Except at least Camel was required to include cancer warnings on their advertisements. Right-wing media openly and frequently rants about a dire culture war that the left is winning, and they frame their beliefs and arguments around this idea. The idea of losing this culture war allows heavily funded far-right grifters to cast themselves as the underdogs fighting the good fight, while peppering in alarming fundamentalist rhetoric with the goal of turning Gen Z towards Christian nationalism and a Christo-fascist state. It's way easier to hold on to power if you rig the game so that kids are literally taught white supremacist propaganda in schools, because those kids will grow up to unquestioningly support every piece of Christo-fascist legislation the right puts forward. It creates a cycle of these people getting bad educations, growing up and not understanding history because they weren't taught it, and being against education because everything in right-wing politics and media says education is the enemy. You see, schools are where the liberal elite sneak in their leftist doctrine, teaching people that slavery and genocide happened and were bad, and that white Christians don't have a God-given right to rule the world. And they're really trying to make it happen, really, really hard, rock hard, like the glistening abs of a meaty shrimp curled up on a dish with a dab of butter and garlic oozing through its cum gutters. Man, where are those shrimps? Can't believe I said that just now. A big part of this movement can be traced back to Rappin' Ronnie, a man so devoted to the cause of white supremacy he once referred to African UN delegates as monkeys who were still uncomfortable wearing shoes.
Those monkeys from those African countries, they're still uncomfortable wearing shoes.
Hey, he made Nixon laugh. That counts for something. Not sure what. Possibly hotel credit at a casino in Shrimp Hell, but still. During his presidency, Reagan accepted a report called Nation at Risk, leading to a culture war against the mediocrity of public education. The report depicted the country's education in dire straits, with declining educational standards and students being outcompeted internationally. This report has led to cascading conservative education policies, like busting up public sector unions and embracing tax cuts and deregulation and opening the door to charter schools and school choice. In other words, defunding public schools so thoroughly that they basically don't exist anymore. They can't outright abolish public schools.
I don't see the controller for her. What the hell? Oh, it's all the way over here. All right.
Schools, not yet anyway, so they have to do the next best thing. While the report was at worst propaganda and at best misleading, it did set back Reagan's effort to
I'm going over to the casino real quick.
Yes, that's right. Reagan tried to abolish the Department of Education. It was one of his because he's a folksy racist. Carter had created the department in the final year of his presidency, but Reagan believed it was just another example of too much big government meddling in the affairs of regular people, which is a thing conservatives only pretend to care about when it involves protecting the rights of non-white people and the poor. But because the Nation at Risk report opined that America's public schools were in an unacceptable state, Reagan couldn't convince anyone in Congress to eliminate the Department of Education and reduce federal involvement in schooling, and his proposal died on the Hill. A decade and a half later, President G. Whiz Bush II's No Child Left Behind Act compelled states to reach rigid math and reading testing requirements and sanction schools that didn't meet those goals. The Obama administration piggybacked on this idea with the Race to the Top initiative, which used block grants to encourage states to embrace policies like charter schools, college career-ready standards, and evaluating teachers using student test scores. And while Obama was by no means a conservative president in some ways, Race to the Top was very much inspired by and a continuation of conservative policies towards public education, basically requiring public schools to constantly justify their existence by producing students who can score well on standardized tests, or else risk losing their funding to charter schools. It all serves a Reagan-era
Thank you. No worries, Lena.
in America by saddling them with every possible disadvantage and then making them dance for their supper. This increased focus on standardized tests also means that schools across the country have been gradually eliminating electives. Things like art, music, philosophy, and creative writing are commonly seen as frivolous or useless because they don't help schools raise their test scores. They're also commonly derided as not having any value for kids when they grow up and enter the real world, meaning art and philosophy classes won't help you land the series of shitty jobs you will be required to work every day for the rest of your life in order to keep this big old shit called capitalism running smoothly. It's not running smoothly? Not at all. That's why we're doing this? Whole thing? All right. Gotcha. That clears a lot up, actually. Hey, could you check on my shrimps? They're not going to check.
I'm going to add the sound over here.
So because of this, public schools have been cutting elective courses for decades now. But the pandemic and remote learning have placed even more pressure on schools to cut electives and get kids caught up on core classes in order to meet testing requirements, especially as more and more frustrated parents are opting to enroll their kids in charter schools. More words on that later. Sure, man. So school in this context is seen as a means to an end, just a preparation period for a kid's real life. But this is their childhood as well. Shouldn't they be enjoying their time? Shouldn't we allow them the space to discover new interests and have those interests nurtured and developed? The assumption that you should only go to the classes that will help you get a job or help the school raise its test scores really diminishes the human experience. We don't exist to work. People, especially kids, should have the opportunity to better themselves and grow despite what their chosen profession ends up being. Also, things like art, music, and philosophy are incredibly vital for helping children develop empathy, because the arts are about opening yourself to new experiences outside of your own. In fact, a 2019 study covering 10,000 Houston students found that more exposure to the arts, such as music, theater, and dancing, led to a decrease in disciplinary incidents, higher achievements in writing, and an increase in students' compassion toward each other. They're super important in growing up to be a well-adjusted, thoughtful person. Hey, remember years ago when I pointed out the right-wing talking point of deriding social and emotional education as a sinister backdoor tactic the woke left uses to push its liberal doctrine? This is why. They don't want kids to learn empathy. They see it as a gateway to socialism or woke poison or something. And man, you ever wonder if they ever stand back and think about why that is? Or do they know somewhere that teaching kids to feel empathy is against their political goals, which are, if perhaps they looked for one extra moment, selfish and cruel? But even if you're looking at schools solely as little factories designed to churn out kids who can score well on tests, electives can help you do that. A 2010 CDC report that examined 50 studies on physical education and academic achievement found PE, arguably one of the least respected courses in the history of education, can help improve classroom performance, including grades and standardized tests. The report also found positive associations between PE and enhanced concentration, attention, and class behavior. Because it's, exercise. There are studies on the benefits of regular physical activity, even if it's extremely light, like crab soccer or shrimp soccer. Yeah. But there's no exercise section on those standardized tests, so PE tends to get the axe a little. It's about creating an army of right-wing sycophants. To wit, let's take a look at some of the anti-critical race theory laws the GOP has passed to control exactly what kids are taught about American history. Businesses are making white students and employees feel discomfort when learning about history or completing anti-discrimination training. The bill, titled the Precious Bassinet for Triggered Snowflakes Bill, it's called Individual Freedom, because these people are nothing if not the most obvious embarrassing babies shitting bald eagle shapes. The bill reads, in part, an individual, by virtue of his or her race or sex, does not bear responsibility for actions committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. An individual should not be made to feel discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her race. Seems confusing and vaguely worded. Seems like a way to just not teach history at all, since I imagine being...
You have a lot more control over it like this. Nice.
being taught that your race was seen as subhuman to the point of doing a war to keep them as slaves, and not being able to vote until 70 years ago would probably cause some distress and discomfort and anguish. The vagueness, though, is kind of like this anti-CRT law that was passed last June in Texas, which stipulates that teachers can't teach any concept that could be interpreted as one race or sex is inherently superior to another race or sex, or that someone is inherently racist, sexist, or oppressive based on their race or sex. Furthermore, Teachers are required to include multiple perspectives when discussing widely debated and currently controversial issues. The wording is so confusing and so removed from any actual reality of teaching that teachers were immediately asking for clarification on issues that should never, ever need clarification, like the Holocaust. No, really. Here's leaked audio from a training session of teachers in Texas's Carroll Independent
Yeah, I'm setting up for the arcade. I'm not switching to the arcade yet, but I'm setting up because I want to add this arcade sound that YouTube Punk gave me. Thanks, YouTube Punk. I really like it. It makes it feel like an arcade up in this bitch. Y'all, it's so dope. It literally sounds like a fucking arcade in here, y'all. And you can still hear everything because it's quiet.
Holy fucking shit! That is unreal. Also,
It's made it come
and
to
the
life.
thing is, conservative politicians and pundits can act like they didn't directly instruct the school to teach both sides of the Holocaust, but they certainly must know that this is the end.
You can hear it. Yeah, my camera's on now. Wait, what do you mean the first 10-hour MP3? Did you send more than one? Oh yeah, the thing with the things. I don't know. Let's do that. Let's do that tonight. Let's do it. I want to do it. I want to do the thing with the things. I want to do that. The thing with the things on the screen that you're talking about, Cameron. Yeah, I'm gonna look at it, and then we'll do it. All right, I'll do it after my meeting. I'm gonna keep y'all on Pocket Locker for my meeting. I did the sounds for the most part. So after my meeting, what I'll do, I'll come back. I'll probably fire up the arcade. We'll come back to the arcade and we'll do our WWE stuff, and then we'll get into that game, and then we'll go into the overnight. But yeah, let me go back over to Pocket Locker for a minute. All right. Alrighty. All right, I got to get ready to go to my meeting, so let's figure out what to do about that. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Meeting. All right, y'all. I'm going to show y'all one of the classic throwback episodes of Late Night Counter-Apologetics.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple, like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for.
The reason is I have to get ready to go to a lab meeting. I have a lab meeting at 6, so while I'm at this lab meeting real quick, y'all gonna check out the beginning of this episode. It's a little bit of a teaser. You know, hopefully you'll want to catch the rest of it. You could go over to the channel. This one is on it's on the Hunter Biden's Laptops channel. Yeah. I'm thinking about getting rid of all the content over there or moving it over here or something. I don't know. I got to figure that out. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this one. It's fun. It'll be interesting. Welcome to the stream, folks. It's your boy Pocket Locker, and I am in airplane mode. Y'all already know what it is. I missed this setup too. I missed the widescreen setup. I really do. I'm gonna try to do this around 1 a.m. every, Sunday morning on the Eastern time on the East Coast. But look, it's this late night counter-apologetics, folks. Come on in the spirit of fellowship, whether you're a theist, a non-theist, a believer, a non-believer. This is an inclusive effort. We're coming in the spirit of fellowship, the spirit of fun. We're here to relax, have a good time, enjoy one another's company, and understand what's going on. Now, listen, I got to tell you a little bit of backstory. It's Easter. That Mike Frollo. It's like, when I got into this space, when I first thought about putting the mug on the interwebs, okay, folks, I was like, we got to represent different types of perspectives in the counter-apologetics community. You know what I'm saying? Because if there's only a certain type of theology that is criticized, then there's only a certain type of believer who has their understanding of their faith challenged. You see what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If you're one of the let's say on the intellectual side of Cameron, I don't know about the game, prone to the philosophical endeavors, and somebody hears that, they say, well, I don't really believe due to the sorry about that. I'm a little behind on messages. I don't really know about the. All right, y'all. I caught up on messages. I'll be right back. I got a pee. I don't really get down like that. I just need my Jesus. You know what I'm saying? So we're trying to delve a little bit more into what is experienced in different types of churches, different types of faith, people that are just, dealing with the day in, day out of the faith. And we're going to dive into a little bit of that today. And so we're going Easter time. We're going with my man Creflo Dollar. Certainly a very charismatic preacher indeed, okay? And he is going to be talking to us about resting in the finished works of Jesus, okay? But y'all already know all the good ministers have series, y'all. And I don't we ain't really that type of thing, but you know what, look, you might want to check out what I did last week, okay? I was talking about that spirit language, okay? So I might I've been convicted by that. I've been thinking about that. So my spirit language might just come out on it might just come out on you. I don't really know. Okay, because I've been walking in that spirit language, all right? So who knows? But this week, we're going to learn about resting in the finished works of Jesus. Amen? All right, here we go. Hallelujah.
When we say trying to do something, we don't mean don't do nothing.
I haven't really watched this, but I did check out a little bit of it, and then I spilled beer in the studio. So
is there a way that
we're going to go to where he starts?
Be empowered, just bite down on. Here tonight, I pray that you will restore the joy of their salvation. Our ears are anointed to hear, and we will hear. And we thank you for it now in Jesus' name.
Hope you got a little bit of communion.
Everybody said amen.
If you know what I'm talking about, amen. This is an
turn and
adult
greet
community
2 or 3 of your
here.
neighbors and welcome them tonight.
Grab a little bit of the spirit, pass it around. Touch the neighbor and say, neighbor.
We welcome our other fellowship churches tonight, and tonight we're here in,
beer
in
or
College
liquor?
Park. We've been in the ministers' conference all week, and it's been just an amazing time. Amazing time, praise the Lord. If you have your Bibles, go with me to the book of James, chapter 4, and verse 14 and 15. I think there is one word that continues to come up in this conference we need to
Sorry, where the hell are those
really
pants at?
just bite down on. And it's this word rest.
And this word rest.
And there is an empowerment that comes as a result of rest. In other words, you can be empowered.
I ain't even gonna front with y'all too. Them religious conferences is fun. If you ain't
So I
ever
wanna
been to
go
a
through
church
the scriptures
conference, you
once
really are
again and
missing out.
share some things with you.
I'm comfortable saying that
That
as a
I think will
secular man
listen
myself.
to you, add to what Pastor Brazelton was saying this morning. That was real good. He and Dr. Earl, they just blessed our socks off. Amen. Amazing.
And if you can bless my socks
So I wanna
off,
talk about how is it that we can be empowered by
please
rest?
join
I
the
mean,
Discord.
You know, is there a way that I can really be empowered by resting versus trying to do something to be empowered? And when we say trying to
Is
do
this
something,
faith
we don't
not
mean
works?
don't do nothing.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
But that's what I want to deal with here tonight. So I feel like practically you have to know how to put this thing together, or you won't practice it if you don't understand it. Look at what he says in James chapter 4, 14 to 15. He says,
Are you listening to this apologist though? Sometimes I want to just counter-apologetics the apologist. You know what I'm saying? But it's like people are listening. They're looking to know how to walk in their faith. You got to give them something to practice. You know what I'm talking about?
whereas you know not what shall be on the morrow, but for what is your life? It is even a vapor that appeareth for a little time, and then it vanishes away. For that you ought to say, if the Lord will, we shall live and do this or do that. In other words, who are you to say you're going to be here, or who are you to say you're going to be there? We need God to guide us. We need God to guide us.
And that is exactly what I am here to challenge. My spirit of the belief. I'm here to encourage you to stop being so needy in your walk with, because what happens is, you may really understand how your every daily occurrence depends on Jesus, or on him, so to speak. But the rest of us don't. And I think in order for you to kind of like, in order to hear us without your, your ears just burning so hot that you can't, you just got to run. You just got to run and sort of understand where we're coming from. You got to let go a little bit of that neediness, a little bit of that lambness that's so dependent on the shepherd. You know what I'm talking about? Especially because I got to be honest with you. Like, I don't, for me, like, it's really weird too with, like, coming up in like a black Christian family, because it's like everything is so about freedom. Like the whole identity about being black in America is like this, the progress, the journey from not free to free, from slave to no longer a slave, right? All of us who I am a slave's dream, It's like, okay, but then why do we seem to still yearn so strongly to have a master? And in this case, a master who, those who are not yoked by the faith can't even see the whip, don't even hear the cracking. And so don't seem to understand why you seem to need this God so much. And never the mind whether that's right or wrong. My point is more so it's sometimes useful to set the neediness aside for the sake of being able to understand better where somebody else is coming from without having such a visceral emotional response. All right, y'all, I'm going to my meeting. I'll be back.
Sometimes I think we get so enticed.
Enjoy this podcast.
With
It's dope.
our understanding of things, and maybe even with the good ideas that come. We need God, first of all, and we need God to guide us. That's the revelation you got to get as a leader.
And right, notice it's both of those things. It's like, and it really, and those of us who are not believers, you got to take that seriously, right? So for me, it's like I can't get with I need God to guide me, although I'm certainly here to understand how it works, but I don't think I can get with the first part because I don't see any. I guess my shortcut would be I don't see any evidence that I need God or any good evidence that I need God or even evidence that God was there when I did feel I needed God or when I did believe in God. I still felt like, I felt the divine hiddenness, as we call it, when I was a believer, and I don't understand why God would stay hidden from me. But anyway, I learned, the independence that I would say my mama taught me, if y'all know what I mean. And since my mama taught me, like, how to do the dishes and how to cook and take care of the house, and you got to work and get a job and pay the bills and be good to people and contribute to your community and don't squander your opportunities and try to make amends when you up, all of those good things. I learned that independence, and so I learned to need that independence, and so it's hard for me to feel that first part. But at the same time, I really have to do my best to recall and empathize with those who really do need that, and then take it seriously, because for me that's kind of the issue. It's like sometimes I just want to see a person be free to manifest their own personality, right? And it's hard for them to get to even understand how they're being restrained, because they just don't see it because of the dependence. They're just like, oh, I need this, so they're there, and I've got to do better to sort of bridge my ability to operate under those assumptions sometimes when I'm in conversation with somebody, or more importantly, in relationship with somebody.
I need God to guide me. Say that out loud. I need God to guide me. Now, if you'll go to Jeremiah chapter 10, and in Jeremiah chapter 10, it emphasizes this thought that we have right now. Verse 23, Jeremiah chapter 10, he says, O Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. Look at this now. I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walketh to direct his steps. And if it's not in man who walketh to direct his steps, then the steps of a righteous man are ordered by the Lord.
Hey, your steps are ordered. Y'all know about that Fred Hammond right there.
And make sure that God's directing our steps. Make sure that we're not moving by good ideas that are not God's idea. It's not in me to know my way, except he tell me. And once you begin to realize that, you become extremely dependent on him. And that's the key word, to depend on him. God wants to be depended on. God wants to be trusted. And when we find ourselves depending on him and we become more God-dependent versus being self-dependent, that's when you're going to find that you're going to always end up in the right place, because you're trusting in him like a barefooted priest. And when you operate as a barefooted priest, you become very sensitive to the steps that you take. You don't just take any steps. You're not just imitating somebody's step. You're not just marrying methods. What you're doing is, Lord, I need your directions. I depend on you. Now imagine a life that is lived in total dependence upon God. These are just not words that I'm articulating in a religious setting. I'm telling you, this is the key to you fulfilling successfully that which God has called you.
Right, like that's literally the gap we're trying to bridge. He's saying, imagine a life totally dependent on God, and I'm like, it's hard for me to imagine. It's hard for me to imagine life dependent on God. How could that be? But at the same time, his audience is ready to receive that, like, that is part of the wisdom. That is part of the mystery cult. That is part of the revelation, right? Is that the key to figuring out how to win your race, is, and to them, there's no doubt whether or not that's true. They're just here to be schooled in sort of the next level of the game, right?
Called you to fulfill, and that is, will I submit myself as a humble man or woman to depend on him? And you find yourself confronted with all kinds of things, and you go automatically to, I depend on God. You get a report from a doctor, I depend on God.
Right. Now that's the thing that kills us, right? Is and hear me out. Like I appreciate that when you get that bad news from the doctor, that you have the strength of conviction to just boom, and Lord, you're about to show your glory. You about to show out, Jesus. Do a work in me. And I appreciate that. But at the same time, I'm sitting there like, if you really had the favor of the Lord, why are you sick? And this was something that really was tough for me, because again, like, growing up as a black Christian, like, so much of the cultural narrative, right? The thing I think of is like our sort of collective and mytho history, right? is like the divine provenance of the move that God had as we imagine our ancestors being God's people who were liberated. That's what we celebrate on the watch night at New Year's, right? Is that liberation, which feels like it was certainly divinely ordained, but at the same time, right? I always thought though, but if you were really God's people, why would you be slaves? If you were really God's people, and I know that there's always like I don't know, because his ways are greater than ours or whatever, but I can never really get past that.
You look at the budget, I depend on God. You look at situations, I depend on God. And I'm going to tell you something. He loves to be dependent on. Amen? So for man to try to improve himself by his own efforts is like improving yourself from being a mouse to a rat, you're still on the same level. Because you cannot produce the God kind of results unless God is working. You cannot produce God kind of results unless God is working and unless you're dependent on him. You can only produce man kinds of results because you are working. If God is working for you and if God is working through you, then it'll be God kind of results. But people who are confident, don't forget that word, people who are confident in themselves and not God only last for so long, and then you end up in failure. I'm going to say it again. We need God. And we need to let God.
And this is another thing that gets to me, right? Is this this really systematic insistence on your inadequacy. And you know, I'm fine with an extra serving even of humble pie, but it goes too far, and it creeps into toxicity quite easily. And the thing that I sometimes I got to just speak from my own experience and my own struggles. It bothers me because I see, as a scholar, as an academic, especially a scientist, somebody in the STEM, where it's really important that people understand how we come to know and understand things together, how we can separate what we understand from what we don't understand. And to me, I get so frustrated with the whole lean not on your own understanding bit, because it's like, yo, figuring it out together, which does in a sense entail not leaning on my own understanding as me, one person, Jay Bundy, but like it can't go so far to the point where, as you see so many do, they are suspicious of those very efforts at understanding, and oftentimes shy away from people who try to, educate them, because, they don't even want to lean into understanding, because this type of indoctrination makes it feel like sin. And I got to tell you, I need to indoctrinate children. Where's my indoctrinate children?
Indoctrinate children.
That is my job, to indoctrinate children with evolution. Okay, and it's very hard to do that. Okay, because sometimes they don't want to lean on their own understanding. You see what I'm saying? Like it creeps into that whole anti-science thing, and it's very frustrating.
God know that we need him.
But also, on a more practical, personal level, it undermines, I think, a person's sense of what they can, and in fact, I would argue, have to ultimately be able to do for themselves. And again, while an extra slice or two of humble pie isn't necessarily itself a problem, it can be, especially when we start to then think that because of our inadequacies, we don't deserve certain things, or it's okay for people to treat us a certain way because, we start to, feel like we do bear the burden of that sin and that stain we feel on ourselves, right? And I'm not with that.
We need to understand that if we do not rest, God will not work. But if we will rest, God will work. And if you want God to work for you, then you're going to have to learn how to rest.
If you don't, he will.
That means that you can't be working.
But to me, he won't. And
He's
now
not gonna
you
compete
won't.
with you.
See the problem?
You need God. Man,
You
that's
resting
something-
in
you
Him,
take a day and meditate
waiting
that
on
all
the
day long.
Lord,
I need
and I'm waiting
God.
on you.
I depend on Him. Okay? So, somebody says, well, all right, so get to the good stuff. I could go right now, and this will take you through the rest of your life. Sometimes that's the issue. Sometimes we neglect the simple to try to get something complex that you don't understand anyway. And tonight you can go home with
Amen.
this.
Hallelujah. Pastor Dollar. Wait, hold on. Pastor Dollar. Pastor. All right. So, but look, listen, apologists. Listen, Doctor Theology, whoever you are out there. You see this though? People need that simple that they could just get in and go. They could just get in this Sunday morning, get their songs in, you know what I'm saying? Get a little stomp, a little clap, catch a little Holy Ghost, you know what I'm talking about? Get that sermon, get the instruction in the word, get a little tool that they need for their practice that they can understand and digest and then get going. You see what I'm saying? Instead of all of this intellectual backflip fussing and I got to read the book and then you didn't hear what this scholar said or what that scholar said or what I wrote in my article or in the journal of higher Christological empiricalism. People don't understand that anyway. And even if they spend all the time do that, how they going to explain that to the homies? So they need to get in here and get this simple, and so they can get jiggy with it. You understand?
On your mind, I have to depend on God.
I have to depend on God. See, I can remember that.
Now, I want to show you some scriptures. I think it's good to see this before I get started. If you'll look at Deuteronomy chapter 6, I just want to show you a couple of them. Well, look at Joshua 24 first, and then Deuteronomy 6, and we'll move into this. Tonight, I really am not trying to be careful tonight. Tonight,
oh yeah,
I think we'll go ahead and start radical tonight.
Oh, let's start.
Taff is going to get real radical tomorrow, and Mike Smith's going to get real radical, so we might as well just start radical.
Oh, what? Oh, nigga, what?
Deuteronomy
nigga, let's get
6,
radical.
And
nigga,
verse 10.
Nigga, let's get radical.
And it shall be, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities, which thou buildest not. Now,
what about
notice he's
Shadrach,
talking about
Meshach,
giving
and
them
Abednego and
goodly
all of
cities,
them?
which they didn't build. And houses full of all good things, which thou fillest not. And wells digged, which thou diggest not. Vineyards and olive trees, which thou plantest not. And when thou shalt have eaten and are full, he said, the only thing I want you to do is beware that you don't forget the Lord. Now notice what
See,
he
the
said.
Lord provides,
For those
and
of us who think
you
God
are
needs
instructed
you,
to remember.
He says, I can give you cities you didn't build.
Mm-hmm.
I can give you houses full of all good things, and you didn't fill it.
But see now, non-believers, you got to imagine that. Imagine how a person feels sometimes. Sometimes you're talking to a person who, they just take it all in. They were born into this loving family, and they've had people surrounding them through hard times. Okay, and they've had roof over their head and food in their refrigerator. Okay, and they see how so much of them that they could never have done themselves, because lowly them, most of us, hey bro, we lucky the boss man lets us show up on the job, doesn't think our work is so bad he hasn't found somebody to replace us. Sends us that check every other week. We really appreciate that, and then we can look out into the world and see all the alternatives. you know, even when it's bad, it could always be worse. I got it, you know, ooh, I got a little tingle. Ooh, is that a little something in my side? You know what I'm saying? I feel a little something, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, damn, it could be worse. You know, you probably, okay, it's probably just maybe something I ate or something. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is, you know what I'm saying? And it's just crazy, right? You know, we see that things, you know, COVID is so bad, it's so awful, right? And I remember feeling like, man, it's so crazy, like, how could I, you know, even put into words what it feels like to live through that moment, and then boom, like literally boom, bombs start going off, the world war's going on. You're like, what was war going on? Like real war? Like fuck everything. It's real war going. You know what I'm saying? But here's the lesson. It's always war going on. Always. Right? It's so much war going on. We can't even pay attention to all of them. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like it was with all the ailments. So now imagine a person that's overwhelming. The gravity of all that, right? So to feel that is all provisioned for you, okay? All you have to do is be grateful, okay? It's, you know, you gotta try to understand where that person's coming from.
Give you wells that are already digged, and you didn't dig them. Vineyards and olive trees, you didn't plant them. My goodness. And then in Joshua chapter 24, verse 13, flip over there. Verse 13 says, and I have given you land for which you did not labor. I gave you land for which you did not labor, and cities which you built not, and ye dwell in them, of the vineyards and the olive trees which you planted not, do you eat. Not do you eat. Now notice,
you know, I'm about to take some of these vineyards that I planteth not.
Your labor.
I gotta admit, he's onto something.
You got it, and your labor wasn't responsible for you getting it.
Mm-hmm. I see. Yep,
I did it without
right.
your labor. And yet you see people of faith that are always laboring to try to get something. And God says, I don't need you to be who I am. You need me to be who you are. I can do stuff without your labor to get that thing. I need you to labor in one area. I need you.
But see, like this was so much of my motivation too, because I felt like when the pandemic hit, and I felt like people were still just like not getting that we needed to intervene on our own behalf, and we could not continue to just do as we would normally will to do, and trust that there was some divine providence that will make it all work out, as we've seen. That hasn't happened. That frustration was incredibly motivating to me, that we had to start to have this conversation, and we have to start listening to each other, because it is an irreconcilable difference that some of y'all are depending on supernatural orchestration, and the rest of us need your help. And so we gonna have to figure out how to work this out somehow.
So as you heard this morning, rest is not inactivity. It's not rest from work, but rest in work. It's resting while you are working. This is what God wants.
I can get with that.
He has not created us to operate out of stress. He has not created us to operate out of worry. He has not created us to operate out of care. He's created us to operate out of rest. Now I want to go to Hebrews chapter 4. Hebrews chapter 4. And to really, really get a hold of this, you have to really see what the scripture is really talking about here.
Yeah, this guy on his iPad is giving me life.
But I can't stand getting to the big part and notice.
Yo,
that
sometimes the
little roads
congregants,
to get there,
they need their
So
own
you had to
shine.
back
You know
up
what I'm
and try to
saying?
Figure out how to get yourself. You don't know how to do that. So
Creflo Dollar's voice
I've
is
learned over
amazing,
the
but
years to
sometimes the
just be
visuals
cool
of the congregants
and,
is the money shot.
And I love people who can tell stories like Pastor Earl and Pastor Mike, because they can really bring us into a point. And I thank God for the different graces and the different gifts to do what needs to be done. But one of my graces
I thank God for the
and
different
my
grace
conviction
too.
was this years
There was
ago,
that one
I
grace.
just feel like I got to show
I remember
you where
her
it is in
from
the
like
Bible,
high
so you don't get
school.
at home and talk about it with somebody
There was
else's
that other
opinion.
grace. Then there was that grace I
So
remember
when you
from
try to
that
talk
one
yourself
ministry,
out
she
of it, I
was-
want you to know, oh, he showed us that scripture. So we're gonna move into about 30 minutes of reading. You know, like on TV, the guy be saying, "Ready, read."
Bro, I don't know if anybody told you, but this is YouTube, bro. We didn't come here for the reading.
Be not confronted. Be not confronted. You see that word, confronted? Isn't that right?
God's about to come on you.
God's about to come on you.
All right, verse 1. Let us therefore fear. Now, this word fear is not a fright. It's literally translated, let's be cautious, let's be aware, let's be diligent. Let's be cautious, aware, and diligent.
Cautious,
Lest
aware,
the promise being
diligent.
left us, and this promise of entering into his rest, that any of you should seem to come short of it. So let's be cautious, let's be aware, and let's be diligent here. For unto us was the gospel preached. Now, the gospel is the gospel of grace. When you see this word, you know, you would think, why would you have to describe that? You really have to describe that, because I thought that the gospel had been preached all over the world and people just use the word gospel and we assume grace.
Yes, Christian, you have to be specific. You have to tell me what you believe and why you believe it. Do not assume that I know what you mean by gospel.
That everybody knows what the gospel is.
I don't know how you know I know what the gospel is.
And if you don't understand that the gospel
It is your
is the grace of
responsibility to
God,
tell me the gospel.
You're saying, well, are you making
Teach me the gospel.
Is literally, it wasn't a word.
Show
that was
me
used
the
a lot in
gospel.
Paul's day, and so when he used this word, it was strange. It was almost too good to be true news, but it was true. And the word gospel was used. But what was it? What was the news that was almost too good to be true about the grace of God? Yeah, looking at me. Go to Acts 20, verse 24. Hold your place there in Hebrews. Go to Acts 20 and 24.
Now, you know what's so interesting to me? It's like you hear scholars like Dr. Richard Carrier, they discuss the importance of the Pesher tradition. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, Bible code, right? We're talking about Bible code. We're talking about how back in the day when you explain the origins of Christianity, you gotta remember there was no Bible. There wasn't walking around like, hey, yo, you got that KJV? Or you got that, and no, come on, there was just scriptures, right? There was just, different scriptures, different collections of scriptures, you understand? Different communities had different versions, you understand? And people would be putting it together. They'd be a little bit of this scripture, a little bit of that scripture. They'd be finding the message from the prophets, and then into the Psalms, and then into the stories, and they'd be putting it together, figuring out how God was revealing himself, revealing himself, you understand? And so Christians get upset by this. They get upset when we start talking about, well, we don't really think that what you really have is a cohesive narrative of what actually literally took place in history and the resulting meaning of it all. We think what you have is a story woven out of a culture where they were used to taking scriptures, piecing them together in this Pesher tradition, crafting a stitchwork and then building their mythology out of that so that they understood, so that it made sense to them. Okay? And the Christian's like, nah, that's definitely how it went down. And then, right, because they're around skeptics, like, nah, that's not how it goes. Nah, that's not how it goes. But then when they get in church, and they don't think the skeptics and non-believers, none of those heathen folks are around, what are they doing? Go to the scripture, flip here with me, and go back here, double jump back here, hold your place here, blah, blah, blah. Now, don't forget what I said back in this scripture. Now, jump to the Old Testament. Now, y'all don't recognize the Bible code?
Notice in verse 24, but none of these things move me, neither count out my life dear unto myself, so that I might finish my course with joy and the ministry which I have received of the Lord Jesus, to testify the gospel of the grace of God.
Of the grace of God.
The gospel, what gospel? Of the grace of
God.
Of
the grace of God. Very
Galatians
important,
chapter
y'all.
1,
the gospel is about the grace of God.
See,
and I mean that actually. I'm not fucking around with y'all. All right. It's important to remember that for many, and I would say I don't really know too many ways to dance around it, although certainly some do. I think what is at the heart of the faith for most people is this gospel and how it is evidence of God's grace for them. Okay? Now you got it. Now now we can counter-apologize. We could get on here Saturday night. We could have a little drink, smoke a little weed. It's all love. We could joke. But boy, when you start talking to the believers in your life, I am telling you, folks, you need to be very serious about how serious this person is, about how there is this gospel about the grace of God in their life. And if you are going to have this conversation, you need to take it seriously.
The gospel. And Paul began to preach the gospel. So in order for you to be in line with the gospel, you can't say you're preaching the gospel and not be preaching what Paul preached.
Now hang on, I want y'all to hear a little something here. Hold on.
And Paul began to see. Paul called it the
gospel.
And Paul began to preach the gospel.
Paul began
so
to
in order
preach
for
the
you
gospel.
to be in line with the gospel, you can't say you're preaching the gospel and not be preaching what Paul preached.
You can't say you're preaching the gospel and not be preaching what Paul preached. What about what Jesus preached? I'm not, look, I'm gonna just say it's just particularly interesting how much of this faith is Pauline, as we say. It is really about the gospel. And some of us in the skeptical, we even refer to it as the gospel of Paul because it's, Paul's particular message was different than some of the other narratives. And sometimes Christians just think that, like, there's really just the one true gospel of Jesus. And they don't recognize that their particular understanding is really Paul's gospel.
You just can't decide, well, I'm preaching the gospel. Well, are you preaching what Paul preached?
Are you preaching what Paul preached?
No, you're not preaching the gospel.
Oh, well, not.
Because Paul preached the grace of God, which he was called to. Now look at Galatians and verse 3, chapter 1, verse 3. Grace be to you and peace from God the Father and from our Lord Jesus Christ, who gave himself for our sins, that he might deliver us from the present evil world, according to the will of God and our Father, to whom be glory forever and ever. Amen. I marvel that you are so soon removed from him that called you into the grace of Christ unto another gospel, implying that the grace of Christ was one gospel. And then is there another gospel? Well, he answers that question. He says, which is not another, but there be some that trouble you and would pervert the gospel of Christ. Notice he calls it the grace of Christ. Then he calls it, in verse 7, the gospel of Christ. Well, you can just read those two scriptures there, ladies and gentlemen, and see that the gospel of Christ is the grace of Christ. There's not another gospel. There's not a gospel of healing. There's not a gospel of prosperity. There's only one gospel. It is the gospel of grace, and by grace, everything.
I can't even tell you how rich it is to hear Creflo Dollar say there is not a gospel of prosperity. I'm gonna just let that speak for itself.
Everything else is made available. See, prosperity came as a result of his unmerited favor. Healing is a result of his unmerited favor. Power
is a result of his unmerited favor.
A lot of people try to define grace as power. Grace is not.
I just took stock of my financial situation and realized I don't have a lot of unmerited favor. Maybe this being a heathen thing isn't working out. You know, that gospel of, now that I think about it, the gospel of prosperity has more going for it than I've really been willing to give it credit heretofore, however that works. Heretofore, look. Sam, what you think? Sam, you like a little bit of a bigger spot, huh? Hey, I might have to convert y'all. This atheism thing is not getting me enough unmerited favor. I could tell you that much right now.
Not power, but power flows from grace. Are you hearing what I'm saying? So I submit to you that the gospel is the grace of Christ, or the gospel is this good news, this almost too good to be true news that Paul preached. That is the gospel. So when he said, go ye into all the world and preach the gospel, guess what he was talking about? Go ye into all the world and preach the grace of Christ. Go preach this unmerited, undeserved favor to all the world.
Thank you, Christians. And stop telling me to when I want to talk about Jesus, why do y'all get so quiet? Especially you apologists, you flag-waving, phony apologists. Y'all don't love Jesus. You love universities. You love writing books. You love being published. You love being on YouTube. Yeah. Because when we want to talk about Jesus, when we want to talk about the scriptures, y'all don't want to do that. Go out into the world and preach the gospel. That means let's talk about Jesus. Let's talk about the grace of God. Let's talk about the Bible. Why y'all don't want to talk about the Bible?
Now, let me see where we're. Now, go back to Hebrews.
Oh, and before you say I'm a hypocrite and you asking in your head, Jay, well, why don't you want to talk about the Bible? I don't think the Bible's a good book. I'm confessing it here on the interwebs. I hear people say it's the good book. Listen, not only do I not think the Bible is the good book, I do not think it is a good book. And I'm not even going to go in there and pull mine off myself. I will show you some other times. We'll get around to it. Sometimes I'll pull through, and when we're going with the guy, I'll be flipping through the flippy floppies. I got some nice ass Bibles. I got the dope, funky, fresh, like stoner approved, lay back, hit your Bob Marley, go through the Bible, get the map, and I got the pretty one. I got the academic ones. I got the digital ones. All right. I still don't think it's a good book. This shit is crazy boring. And some of it is like nonsense. Like, stop trying to convince, like part of me thinks, like, if you want to convince me to walk in your faith, be honest enough to admit that that book is dog shit, okay? Be like, yo, I know the book's boring. We don't really like reading it either. It's got some important messages in it, but like, come get with our community because we're about something, and we're going to get you that hope, meaning, and purpose, because I think that's like a good selling point. You know what I'm talking about? And keep it real. We good.
I got 2 nights to finish this, so we'll work on it tonight and work on it tomorrow. And don't finish it tomorrow, we'll finish it next year. Ain't no use of rushing. You don't know when Jesus is going to come back, so you don't want to preach out all your stuff. Just. Okay. So it says, for
they said that
us
2,000 years ago,
this,
just saying.
This gospel, this grace of Christ preached, as well as unto them. But the word, now I know what word he's talking about, the word of grace. Yes. The word preach, because if I don't hear the gospel of grace, I can't find no rest.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Without the gospel of grace, all I'm going to do is struggle and perform and work trying to get something to happen. I have to hear this word that Paul preached, and he said that this word preached as well as unto them, but the word preached didn't profit them, not being mixed with faith in them that heard it. The gospel being preached, saying, your healing's already done, but there was no profit because I didn't know how to lay hold of what was already done. This deliverance that has already been done because of his unmerited favor, but there was no profit or manifestation in your life because I didn't know how to lay hold of what grace had promised. So the word of grace was preached, but there was no profit because those that heard the word of grace didn't mix it with faith so that they can experience the word of grace.
Do y'all understand what he is talking about right now? Listen, I know, like, y'all want to go with my man because it sounds so beautiful, but like, come on, like, you didn't manifest the favor of God because those that heard the word of grace preached didn't mix it with the faith. So you got to understand that sounds a little weird to us. That sounds a little superstitious. It sounds a little bit like you talking about, well, some they heard the word, but they didn't believe on the word. Therefore, their reality wasn't transformed by them because they didn't believe on the language that was spoken to them. Interesting. I just think it's interesting that I think that when you're in a faith, you don't see how superstitious it is. And sometimes you need to put on that outsider perspective. And it's difficult to do that. So sometimes I have to draw your attention to, do you hear how superstitious it sounds to discuss these as magical words? And then that is what we mean when we say the mysteries, right? Because I don't understand this, but you understand this. To you, it makes sense that there's a mystery that somehow right? Because those of us who are not initiated, we don't understand how believing or not believing on words changes whether or not we get the unmerited favor. And if it's unmerited, why do I have to believe on it? Because I have to believe on it, then that sounds like meriting it, and then it wouldn't be unmerited if I merited it with my belief. But it's hard to believe because it's just words. But if it was manifestation, then I wouldn't need to believe it because it'd be manifest and I wouldn't need the word. So I'm inspired but befuddled.
And grace is not a curriculum. Grace is not just the subject matter. Grace is a person. John chapter 1, verse 14. Jesus.
Grace is a person? Oh, yeah. Oh, you know grace too. It all makes sense.
And truth. And we've got to get our eyes on Jesus. It's got to be
you know what I'm talking about?
Jesus.
Because right now
It's
my
got
eyes
to
are
be
thinking about
all
grace.
about Jesus. It can't be, listen, I respect principles. I don't have any problems with them, but it's just the person.
Bro, I'm trying to
It's
think
my
about
whole
grace.
life.
Now you talking
Somebody
about
says,
principles?
Well, how do I see holiness? Just by
I have bad
beholding
memories
him.
of the principle.
Just by beholding him, I'm changed. I'm changed from glory to glory because I can behold Jesus. Watch this. For we which have believed do enter into rest. I'll say this right here. The place of rest.
And this is critical to his message, right? His message is about rest. So this is a crucial passage for we which have believed do enter into rest. This is mysterious. This is the language of mystery. Those of us who believe enter into rest. We enter into a state where we have agency without doing. We manifest without executing. We realize without doing. And what separates those that can do that from those of us poor suckers like me who can't? Oh, it's just I just haven't believed, which is ironic because I did believe, but I guess not correctly or hard enough.
Is the highest, when you operate in rest, that's the highest faith you can operate in.
Oh, I need to try to operate. I got to try to get to a higher faith.
Rest and worship is the highest place you can be.
I'm not at the highest place I can be. See, I figure it out. I might start a neophyte, but I pick up things.
Worship God. And thank God. Now, for we which have believed do enter into the rest, as he said, as I have sworn in my wrath, if they shall enter into my rest, although the works were finished from the foundations of the world. He says, you can enter into my rest, but the works have been finished. The works are finished. So I'm resting in the finished works. I'm resting in the finished works.
But see, you catch that? And this is what I say, like I sometimes use this phrase mockingly, like when it comes to thinking about, say, like politics and stuff, I'll say something like they believe in Jesus. And it's my shorthand for saying, I have a hard time being comfortable making decisions with people with certain epistemology. Because while I think shit is hitting the fan and we need to do something now before bad things happen, and y'all are like, well, the ultimate position of power is for us to rest and let him finish the work because it's already done in him anyway. And I don't buy that. So y'all think it's determined whether we go this way or that way. So rest and let us watch where he takes us. Jesus take the wheel. I'm like, you let Jesus take the wheel, you're going to see where no one being in control takes us. I'm a fan of us taking us where we need to take us. And we ain't going to do that if you resting. So I'm trying to hear him out, but it's also a struggle because it's the epistemology, right? It's the thinking, right? People go like, how does this connect? Well, it connects because it's how you really think the world works. It's really what you think is a reliable method at understanding what is. And I don't even I'm like, huh? Because to me, it's so apparent that what will manifest is not predetermined. Which is why we're having this conversation, because it might not influence you, might not influence me, but it might, and I won't know. I won't know. If I already knew, I would already know.
I'm resting in the finished works. I'm resting in the finished works. That bothered me because I couldn't see that. I'm trying to see there's something missing there. I'm resting in the finished works. I'm resting in the finished works. Anthony, come here. I'm resting in the finished works. Now think about something now.
See how he gets that refrain in there like a hit song?
Work, healing is a finished work.
So you remember it like a hook. I'm resting in the finished work. Remember that, y'all, where
deliverance is
resting in the finished work.
I was delivered 2,000 years ago. It's finished. Prosperity is a finished work. I'm not trying to get God to prosper me now. He did it 2,000 years ago. Soundness is a finished work. It's done. It's like done. It's finished. Now, some Christians may ask, if it's done and if it's finished, how come I ain't got none? Because you can't receive what's finished out of stress, out of care, out of worry. You can only receive the manifestation out of rest. When you rest, that's when you see God's best. When you rest, that's when it manifests. But now
when you rest, you're at your best. When you rest, what are we talking about?
Rest
what?
In something I don't have confidence in. You're asking me to rest in something I don't have confidence in. All right, so here's John and here's Anthony. All right, now I've been knowing him all his life. Let's
That's
just
a big
say
boy
I've been knowing
right
John
there.
a lot, but let's just say I just met John.
And I've been
an hour
knowing
ago.
him too.
Hadn't spent no time with John. So me just
Couple of
depending
strong,
on John
handsome
to
fellas
catch
here.
me when I fall back, it ain't gonna happen. I don't know him. Now, it's not to say that he's not capable of doing it. I just don't have no confidence in whatever capabilities he has.
Mm-hmm. I don't know him like
Just
that.
like you may have confidence in God to heal you, but you may not have confidence in God to prosper you, but the same God that can heal you is also the same one that prospered you. But it's not God the reason why you ain't got it. It's the level of your confidence.
Ooh. You catch that? Catch that? The reason God has not prospered you is because of the level of your confidence. Huh. I wonder how those people who were just poor and destitute and sick and dying would feel about that notion. That they're not prospering because of their lack of confidence. I think that could be an interesting conversation.
Now, knowing him all my life, I don't even have to tell him to get ready. I just,
You know what I'm talking about, dog? Yo, you know my dog got me like that, bro. I ain't gotta tell you. Trustful, you already know.
Now, see, watch out now. Because when something like that happens, it scars my confidence.
You know what I'm talking about?
But when you're confident, you just
confident. You just know
what's
what
that
it
out? Because you're confident. You don't even have to think about it. You're confident.
Yeah, he already got me. I only gotta lean back. He just in case
Now,
I might.
He can do the same thing. I just don't know if I, watch this, trust him.
Mm.
See, we're spending time together now, right? He can do this thing. It's not me. See, now, right now, his hands were there. At least they were there. And eventually, by spending that time, maybe a little awkward the first time, but okay, I held myself up a little bit. Okay, I still held myself up. That was a little deep right there. Okay. I'm developing confidence. I'm developing confidence. And eventually, what's that now? Well, same thing. Same thing. Remember, everybody had an old uncle did. What's that now, boy?
Now, what also is funny too is like, you know, so many people really do work so hard on like really intricate stage tricks, you know, and some of that stuff is just fucking disgusting. You know, I'm sure we might come across a faith healer or two, and we'll get into it when we do. But I love the simplicity, you know, of almost like a stand-up who, like, you know, could just goes with his humor and his charisma and just good narrative.
You don't know what he said, you know? Thank you, guys. If you don't understand how vital your confidence is where taking rest, then you'll take what you heard about rest, and there'll be this little blank spot in your mind that says, yeah, but how do I get to that place? Look what he said in Hebrews chapter 10.
If you would like to help me rest and check my confidence, join that Discord.
I'll be back here, but look at this, Hebrews 10:36, I believe. Hebrews 10:36. Go back to verse 35. Let's start there. Y'all asleep back there? Okay. Cast not away, therefore, your what? Because your confidence has a great recompense. We don't use that word recompense most of the day. We use the word compensation.
We don't. I'm going to tell you, though, recompense. That's a good word.
Compensation.
It's like a good GRE word right there.
Your confidence has a compensation. Don't cast away your confidence, because your confidence is what's going to escort you into that place of rest. And that place of rest is going to put you in a position to receive what's already been done.
Now, you know what? It's interesting, too, because, like, I tend to go with what somebody believes as what you think is true about the world. So, like, that's essential to my sort of rudimentary definition of faith. And I often hear faith described as that confidence. And this is giving me a little bit more insight and ability to accept the confidence definition in a way that I previously only kind of heard with apologists, and it kind of irritated me as like a cop-out. But now revisiting the scriptural basis of that, and like, okay, cool. I'm on board with that.
So what do I need so I don't cast away my confidence? What is necessary so I don't get rid of my confidence that brings me into my rest, that positions me to receive the finished works of Jesus Christ in my life? Well, the next verse tells you, verse 36. You have need of patience. 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 All right, now listen to me. Patience does not mean to put up with. Patience means to be consistently, constantly the same about the thing you have confidence about. You're in need of patience. I am constantly, consistently the same about what I'm consistently, constantly the same about what I have confidence on. Now, I employ patience. I employ patience to maintain my confidence or faith. I employ patience to maintain my confidence or faith so that my faith will stay working long enough to produce a harvest. Now listen to me carefully now. I understand all that stuff about just look at Jesus and everything will be all right. But I need to understand how to function in what Jesus said to do. I totally agree with it. But now look at James chapter 1. Let me show you something here. James chapter 1 verse 2. Praise God. My brethren, count it all joy. All right, when do I count it all joy?
Wow,
when you fall
wow,
into
wow.
tough times.
Wow, I'm surprised. I was just
what's
wondering
joy? Verse 3.
how
knowing this.
How much we were going to go
there. So joy
there.
is not happiness. Joy will produce happiness, but joy is not happiness. Joy
so
comes from what you know. In other words, if the doctor says you're sick,
it's so interesting how it's just so convenient, right? There's such a trap for your. And I feel bad too because it's really hard because it makes just enough sense that it's so hard to let go of, right? Because what do you do in your long night of terror? What do you do when you struggle? What do you do in that hard time? What do you do when that loved one dies? What do you do when that relationship ends? What do you do when that job disappears? What do you do when you are holding out and like you said, and you've done it and you've given it to Jesus. You've given it to Jesus. You've given it to Jesus. Well, you've got to have the patience to hold out to see your harvest. And so if you haven't seen your harvest yet, the problem is you just haven't you've been patient enough. So you've got to keep being patient. Well, then what if you don't get better, or that loved one doesn't recover, or that situation doesn't improve? Well, that could be part of the grander plan that you need to be patient through that so that you could see even a greater harvest.
Then you know that with his stripes you're healed. It's the finished works of Jesus Christ. I can have joy, and if you'll stay joyful long enough, it'll make you happy. But joy doesn't come by comfort. Joy comes by what you know. Time to know some things. Amen? Knowing this.
And now we get into the apologetic, because joy comes from knowing things. I mean, bruh, I'm a scholar and I'm an academic, bruh. Maybe it's that I don't know enough, but joy comes from knowing things. I just think joy is a feeling, right? Like, just at a basic level, I just always, I don't think of joy. There is a joy in learning. I'm totally with that, but it just feels
that
weird.
The trying of your faith does what?
It may not even be. It's just weird. It's a weird thing to say to me.
I have heard people say that the trying of your faith will produce patience. That's not what it means. Worketh. If the trials of our faith produce patience, we would be the most patient people on the planet.
Facts.
This word worketh gives the picture of employing. When your faith is being tried, employ or hire patience. Hire patience so that your confidence and your faith will remain at work so you can see the manifestation of what's already finished. Now, over the years, people have blamed their lack of manifestation on their faith. You've blamed it on the quality of your faith and the quantity of your faith. In other words, do I have enough faith, and the faith I have, is it good enough? The problem, you don't have a faith problem. Say it out loud. The problem is not with your faith.
I don't have a faith problem.
Again, one of the speakers shared it about when the disciples and Jesus
I don't
was
have
talking,
a faith
he says,
problem.
Your brother, you know, sin against you
I
7
don't
times,
have
7
a
times you
faith
can give him. And they said, Lord, increase our faith. And he was like, no, dudes, that's not what you need. All you need is faith the size of a mustard seed. The problem is not a faith problem. It's a use problem. What do I mean by that? It's not that faith failed. It is you took it off the job.
And this is why I keep telling people to gather around. This is why I tell you to come in the spirit of fellowship. Because, you know, I got to tell you, as an atheist, as a hardcore non-believer who's definitely going to hell, I'm feeling this. I'm loving this. You know, even in my own walk, in my atheism, in the cult of the flying man, in the holy name of Myron, you know, it's just, life is hard. You know, I've been alone for a long time, and restrictions, and I'm nervous about the things, and you know, things are a struggle sometimes, and is it really that I don't believe in myself? Fuck out of here, y'all. Y'all know, you know what I'm talking about. But you know, it really is that sometimes I just don't employ my patience. You understand what I'm saying? I don't employ my patience so that I can see the harvest. You understand? All right. So sometimes you gotta set that non-religious nonsense aside. We gotta gather around. It's not you know, sometimes the inspiration can bring us together. Okay? And right now, we're learning the resting in the finished work of Jesus. And for me, you know, I might just say, you know, I don't know about that. Okay? But I do believe the flying man can make me poof. Okay? And so, for those of y'all who don't understand what I'm saying, listen, I have a prayer, okay? And it's very simple, okay? The end of my time, I just want to poof. Okay? I don't want to struggle, okay? I don't need to live forever. You know, I definitely don't want to be down with the whole fire and brimstone and eternal torment or separation from all that is good. I don't really want all that. I would just poof. You know? Just poof. That's it. All right. Anyway.
You didn't give it an opportunity to remain at work. You just need to keep it at work. In that same chapter where he talked about if you have faith the size of a mustard seed, he goes on and uses a parable about a servant about a master who had a servant in the field. And it was time to come off the field.
Oh my God, wait till I tell Doug. I gotta tell my friend. All right, I have a friend, Doug. His name's Pine Creek. He's teaching me in the ways of the flying man. And sometimes I think I don't have enough faith in the flying man. But man, I definitely have faith the size of a mustard seed. I just need to employ my patience.
He said, you don't call your servant off the field. He continues to work. You don't tell him, you know, sit down and take a break and chill with me. No, you're not completely satisfied yet. He stays at work. So likewise, your faith should remain at work.
At work.
This idea of, oh, I'm grace people, so let's not talk about faith anymore, that's error. We walk by faith and not by sight. The just shall live by faith. We have the faith of Jesus Christ, and you have...
See, Creflo Dollar needs to sit down with Kim Kardashian. See, this is where Kim Kardashian went wrong. Kim Kardashian was all up there. She was like, I know what to tell people. Listen, people. Women, listen, people, especially y'all lazy types. You're not prospering because you don't want to work. You're not prospering because you're lazy, okay? You're surrounding yourself with lazy people who don't want to do the work. And people are like, what? What did you say to me? What did you say to me? She should have went with, you're not prospering because you're not employing your patience, resting in what is already finished. Amen, hallelujah.
Access into this grace by the faith of God. You just have to balance faith and grace together. You can't let faith take you over into legalism where now it becomes, fleshy. And now all of a sudden, you're thinking you can make God do something. I'm gonna shout hallelujah 1,000 times and make God do something with my faith. If grace hadn't already made it, faith can't make it, because faith is supposed to apprehend what grace has already made. Let me use another terminology. If Jesus hadn't already provided it, faith can't get it. Faith is made available to help you to take possession of what has already been made available. Somebody said, well, praise God. My faith moves God. No, God don't need your faith to move him, because God can move all by himself. Your faith moves you. It moves you in a position to receive from what God has already done. I know some of y'all, see right now, your head's like, wait a minute. I heard. No, faith comes by hearing.
What are the heads like?
See, right now, your head's like, wait a minute. But I heard,
why did you say that so
faith
funny?
comes by hearing. What you heard, you need to examine in proper balance with some things you hadn't known before. We have been legalistic in our faith life. We have.
Making sure
and that legalism led us to error.
My spirit
and it
language.
led people to say, this is not working. Because they didn't have trust in what Jesus has already done, they spent their time trying to make Jesus do something. Jesus has already done it. You can't make him do nothing. He's already done it. What you do is take what he's already made.
See, already the manifestation.
Grace, you're saved by, but faith, you get it through the faith of God. So there's a place for faith.
Y'all, I'm just saying, you have to own that this is a mystery cult. I'm not saying that because I'm trying to hurt people's feelings. I'm just trying to say that because this is where we need to be with each other. So we can, it's like, I need y'all to understand that that's why we think that, like, because this is literally like talking about the manifestation of prosperity. You will manifest prosperity through employing your patience to receive what is already done in the promise of the word through the gospel of grace as preached by Paul.
I'm meeting a lot of preachers who are saying, oh my God, I'm glad I heard you say that, because I thought I had to just throw all my faith teachings away. Well, you probably still need to throw some of them away, but you still live by faith. You still live by faith. And so the problem is, you remember when, this is a good example, I think it was Peter who looked at Jesus, and Jesus was walking on the water, and they thought it was a phantom or a ghost walking around, and Peter said, Lord, if it's you, if it's really you, then bid me to come. He put Jesus back against the wall. There was no other way he could respond except to say, come. Why? Because it be me. So he said, come. Now watch this. Man, his faith working. And look at who he's watching. He's looking calm. Now watch this. Calm. Why? Because it be me. So
why? Because it be him.
He
Like,
said,
this
calm.
is crazy.
Now watch this.
Time.
Man, his faith working.
Jesus just
And
knew.
look at who he's
He
watching.
knew it'd be you.
He's looking at Jesus. Oh, that's my faith right there. He's looking at Jesus, man. And he's walking on the water. Now watch what happens now.
And he's
His faith's
walking on
working.
the
He's
water.
looking at Jesus. He's walking on the water.
Walking on the water.
He's looking at Jesus. He's walking on the water.
He's looking at Jesus
And then
walking
he
on the
feels some
water,
wind,
y'all.
And then the waves start beating, and he gets his eyes off Jesus.
Now tell me, Christian. Just please tell me. Because I need you to tell me honestly now that you believe this man was walking on the water and he was believing on Jesus, looking at Jesus, and he's good. And he's believing on Jesus, and he's looking at, and he's good. He's believing on Jesus, he's good. He's believing on Jesus, he's good. Believing on Jesus, looking at him straight, good. All right, cool.
And then he sinks.
What? And then he sinks.
Jesus comes and picks.
Right? Why? Because it sounds fucking superstitious and magical as fuck to me. Like he believed and he could magically walk on the water because he was locked in to the spirit connection with Jesus, and then he doubted for even just a moment. Whoop!
Picks him up, and they walk together back to the boat. That's a perfect picture of how we're going to be delivered from the law, self-effort, to being delivered by Jesus, where we depend on him to take us through everything.
And the water is the law.
We depend on him to take us through everything we go through.
Sure. Yes.
And now watch this. So what was the issue there? Was the issue because Peter had weak faith?
But that makes sense, right? It does. It does, right? Why? Obviously. Because it's a gospel of grace, right? And Jesus communicates in parables, speaks to the chosen in parables, okay? So even if you don't believe that this man walked on water and then he lost psyche, interlock with Jesus and fell beneath the surface, you know, at least me as a believer, I was perfectly happy to say I don't know that, and I would tell you I didn't even believe that, right? But the point was, almost in a sense of, as I understood it, a narrative about, some of what I understood to be about faith, hope, and love, right? This could clearly be about, right, how faith saves you from condemnation in the flesh by being rescued through Jesus in an act of love, right? And that's what he's telling them to hope in. And it makes sense if you understand that, as preached by Paul, this is the gospel of grace. So then if grace becomes your framework for interpretation, and, the code has meaning, then you have to remember the secret to understanding the mystery, to getting the revelation, is the proper framework of approaching the gospel through and understand that it's a gospel of grace, right?
Are you kidding me? That was awesome faith. That was dynamic faith. I mean, when's the last time you walked on water? That's awesome. I mean, at least I've tried when nobody was around. I was imagining Moses music was playing, blowing, wind blowing. There we go. Here we go. I'm gonna walk on water. He walked on water. A man was walking on water. So it wasn't because he had weak faith. And someone says, well, that's what the scripture says. Well, dig in there a little deeper. I dug into that phrase a little deeper, and here's what it said. Why is it that you had a short burst of faith? You ever had a burst of energy, but it didn't last long? Same thing here. A short burst of faith, but it didn't last long. Faith wasn't kept out in the field working. It should have stayed out there.
And I'm going to tell you something true about that, too. Talk to some old-ass Christians, you deconverted, flag-waving phonies. Like, I'm not like, one thing I really can't stand is when believers accuse former believers of, like, not having been a true believer or a real believer or whatever. Like, that is just some sort of, like, it's just trash. Don't do that. But I do, like, I remember, like coming up around, like, say, my grandparents' church, right? My grandfather's the pastor now, but he was the assistant pastor for a long time. And it was funny, like, coming up as a kid, like, I really loved the older saints. Like, I just remember them so much, right? And I remember thinking how they had, like, watched my mom grow up, you know what I'm saying? And then I remember being around them as, like, a young man, like, you know, in my 20s or whatever, and being like, wow, like, I've grown up in, like, you know, like, you see me grow up now, and, you know, like, it's just crazy. And my point is, I really did appreciate how long they had been in their faith, and I did really have a certain respect for that. And I remember at times really just feeling like encouraged, like feeling so lucky, because it gave me a lot of confidence to feel like I was around so many strong Christians that have been walking in the faith for so long, and they were good. And, like, you know, even if things were tough, like, you know, it was like you could see these other people giving you an example of, like, how to, you know, just walk in the life for that long. My point is to say, to some of them, that must actually then seem very real, right? Like, thinking about that charitably, again, fuck you, don't ever tell people, like, when they tell you that they used to believe something that they weren't genuine. That's just trash. But, like, thinking charitably about the other side, right? We all know what it's like to be down with something for a long time, and there's a difference in the amount of investment, you know, if you're in something for 6 months versus 6 years versus 60 years. And so even if you're like, well, I was in this faith for 30 years, somebody who's been in faith for like 52 years is like, yeah, and you were still a youngin', and you still didn't understand, you know. And I'm not saying that that's okay. I'm just saying it's easier to fall into that for certain people because they might understand it as there's certain things that they never really understood until so long in their journey. And if you didn't really stick it out long enough to get there, then some of them genuinely believe that that's part of why you may not have manifest, you know, what was, you know, the prosperity in faith, you know, or whatever it was you were seeking. And again, this type of message right here really reinforces you shouldn't necessarily even be so focused on the striving, which, because you should be resting in what is finished. But I think for so many of us, some sort of spiritual longing or striving is a part of our faith journey. And so it's almost easy to fall into a thought of, well, I was striving, you know, and if somebody else is like, well, see, you were striving and you were doing it wrong. Well, maybe I was doing it wrong.
There so it can continue to work. You got to leave your faith out in the field, and you got to leave. And somebody says, well, it's been out there for 2 years. Don't give it rest until you are absolutely satisfied. You're not keeping it out in the field and taking it off based on what you shame that somebody gonna tell you, well, your faith showed taking a long time. You don't understand. I got a big house. My faith been working the last 2 years to build a foundation. What are you talking about? See, we always got that microwave thing. I want it now, I want it now, I want it now. No, I want to make sure that while my faith is working, what am I doing? I'm developing a relationship with Jesus. I'm gonna know him better after this thing's all over with. You understand what I'm saying? Now, okay, go back to Hebrews. Well, and take a rabbit trail. We take a rabbit trail, huh?
I just think that's such an interesting, too, like such a counter narrative to what I hear in the apologetics community. Like, there's so much emphasis, I think, for most Christians that this is really about knowing Jesus and having that relationship with him and ultimately manifesting in that eternity with him. And why don't you want to talk about Jesus?
Hebrews 4. All right, now watch this. For he spake in a certain place of the seventh day on this wise, and God did rest the seventh day from all his works. Now, it's interesting that up into this, he brings up the seventh day. God rested on the seventh day, not because he was tired, you've heard that, but because he was what? Finished.
I like that. Not because he was tired, because he was finished.
Of the Sabbath. And many people
I'm gonna
are
use
still
that.
looking at
baby, you tired, baby. It's
the
not because I'm
Sabbath
tired. It's because
and
I'm
they've not
finished.
gotten the full picture of what this is about. Let me show you the shadow of the Sabbath in Exodus chapter 20, verses 8 through 11. The shadow of the Sabbath.
Uh-oh, y'all. The shadow of the Sabbath. What?
Exodus 20.
Yo, why doesn't anybody turn Christianity into like the greatest adventure game ever? Tell me you are not about to figure out who the boss of the shadow of the Sabbath level is. Come on now. The shadow of the Sabbath. What? 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 Y'all know, I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that means, but I know the visuals would be amazing. Graphics on fleek.
You know, and around here, I take my time teaching series. Sometimes I take 2 months to preach a series. But after I finish the series, I want to make sure that we have
Why don't I have a goddamn shadow? I really want to play that shit
so
right
that
now.
they cannot be duped by religious people. So I don't mind doing that. I'm saying the leaders and preachers, don't be afraid
World
of the
Changers
quiet.
Church, baby.
Let the quiet confirm for you that they're listening. If you always preaching just to get a shout, you're going to mess yourself up one day. Because the devil can shout, a hit dog will shout the loudest. Sometimes I thank God when it's quiet, because I know you're listening. Somebody says, well, how you know I'm listening? I could be asleep. Well, if you sleep, you're missing it out. You're missing out on it. That's your business. But if you're listening, you're getting a hold of it.
She's like, I'm listening, nigga. You ain't making a whole lot of sense.
And what happens, you end up getting the whole picture that you can see.
She might have just had an itch on her head, but
now look at this.
That was
Here's
funny.
the picture of the Sabbath. Exodus 20, verses 8. I'm going to read through.
All right, let's go.
Just 11 so you can see this. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shall thou labor and do all.
All right, that's nice. Nobody cares. Y'all for rocking with me. That was a fun one. It's definitely available on the Hunter Biden's Laptops channel. It's called Late Night Counter-Apologetics Live Episode 1. That was the first live episode I did. Creflo Dollar, Resting in the Finished Work of Jesus. I think y'all will appreciate that. Look, y'all, we're gonna have to go through our email here, and Carrie Ann, let me know if it's okay with you if I show your email off, because I want to talk about some of your ideas. And I guess I'm gonna just stream getting back to these emails because people will be complaining. It's been a you don't know why I have so many channels. For good reasons, I'll put it that way. But yeah, the Casino Theater and Arcade is the new channel. That's the one that is the most fun. It's just to have a totally different vibe and get the hell away from this community. And then the Hunter Biden's laptops is the account that we will use for trolling right-wingers. It was originally supposed to be the account for the Counter-Apologetics shows to have their own channel. But as I started to offer people the opportunity to come over to Pocket Locker 86 to see everything that I was doing, the community eventually just switched over. And so nobody was really watching on the Hunter Biden's laptops account anymore, which is fine. I just thought you guys would want more of the short streams and not the super long ones, but I'm happy to have everybody here. This is more the behind the scenes channel. So that's the origins. But right now, the main focus is on this channel and then the Casino Theater and Arcade. So I would definitely subscribe to the Casino channel if you are not already. All right, let's get in here. We've got lots of stuff to do to get back to some of these debates and stuff. So let me get into my inbox and I'll start to show y'all who's emailing, what the hell's going on here. We're gonna have to go back quite a ways because I don't even know like what's going on. Y'all see I got the XXX, the X and XX games. I'm trying to start adult gaming on the OnlyFans page. See, these are all YouTube alerts. Who is this? I don't know who that is. I don't know anybody named Jesse. Do live in Lansing, though. Who? Why are people emailing this email account? Who are these women emailing this email account? These are randos. I think those are scams. All right. Yeah, I don't think I need to worry about any. Oh, these are from 21. Yeah, I don't have to worry about any of those. All right, let's go. I'm worried about finding the ones from like Rebecca. Let's see. All right, here we go. Yeah. Okay, good. Now we're a good place. That's a good place. I know where we're at. All right, good. Let's do this. Erica, Derek, B.S. Lewis. Fine. Let's hit up Rebecca. I don't know if she hit up this account or if it was the other one. I think it was the other one. All right, so let's go over to my J Bundy account. Boy. We need, yeah, seriously, unless scams. Yeah, exactly. Unless everyone is from Lansing. Exactly. You already know. And they're from 2021, so it's fine. Let's get Rebecca up in here. Boom. Hey, Rebecca. Sorry it's been so long. Things have been crazy. Let's set up a time to talk on stream. I think we should use my Restream account. We can go live on Pocket Locker 86 Hot Program. Bread of Life and examining evolution simultaneously. I'm going to start hosting a lot of these multi-channel events to help bring the community together without having to worry about whose channel will put events on. I know I haven't been responsive to my email. But now that the academic year has resumed, I'll be checking my email every day. Hope to hear from you soon. Very respectfully. Boop. Sorry it's been so long. Things have been crazy. Let's set up a time to talk on stream. I think we should use my Restream account. We can go live on Pocket Lager 86, Hot Program, Bread of Life, and Examining Evolution simultaneously. I'm going to start hosting these multi-channel events to help bring the community together without having to worry about whose channel will put events on. I know I wasn't responsive to email during the end of the summer. Sorry about that. But now that the academic year is resumed, I'll be checking my email every day. I hope to hear from you soon. Very respectfully, Jay. Boop. All right, now, hang on. Oh, I gotta approve my contract. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll do that tomorrow probably. Let's go back over here. All right. Let me see. Hey, Erica, I just wanted to check in with you. I know Derek is hoping to do something with you and I soon. How have you been? All right, let's go with that. Boom. Go there. All right. Next. Inbox. All right. Boop. 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 Hey. Uh-oh, someone sent me a message. No, they didn't. Don't do that. Don't send me messages. Those are old. Those are old. Don't care. All right, here we go. That's all we want to worry about. Boom, 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 boom. Wizards, don't care. Ping to confirm. Richard? Who is this? Oh, Richard Madsen. Yes. Hey, Richard, we do hot program on Sundays. We'd love to get you scheduled for a second episode. I can come on your channel during the week. Just give me a heads up. I'll have to check my one black friend's Schedule. I'm not sure if his availability. Boop, 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 boop. Boom, done. All right, who's next? Where did all this stuff go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It always goes back to the beginning. I hate that. Don't do that. So annoying. All right, we're on the second page. That's where we know. Nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares, nobody cares. We did that. Me and Derek talk on WhatsApp. B.S. Lewis. Yes.
If you submit to Jesus as
B.S. Lewis,
then by definition you are
Beta.
When you return to the Father, your feelings, your passions start to disappear. Really. Which allows you to have self-control.
We're just trying to get Jesse to close down that hypocritical church, and he has been using that church to homosexual acts.
You're gay? How did you become gay? Have you been with men? I would say. So you're gay? Does God know you're gay? Okay. Did he make you that way? Do your congregation know that I'm gay? Like sexual epiphany. I never expected a Christian to be so gay. Can we say beta male? Beta male. Evil, nasty, dirty female. Everything women get involved with turns to hell. Amazing! Beta male! Beta!
Beta!
You gotta stop lying to yourself about you.
You gotta stop being such a beta male.
If you want to be free, worshiping Satan is what you need. Satan! In that darkness, Satan is telling you that I'm about to do what I hate. I'm blessing you again. It's mind blowing. I'm black and I'm slow, so I'm asking a question. Can we say beta male?
Can you say beta male?
Evil, nasty, dirty.
David Pac-Man
everything women get involved with turn to hell. Amazing! Beta male! Beta! I don't care what anyone says, and I'm okay with it. So much for the alpha. Satan!
David Pac-Man is a beta male. All right, what do I do with this now? I gotta download this. I gotta get a YouTube ripper. Boom, YouTube downloader, one of these jammies. That one's so good though. So good. I gotta add it to the. Oh, I gotta download it on the other computer, y'all, so I can add it to the intro clips. Oh Lord, I hate this part of my life. All right, here, look, transferring it through my private channel on my Discord. Come on. Pocket locker only. Boom. There you go. Done. All right, now. Oh, not the downloader. I need the video. All right, I'm going to put on a video in a sec. Hang on. Let's see if we got some gin and truth today. Gin and truth. David Pac-Man is a beta male.
All right, gang, let's jump into this shit. A little bit later of a start than what I'm used to, but hey, fuck it. Life happens, and the show will always go on.
The show must go on,
before
folks.
we really jump into today's bullshit, I've got a question that I need to ask. And I need to ask this of all the phobes, the transphobes, the homophobes, all you disgusting
all the
fuck
phobes.
faces. I have a very sincere question to ask you. And I mean this with all sincerity from the bottom of my one-sided ball sack. Now, I can understand that maybe you need to take some time. God damn, that was delicious. You may want to think about this one. You may want to let it marinate a little bit. Hit Uncle Bobby up at RCReed40. Follow me on Twitter. Do the right thing. But I want you to really think about this question and give me a sincere answer, because it's a sincere question when I do ask you, could you? I'm trying to be nice. Could you please go fuck yourself? Get your monkey ass out of the goddamn time warp and join the rest of us in the year 2022.
You know what I'm talking about? And pay attention to what the fuck we're paying attention to this year.
It's so fucking stupid. Gang, just think about all the things that we have made big strides on. I mean, really evolved to the point now to where you look back and you're like, first and foremost, if you held that thought, you're like, oh, Jesus H. Christ. But now if you heard someone say that, modern times, you'd be like, stop talking. Please stop using English words out of your mouth. You sound fucking stupid. Right?
Yes.
Think about where we came, how far we've come with the AIDS virus. AIDS isn't even a death sentence anymore. You guys remember? If you're my age in the 80s and the early 90s, think about all the stupid shit that we thought about the AIDS virus. Like, you could catch AIDS from a toilet seat. Now, there is a way, actually, when I think about it. There'd have to be someone sitting on the toilet seat, and you would have to fuck that person, and there could be absolutely no sexual protection at all whatsoever. But more times than not, that's not how it happens. Gang, imagine if someone right now looked you dead in the eye and was serious and they said, wait. You're not going to go in that public bathroom, are you? You can catch AIDS if you... You'd stop being that person's friend. You'd immediately go to the doctor and get tested to see if that level of stupidity is contagious. Right? Gang, I've told y'all before, the once scientifically held fact. Now look at Buddy. This motherfucker. Star of the show. Maybe he just wants to turn it around. He's had this thing with my left arm. Let's move that drink just in case.
I'm downloading that B.S. Lewis video real quick,
back on topic.
So I can add it back
was the one
stage to the intro
scientifically
videos.
held fact that blacks were not smart enough to play quarterback. That is why there's black wide receivers, running backs, defensive backs, no quarterbacks. Gang, if you said that now in 2022, you wouldn't be laughed at. You would be fucking fired. Okay? To all you phobes out there, since we're on the football tip, again, go fuck yourself. But two, I mean, fuck me. Just imagine, for those of you who know the game, imagine someone trying, an offensive coordinator in the NFL. We've got kickoff in 4 days. Go Saints. Imagine if an NFL offensive coordinator tried to run the wishbone offense in 2022. Not only would that team get fucking demolished, that offensive coordinator would be fired before halftime. The commentators would legit be like, yo, 1967 called fuckface. It wants its offensive formation back. What just popped up on my screen? Go fuck yourself. There. That's what you guys are like. You transphobes, you homophobes.
Gang.
You
I'm
are
going to
the
grab a
emotional
snack.
equivalent of the 1967
Uncle Bobby's gonna hold it down.
wishbone fucking offense.
I need food in my belly.
And what makes me so fucking frustrated is that this doesn't have to be a topic of conversation. It just doesn't. If you guys would listen instead of talk and assert. I mean, seriously, just imagine, because this is what they believe still. Gay dudes are gay because of an overbearing mother. Or lesbianic sisters, they just haven't gotten some good dick yet. Trans people, of course, we all know the story. They're confused and they want to booty rape little girls in public bathrooms. Nothing that I just said is the least bit true. But there's a good portion of today's society who still believes that bullshit. Now, gang, I found a fucked up ass video. And it's from Wiki Reform. I've never really clicked on them because just about every single last one of their fucked up ass videos, buddy, has got Vodi Bakum on it. I've done some shows on Vodi Bakum. Gang, I can't stand Vodi Bakum. The only thing that brings me a little bit of pleasure about Vodi, because again, I think we're about the same age, and apparently he played at Rice when I played at Texas. Now, I never remember his name on the scouting report. I think I would have remembered a Vodi Bakum. That's a very unusual name. Gang, I just hope and pray before God and 4 more white people, I ear hold the shit out of them. But I very rarely click on their foolishness. Gang, hold on. What's the title of this fucked up ass video? Christian stands up for Jesus, gets punished. Okay, they're talking about our LGBTQ plus family members. Nothing about that title, I promise you, is the least bit accurate. Right? It's like fuckface Kevin Sorbo when he was up there with fuckface Kirk Cameron. So my manager called me in and said, hey, you know what? First and foremost, go fuck yourself. I hate you because you're a Christian. But not only do I hate you because you're a Christian, I'm firing you because you're a Christian. Now go fuck yourself. Your Jesus is stupid. Nothing about that. Other than he got fired, I believe that. Because he was a Christian, he's telling you 1/10 of the story. $10 says he was on set. Faggot this, faggot that, blah, 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 you're abomination, you need to give her a repent, blah, 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 blah. Trump's the greatest president of all time. I haven't clicked on this fucked up ass video yet, which I probably should. You guys know this shit gives me a stroke. Christian stands up for Jesus, gets punished. How much you guys want to bet? None of that is fucking true. You know what it is? Before we roll this fucked up ass tape, they got feedback. How much you guys want to bet that the Christians got feedback and they're taking it as punishment and persecution? Go fuck yourself. Who's the snowflake now? Roll this fucked up ass tape.
Is that there were 2 immature, mean girls attacking 2 strong, bad women who promptly squashed them both like bugs.
The LGBTQ movement now dominates pretty much every aspect of our culture.
Does it?
From celebrities to corporations to politicians to athletes to entertainment to the mainstream media. The LGBT...
Pause the tape. He can go fuck himself. It dominates... Oh, I'm about to belch. I just belch! You guys hear that one? Yeah, no. It dominates. It's definitely getting recognition. He's got a little thing of RuPaul's Drag Race, and yeah, Megan Rapinoe, she came out of the closet. Brittany Griner, yeah, absolutely. Actors and actresses now are a lot more comfortable because it's not 1985 saying, yeah, I'm bisexual, I'm pansexual, I'm asexual. Yeah. If you call that domination, go fuck yourself. Right? What are you going to say next? They're making it hard for you to be a Christian? No, this isn't domination. Again, having to share the spotlight, that's what they call domination. The fact that we now know about RuPaul and RuPaul's gender identity, sexual orientation, they showed a picture of Miley Cyrus. The fact that our LGBTQ plus family members are being recognized now, that's what they call domination. Right? But again, who's the snowflake now? I'm trying to remember when it was when heterosexuality was taken off the DSM as an actual mental illness. I'm trying to remember when it was heterosexuality was made legal, or marriage was made legal in the United States. I'm trying to remember all the straight couples that got blocked for adoption because they're heterosexual. Holy shit. I'm trying to remember when they instituted Don't Ask, Don't Tell for the United States military for heterosexuals. Hold on, gang. Oh, yeah, that's right. Fuck faces. That never happened. Like, what the fuck is that? Oh, that never happened. Buddy's in the bedroom. You know the drill. He'll be in the bedroom until he starts to whimper a little bit. Then I got to get up and interrupt the show. Yeah, Robert Reed, go fuck yourself. But, back on topic. Again, shut up. Roll the tape.
Q movement largely controls the narrative, but there are a number of notable exceptions to this rule, even within the non-Christian world.
I don't even know who Brittany Aldean.
Brittany Aldean is the wife of Jason Aldean, a popular country music star. Recently, Brittany shared an Instagram post that said, "I'd really like to thank my parents for not changing my gender when I went through my tomboy phase. I love this girly life." Now,
pause the tape. Brittany, I just found out who you are, and I'm worse for now knowing your stinking ass name. I'm thankful for my parents for not changing my gender when I went through my tomboy phase. Is that what you think being transgender is? A little girl who likes Tonka trucks, blue jeans, and playing football in the streets with their brothers? But that shit, again, gang, something else I have said quite literally since season 1. And that is, we are not having the same conversation. We're just not. So far as long as that's their definition of transgender, they'll never be on the same page as everybody else. Please go fuck yourself. Again, shut the fuck up. I'm a large, muscular, deep-voiced black dude, and I wear a skirt at least 3 times a week around my goddamn house. There have been times where I was like, I don't feel like taking this shit off. So I've gone to the grocery store in a prairie skirt. That does not make me fucking transgender, numbnuts. Roll the tape. Roll the tape.
Why would Brittany say something like this?
Because she's
stupid. Are there really parents who would interpret their daughter's tomboy phase as a sign that their daughter is transgender? Of course. Here's a promotional video from a children's hospital that suggests just this.
We have parents who tell us that their kids, they knew from the minute they were born practically, and actions like refusing to get a haircut or standing to urinate, trying to stand to urinate, refusing to stand to urinate, trying on siblings' clothing, playing with the quote opposite gender toys, things like that.
And when parents introduce and push the idea of transgenderism to their children who don't know any better.
Okay, you know what? Pause the tape. I don't like this wording. Right? The radical leftists, the progressive, they hate Trump, they hate America. They're making their kids transgender. Now, I'm not a doctor. I've told y'all that shit.
I don't like that opposite gender shit either. The opposite gender? What do you mean the opposite gender? Opposite of what, nigga? Like, I don't like that terminology. Like, why would you call either, man, this just doesn't mean anything. Like, there's no such thing as the opposite gender.
You're like, I need to tell you, Robert Reed, shut the fuck up. That's one doctor. I don't know the truth behind anything she said, so I'm not really going to comment on that. But I just knowing about Wiki and Vodi Bakum and shit like that, let me cut this shit off at the pass in case they go down this doo-doo ass road. Even if your 7-year-old tells you that they're transgender, you can't go get a sex change or a gender reaffirming surgery. That's not how it works. I've got a friend whose child was leaning that way. So the fucker asked, can I start wearing dresses? You know what they said? What kind? Can I grow my hair out? Let's take you to a stylist. Can I have different shoes? What kind? They've never once talked about any other thing other than right now, that moment right now, because that's what makes this child happy. Right? So just in case they go down the road that, some way, somehow 8-year-olds are just having their dicks pulled off and parents are forcing their kids to shut the fuck up. Roll this stupid ass tape.
The children will more than likely believe and go along with what their parents are suggesting to them, since their parents...
Pause the tape. I don't think he realized how tongue-in-cheek that visual was. That kids will go along with whatever their parents tell them. Gang, they switched the visual from a lady, I'm assuming this person identifies as a woman, what looked to be their transgender child, a trans girl. They switched from that to, and maybe they did this shit on purpose, a scene where a mommy was praying with their kid at bedtime and saying that your kids will believe whatever you tell them to. Either they didn't realize how fucked up that actually was, or they knew exactly what they were doing. Roll the tape.
Saw the experts and authority in their lives. In response to Britney's Instagram post, Cassidy Pope, a Grammy Award-nominated singer, songwriter, and musician, tweeted in response, "You'd think celebs with beauty brands would see the positives in including LGBTQ plus people in their messaging. But instead, here we are, hearing someone compare their tomboy phase to someone wanting to transition. Real nice." In response
I
to
agree, Cassidy.
tweet, Maren Morris, a
I don't know who that
Grammy-award-winning
is.
country singer and songwriter, tweeted, "It's so easy to, not be a..."
I know Maren Morris. I like her music. I'm afraid she about to be sitting on some bullshit.
Scumbag human and songwriter tweeted, "It's so easy to, not be a scumbag human. Sell your clip-ins and zip it, Insurrection Barbie." In response...
Pause the tape. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. And Insurrection Barbie, if she's a Trump supporter, Miss Adeline, she can go fuck herself.
I used to call him alternate reality Barbie. Go ahead, Maren Morris, get him.
Punches expired long time ago, gang.
Long time ago. If you still support Trump, go fix yourself. Seriously, go fix yourself. Roll the tape.
In response to this backlash, Britney didn't back down, but defended her position in an Instagram story.
But Brittany Aldean didn't back down, posting a lengthy response of her own online. She says,
Pause the tape. Britney can officially go fuck herself. I just belch. Hashtag unprofessional. She's being now backed up by fuckface Matt Walsh. Gang, I'm going to be honest. To my trans family members, you owe that man an apology. You do. This is personal. Some radically violent band of transgender teenagers, they must have made his junior high years fucking miserable. You must have purple nurpled him. You must have fucking pole racked him. You must have ganked him for his goddamn lunch money every goddamn day. You probably pantsed his monkey ass in the middle of gym class, exposing his 2-inch fucking dick, and that's while it was fucking hard. Okay, I have never seen Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh is to transgender as what Steve McRae is to the definition of atheism. Steve McRae has made a cottage industry redefining atheism. That's what he's known for. Period. End of story. Matt Walsh. That's all he
Stupid horror energy. That's the best.
Is go after and attack trans people. I mean, other than what I can only assume is feral vengeance to get back at the group of transgender people that must have just fucked his ass over. Because again, that is all he does stories on. The fucker made almost a 2-hour documentary bashing our transgender family members. Goes on, I'm about to say Uncle Phil, Dr. Vitt. Whoever this Britney lady is now being backed up by fuckface Matt Walsh. Britney, you just became a hot steaming pile of monkey shit. Again, when you're laid down with dogs, your monkey ass gets up with fleas every time. Every time. Gang, if you ever find yourself being endorsed by Matt Walsh, you have fucked up. You have taken a wrong turn in your life somewhere. Roll the tape.
Advocating for the genital mutilation of children under the disguise of love and calling it gender affirming.
Okay, go fuck yourself. Genital mutilation? I mean, shut the words in this context. Now, of course, Papa. Words matter, gang. It is so fucking humid outside. It is disgusting. Words matter. Fuckface. Words matter. Papa, get your monkey ass inside. So I just saw a picture of fuckface Brittany. Now, I can either say Brittany's wearing makeup, or I can say she slathered on carcinogen-based face paint that was probably tested on a fucking innocent monkey. I can either say she's got a boob job, or I can say she had her tits sliced open and had saline sacks stuffed in there. Words matter. Gender reaffirming care is the medical term. Gender reassignment surgery is the term. Gang, if I just took a fucking steak knife to my dick, that's genital mutilation. Your words matter in this context. Go fuck yourself. Roll the tape.
Care is one of the worst evils, she says. I will always support my children and do what I can to protect their innocence. She says some parents want to be accepted by society so badly that they're willing to make life-altering decisions for their children who aren't old enough to fully comprehend the
Pause the tape. Stop it. You're lying. Papa. So again, they're painting this picture that mommy and daddy want to be cool. And you know what? Maybe somewhere out there you can find that case. I'm actually pretty sure you can. But that case over there should not affect 100 cases over here. If my kid comes to me and says, Dad, I think I'm a, but they were assigned up at birth, like, let's sit down and talk about it. And again, the process is actually, other than just buying a pair of high tops or dress or whatever the fuck, the actual process, gang, takes years. But again, the way these fuck faces talk about it, it's, you know, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, hey Johnny, what do you want for your birthday? Mommy, I'm Stephanie, actually. Let's chop off your dick. That's exactly how this does not happen. Okay? So again, they're just painting a fucked up ass picture because it fits their fucked up ass narrative. Roll the tape.
Consequences of those actions. Love is protecting your child until they're mature enough as an adult to make their own life decisions. Thankful my parents allowed me to go through my tomboy phase.
Stop with the tomboy shit.
Until then, leave children alone.
Now, it's extremely common for celebrities to apologize when faced with this kind of backlash. For example, Macy Gray at first voiced opposition to the transgender movement.
And I will say this, and everybody's going to hate me, but as a woman, just because you go change your parts doesn't make you a woman.
Right.
Sorry.
However, after facing much backlash, Macy completely reversed her position.
There was a wave of backlash that came as a result. Just tell me where you are right now on that statement.
Well, I never, of course, meant to hurt anybody with what I said. I'm actually a huge, I think it takes a lot of courage.
Pause the tape. So, conservatives, I know this is kind of against your creed. Sometimes people change. Now, Macy Gray's change is probably for one of two reasons. One, her management team was like, bitch, you need to get on that goddamn apology train. I mean, whoop, whoop. Are you shitting me? Girl, do you not know that you're getting ready to lose 75% of your fucking income? Who do you think buys your fucking records? Or maybe she took in new information and she changed. I know you guys like to believe, you conservatives, once you say you are stuck to from now until forever. Did you ever stop to think that Macy took in new information and she changed? Go fuck yourself. Bro, this tape is killing me.
To be yourself, to go out in the world and be honest about who you are. And so I think anyone who is in the LGBT community is a hero and sets an example for all of us with that, you know? Like I said, and then you can call yourself you whoever you believe you are. And no one can dictate that for you or take that away from you.
Okay.
You know?
So it's refreshing to see someone like Britney, who is pretty high profile in the culture, refuse to back down to LGBTQ pressure. And Britney is absolutely...
Pause the tape. Shut the fuck up with the LGBTQ pressure. Again, to my heterosexual family members who feel like this, shut the fuck up. Again, if you think this is pressure, I am glad you're heterosexual. You would not last 5 seconds as a gay person, as a trans person, blah, blah.
Yes, Iron. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, yes, he said it. Yeah, you can mention Pine Creek. What are we gonna do about it though is the question. Yes, he said it. He repeated it.
Blah, 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 blah.
This guy.
Name it. Shut the fuck up.
I don't know what we're gonna do about Pine Creek, y'all.
LGBTQ plus people
He
just
need to
wanting
be called out.
recognized as human. And this is what this fuck knuckle calls pressure.
But y'all, he's on the same shit. Pine Creek is on the same shit. He said we need to tell them that they're not. Convince them that they're not. And you can't say this shit in a vacuum. You say this shit in 2022. You say this shit when we're trying to do something about this. You say this shit when you know there's violence against these people. You say this shit I just know. It's a problem, y'all. And I don't know, like, I don't want to like snap on people every time they say something, but I really do have a hard time watching people that just go so far off that deep end. And he just is so committed to it. It bothers me as a Pine Creek fan, a former Pine Creek. I don't know.
Roll the fucking tape. Roll the tape.
Right in what she said. Much of the time, a child doesn't just decide himself or herself to become transgender. The decision is a direct result of parents who are confusing and pressuring them to make that kind of life-altering decision. And as Brittany said...
Again, are you just going to pull shit out of your asshole? Here, let me do the exact same thing. Okay, all Christians just drink nitroglycerin and they butt fuck their sister. They marry their mom. I mean, I got no stats to prove it. I'm just going to keep saying it and saying it and saying it. Where are the case studies? I guarantee you. No. You know what this is like, gang? This is, I told y'all before. Jessica Yaniv. I'm not going to question the authenticity of her claims that she's transgender. Jessica Yaniv is a predator. There's no question about it. Jessica Yaniv is a predator. If you don't know who that is, just look that shit up. She's a predator. She's a predator who just so happens to be transgender. Being trans did not make her a predator. You see what I'm saying? Right? Bill Cosby is a comedian. It is a predator who just so happens to be a comedian. And the analogies go all day long. Right? When people see a football player rape somebody, that person should be buried underneath the prison. What's the first thing people always say? Football players aren't used to hearing no. Shut the fuck up. Just so happens the overwhelming majority of us played football and didn't rape people. It's been known not to happen. Same thing here, right? There again, you want to talk about pushing narratives? This is just built to push this doo-doo ass narrative that parents are forcing their kids to be transgender. You can't. And that some way, somehow, this is shut the Gang, I'm going to have a stroke on this one. This one's really pissing me off. Roll the tape.
This is one of the worst evils. In response to Britney's response, Cassidy continues the feud, posting to Instagram,
This download of this B.S. Lewis video keeps freezing on me.
You don't like in the first place. And like before, Marin once again joined the attack, commenting, "You know, I'm glad she didn't become a boy either."
Sorry.
You really don't need another a-hole dude in the world. Sucks when Karens try to hide their homophobia/transphobia behind their protectiveness of the children. Two notes. First, believing that homosexuality and transgenderism are perversions of biblical sexuality does not equate to being homophobic or transphobic.
Pause the tape. No, fuckface, that's exactly what it means. Gang, that was no different than wearing a white hood, calling black people niggers and lynching them from trees doesn't make you racist. No, that's actually the very definition. Right? I said this a couple shows ago. Like the fuckface Frank Turk. Right? It's not my opinion.
Throw hands, Uncle Bobby.
Jesus hates gay people, so you can't get mad at me. It's not hate.
I love when he does that.
What came out of my butthole this morning? I can call that flowers all I want. It's still a pile of stinking shit. You just define homophobia and transphobia to a fucking T. Listen to this foolishness again, gang. Hold on. Listen to this bullshit.
Two notes. First, believing that homosexuality and transgenderism are perversions of biblical sexuality does not equate to being homophobic or transphobic. In fact, telling people the truth about sin is the greatest love we can show to them.
Pause the tape. Christians, go fuck yourselves. Again, so the comparison is always the same, right? Is it cruel for the doctor to tell the patient that they have cancer? No, it's not cruel. Shut the fuck up. What is cruel is for the doctor to come in, tell them they have cancer, knowing they don't have cancer.
I got it, guys.
Scaring that person. Pumping them full of formaldehyde mixed with gasoline and lighter fluid known as chemotherapy. That's cruel. You know what cruel is? Accusing people of this make-believe crime called sin, then making them second-class citizens, demonizing them, pushing them to the brink of doing something that they can't take back.
If you submit to Jesus as the
you
alpha,
literally believe that Dirtman and Ribwoman made a bad dietary fucking choice, and as a result, there's literally a curse on the world. And right now, as I said it, some fucking critic, Robert, I don't like it when you sit there and you say Dirtman and Ribwoman. Shut the fuck up. Because I wonder what's more important. That trans person seeing the next sunrise, or me saying Adam and Eve failed their test and shut the fuck up. I just hit my ring. This is a very important ring, gang. You know what this is? That's the T-ring. The T-ring is given. I look, I'm picking my nose in front of you. It's like the T-ring is given. So once upon a time, this was only football. This was only football. Darrell Royal, the head coach at UT. It didn't matter if you went to the NFL, made $5 trillion, if you were a 5-time All-American, it didn't matter. The T-ring is only given. Now it's all athletes. I was one of the last generations where it was just a football award. You have to letter and you have to graduate. That's how important education was to Coach Royal. But back on topic, Christian transphobes, please go fuck yourself. Roll the tape.
And second, people like Britney aren't hiding behind their protectiveness of the children. They are actually trying to protect children from evil, life-altering decisions that parents are making for them. Candace Owens also joined the discussion, tweeting in response to Mary.
pause the tape. Getting Candace Owens. I mean, holy shit. I don't know who this Britney lady is, and I don't care. But her, and I saw a picture of fuckface Vody Bakum. Now we're talking to Matt Walsh. Now we're talking to fucking Candace Owens. What's next? Let's have a talk on racial diversity. The headline speaker is Adolf Hitler. Then we're going to get Jeff Sessions. Then we're going to get fucking Richard Spencer. Right? Then we're going to get Milo fucking Yiannopoulos. Why don't we bring in fuckface Kyle L. Rittenhouse? Oh, that's not enough? Why don't we get Strom Thurmond to shut the fuck up? Now we're bringing Candace Owens in to talk about. Gang, this is maybe the dumbest video I've ever reviewed. I'm not apologizing to you. I'm apologizing to myself. Papa wants to go out. Roll the tape.
It's easier to not castrate your children, but I guess whatever helps sell bad records.
Okay, let's get some more alcohol. I'm going to need it for this video. Let's get Pop out. So did you hear what the Coontress just said? She used the word castrate. Again, gang, your vocabulary is important. And as long as you continue to use words like castrate, mutilate, perversion, you are selling a product. And I would say whether you know it or not, but gang, these fuckfaces know exactly what they're doing. And it's like, why? What do you gain by demonizing a group like this? I'm serious when I ask this fucked up ass question. And I don't care how many times you hide behind a fucking Bible verse. All you're doing is inflicting pain. And again, every time we ask the question, what would Jesus do? That answer gets more and more clear every fucking time. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
To which Marin responded, "Oh my, not you. My Grammy is positively sobbing right now. Also, why do y'all always go to castration and pedophiles?
Exactly.
It's honestly concerning and worth looking into." Did Marin really say, "My Grammy is positively sobbing right now"? What does her Grammy have to do with any of this? And rightly so. Candace points out the absurdity of Marin's response, tweeting, "Also, my Grammy is positively sobbing right now. You sound like a 15-year-old girl on TikTok. You are in your 30s. Grow up." As Christians.
Pause the tape. Gang, the fact that Candace Owens has the following that she has makes me sad on the inside. Candace Owens is garbage. She's absolute positive garbage. And I would say she's doing a disservice to her own people. She does a disservice to humanity in general. She's just simply put, not a good person. Roll the tape.
We should be grateful that people such as Britney are willing to stand up against the backlash and fight for the protection of children in a culture
I don't know what's going on with that right now.
Children for the sake of political correctness.
I can't get it. Can't
get
it.
Pause the tape. I have a really hard time listening to this.
Maybe I need to restart Streamlabs.
To protect the children's, don't let them live their potential authenticity, right? If a kid is trans, the kid is fucking trans. The kid is gay, the kid is fucking gay. Let's just do it. Don't let them live their truth. But let's tell that kid that the moment their dad busted a nut inside of their mom, you are a guilty piece of shit. That's so terrible you should be tortured forever. Why don't we tell them that? Just roll the tape.
Of the LGBTQ movement. Jaylene Daniels is an American professional soccer player who currently plays for North Carolina Courage. In 2017, the U.S. soccer team announced that members of both its men and women's teams would wear rainbow...
Okay, you know what? Pause the tape. I know this story. So, in case this fucker takes it where it doesn't need to go. Yes. During Pride Month, so the numbers on the back of their jersey They're in rainbow colors. So before he talks about rainbow jerseys or that the girls had to eat each other's pussy out before they fisted their booty hole and, had a squirt bukkake. I just told all my porn business, didn't I, gang? Holy shit. Back on topic. No, that's not it at all. I'm looking right at it right here. You guys look at it. Shit. Get the glare out. That's it. That is it. So just in case this fuck knuckle, gang, have you noticed how we haven't had any capitalism? Thanks, Dee. No capitalism. Roll the tape.
Colored jerseys to celebrate LGBTQ month. Jaylene, a devout Christian, had a moral objection to doing this, so she withdrew from the team.
Pause the tape, gang. Uncle Bobby supports that move. Jaylene, whatever your reason, if you don't want to support the LGBTQ pride movement, don't. If you want to quit your job, quit your job. There's no sarcasm here, gang. If Jaylene feels that strong, go do something else. So far, so good. Jaylene, you don't want to play? Then don't get paid. It's just really that simple. Roll the tape.
2021, Jaylene re-signed with the team. But when the team re-signed...
Pause the tape real fast. Gang, I said this about COVID. Right? Fine. You found an internet article. You know more than Fauci. You think it's a hoax? Fine. Right? Don't get the shot. It's well within your rights. But my stance as again, when COVID hit, that's when mom was sick. And everyone wants to, I was like, I don't care. If you don't get the shot, if I found out you're not at work, then go somewhere else. I'm not going to risk my mother's life because you have Wi-Fi. In other words, you don't have to get the shot, but you can't make me hang out with you. Jaylene, same thing here. If you feel that strongly that gay is bad and you want to quit your job, fine. You don't have to support LGBTQ+, but the team is. You've also chosen not to get paid for your work. No sarcasm, gang. I support her move not to get paid. Roll the tape.
It also wrote this bizarre apology letter to its fans.
Oh, what's that?
In 2021, Jaylene re-signed with the team. But when the team re-signed her, it also wrote this bizarre apology letter to its fans. In response to the recent news of re-signing Jaylene Daniels, we as a club acknowledge the impact this announcement has on our community. We've spent the past few days reading your messages and reflecting on our actions. We are very sorry to all those we have hurt, especially those within the LGBTQIA+ community. The decision...
Pause the tape. So I already know where they're going with this, right? Enter the sad music. They succumb to the woke mob, the blase and the glavinoids. Again, you don't have to sign her. Jaylene, go find another place to play soccer. I see what the team is doing, what the club is doing. Gang, supporting the LGBTQ+ community is obviously very important. You don't have to do it, Jaylene. But yes, you're going to be seen as a bigot as a result. The team re-signed you. Clearly, she's, as a former professional athlete, she's obviously very good. Her good apparently outweighed her bad. But the team tried to jump in front and apologize to the LGBTQ+ nation. We just signed this raggedy bitch. They're going to turn into a victim. You guys watch. Roll the tape.
To re-sign Jaylene was not made lightly and included significant conversations between organization leadership and Jaylene.
All right.
The priority expressed in those conversations is the safety of our players and maintaining an inclusive, respectful space for the entire team. If you like this video, subscribe to help spread the truth.
I need to get that in Uncle Bobby's videos.
Jaylene wrote on Twitter, I remain committed to my faith and my desire for people to know that my love for them isn't based on their belief system or sexuality. I pray and firmly believe that my teammates know how much I cherish them, respect them, and love them. In her response, Jaylene did not comment.
Pause the tape. Jaylene, you are well entitled to your opinion, and you're also entitled to catch all the reactions. Again, Christians, I've told you this before. I know you think you believe yourself to be doing the right thing. I once did the exact same shit. I know you think that this is the most loving thing you can do. Your problem is you aren't listening to all the screams. While you're just sitting there just slapping the shit out of people. This is love, motherfucker. Why are you fighting all my love? I mean, I just love the shit out of you. And while the slap victim is saying, this hurts, please stop, please stop. Please stop. What do you guys do? I mean, this is just love. I mean, if you just take my love, I mean, I don't see what the problem is with. You guys keep saying this is love, while everyone else is telling your monkey ass, yeah, this is anything but. You guys are ignoring people telling you this is anything but, just so you can continue to say, oh, I love and I cherish everyone. Shut the fuck up. If you truly loved and you would truly cherish, you would try harder. Instead of just trying to shove your shit down other people's throats. What the fuck? Hold on, gang. Fucked up ass text message. You, okay. Just check it. Shut the fuck up. Listen to what other people have to say and change. If you truly love and cherish the people that you say you love and cherish, you would listen to them versus, I just belched, hashtag I'm professional, versus preaching at them. Roll the tape. We're almost there, gang.
Concerning her Christian faith, and rightfully express that she loves all people as people who are made in God's image. Then, in 2022, the North Carolina Kurd soccer team again required its players to wear an LGBT pride-themed jersey. And again, because Jaylene refused to wear this jersey, she was sidelined from the game. A spokesperson for the soccer team said, Jaylene will not be rostered tonight, as she has made the decision to not wear our pride jersey. While we are disappointed with her choice, we respect her right to make that decision.
Exactly. Pause the tape. Gang, this is no different. And I said the same thing when fuckface Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, said, and he straight up said, if you wear the silver star, the emblem of the Dallas Cowboys, you will stand for the national anthem. Otherwise, you aren't going to play for the Dallas Cowboys. I didn't like what he said, but I agreed with what he said. You want to know why? Because the bottom left-hand, right-hand side of every paycheck says Jerry Jones. The Dallas Cowboys, that's Jerry Jones fucking Incorporated. Matter of fact, all these Christians, they just jerked off all over themselves when Jerry Jones made that call. I didn't like it, but I agree with it. Jerry Jones owns the Dallas Cowboys. And he said, if you're going to play for me, you're going to stand for the national anthem. That is a team rule. So you know what they did? They stood for the national anthem. I didn't like it, but I agreed. Christians, I've told you before, that First Amendment that you love to jerk off to, it goes both ways. This soccer club, apparently, they made the rule. If you're going to play for us, you're going to support the LGBTQ plus movement. Now, again, you can choose not to do it, but we're going to choose not to pay you. It goes both ways, Christians. Yeah. Again, I just forgot her name. Janelle. Okay, soccer player. I respect your right to stand firm on your beliefs. And I haven't heard any complaints from her. So maybe she just took her licks like a grown-up. But that soccer club has every right to withhold your paycheck until you follow company rules. Roll the tape.
Herself, We're excited to celebrate the LGBTQIA+ community with our fans, players, and staff tonight, and look forward to hosting our first ever Pride Festival before kickoff. Like with Brittany Aldean, I'm glad Jaylene did not compromise concerning her Christian faith and responded appropriately to the backlash and opposition that came because she refused to celebrate the LGBTQ agenda.
Bill Maher.
Even Bill Maher, who can rightly be regarded as quite far on the left, has recently begun to start pushing back against the insanity and radical nature of the LGBTQ movement.
But someone needs to say it. Not everything's about you.
Okay, you know what? Pause the tape. Before he goes any further, I already disagree. My heterosexual family members, shut the fuck up. Everything about this culture is heterosexual. Everything about this culture is about us. Give me a fucking break. I told y'all, when Michael Sam got drafted, the first openly gay man drafted into the NFL, he did this right here to his husband, to his boyfriend. Gang, holy shit. Fox, all the concern, they went, oh, there's gay porn. No! When the first, the second, the third round draft picks, when they got drafted and their girlfriends and their wives found out, wait, we're instant millionaires? They were fucking blowing each other and fucking having sex. Not a single, and gang, that's tradition. The NFL, trust me, I know, because the cover sheet of my quote unquote resume was a picture of me and my then girlfriend. Gang, they eat that shit up. You want to know why? It screams stability. If I'm going to invest $5 million in a 23-year-old, I want to know to the best of my ability that that fucker's going to go home at night to a wife and kids and not fuck up. They love it when you kiss your girlfriend. But when a gay person does the exact same thing, all of a sudden, holy shit. And so now when Bill is already saying, not everything is about you, everything's been about heterosexuals since the dawn of fucking time. And again, this isn't an agenda. This isn't, being underneath their heel. This is simply recognizing the humanity of the LGBTQ plus family members. Period. End of story. Roll this fucked up ass tape.
And it's okay to ask questions about something that's very new and involves children. The answer can't always be that anyone from a marginalized community is automatically right. Trump card, mic drop, end of discussion.
Pause the tape. I actually agree with that. And here's the thing. When you get your answer, write that shit down. Right? Because again, it was once held, and it still is, at the moment a 7-year-old says, I'm transgender, someone's dick's getting chopped off. Because that's what they always go to. Then you learn that that's not the way it happens. Learning how puberty blockers work. Learn that there's actually a long, lengthy process to make that level of physical change. So I agree. You should be allowed to ask questions, but you also need to be willing to accept the answers. And that's where the disconnect comes, gang. It's they get to ask their question, oh, you're just gonna chop someone's dick off? Actually, no, that's not how it works. They're chopping dicks off. They're gonna chop a dick off. That's exactly what they're doing. That's why we keep having this conversation. Roll the tape.
Because we're literally experimenting on children.
And of course, the backlash was again swift and enormous.
Bill Maher is facing backlash online for a segment he did on the growing rate of self-identifying LGBTQ people in the country, including children who identify as trans.
However, despite the backlash, Maher continues to stand firm in what he said, which is admirable. Even though we disagree with much of what Maher said.
Okay, you know what? Pause the tape, end the tape. It's all going to be the same foolishness and the same nonsense. Right? Again, if you fucks whatever, I was experimenting with my setup, can you tell? If you fucks whatever listen versus just talk and assert, maybe your script would change. Okay, you know how committed to your fucking script you have to be when CBN and Wiki Reform, I just belch, I'm professional. When you're writing the dick of a firebrand atheist because he's parroting your talking points, that's how committed to the bullshit these fuckers are. Right? Again, I agree with Bill Maher. You should be allowed to ask questions. But again, the problem is you fucks, you don't accept the answers. All right, gang. Uncle Bobby has only given you one big motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's only going to give you one big motherfucking solution. Transphobes, shut the fuck up. And my question for almost an hour ago still stands. Let's get some fucking gin, gang. So the same person that gave me the scotch yesterday, they gave me a new gin. I'm not going to even tell you what it is. You want to know why? Because you don't deserve to know. You're already drinking some bullshit, some fucking Seagrams, and you got like fucking sweeteners in it and shit. You want to know why? Because you don't appreciate good liquor. You don't deserve to know what's in my tumbler because I'm better than you. This is high class stuff. And until you're willing to step your game up, you don't get to know what's in my tumbler. Just know that I'm better than you are.
All right, y'all. Let's get some alcohol. Let's do communion.
Now back on topic.
And then let's get into this. Let's get back into our wrestling. All right, so I'm gonna let this play. I'm gonna go get some alcohol. Y'all should go get some alcohol. We're gonna chill. We're gonna do communion. We're gonna get into this WWE. What's today? Fucking Wednesday? What's tomorrow? Thursday? Yeah. And then we're gonna switch over to the fucking casino. And what the fuck is gonna happen? We're gonna play some fucking what the fuck, the fuck face's assistant, the fuck, you know, the fucking coroner's assistant. Y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about. But yeah, we got to do some wrestling shit first, and then we'll do that. All right, cool. Everybody get alcohol. Bye.
My question still stands to all the phobes. Would you please go fuck yourselves?
Actually, I'm gonna let fuckface Sam out.
2 seconds to listen versus assert, we could stop having this fucked up ass conversation. But you're not going to do that, right? Because you're going to say, oh, God don't make no trash. Let's quote Leviticus. What about Revelation? What about what you... Shut the fuck up. To even sit here and talk about, in this case, our trans family members, like some way, somehow, they're the overwhelming majority, the numerical, power force.
Come here.
No. Our trans family members are being recognized. And you call that domination. You call that an agenda.
Damn.
But yet you're the first fuckfaces to sit here and talk about, what about the civility? Right? What about Christian persecution? Shut the fuck up.
Damn.
All that video said was, I don't want to share the spotlight.
Good boy.
Your vicious use of vocabulary words. And that's the only way I can describe it. Vicious. Can you guys hear, buddy? Jesus Christ. Mutilate, castrate, indoctrinate. Again, there's nothing I can say that they can say about our trans family members that I can't say about them. Again, that Britney lady, my analogy still stands. You can either say she applied makeup, or you can say she slathered her face in fake carcinogens that was probably tested on a kitten or a puppy that they eventually just put down because the poisons killed them, because the first 25 trials were so fucked up. But 26 is safe for humans. The fake tits, you can either say she got a breast augmentation, or she can tell me that she had her tits sliced open and there was blood everywhere and there's a chance for death. And then they took these plastic bags of this foreign substance and they just shoved it in there and they sewed the bitch up. Either way, I'm talking about a fucking breast augmentation. Your vocabulary words matter. They know what they're doing, gang. They know what they are doing. But at the end of the day, that's no less, by the way. Go fuck yourselves. At the end of the day, they are filled with hate. Now they're going to say, no, we're not. No, we're not filled with hate. We're only quoting Jesus. Well, guess what? Your version of Jesus is a hate-filled fuckface.
Fucking hate.
Again,
all right, I'm putting this on for a few.
Jesus,
I'm going to walk the dog. I'll be right back. Look at Pirate Matt Dillahunty.
That was great, Matt.
Pirate Matt Dillahunty. I will be right back.
But it is the disadvantage that we're in right now. We got a bunch of calls, and I want to make sure we get to them, but I'll let you address that one.
No, I think you're right. And if I did something like that to my community, even without the God piece to it, even just laying on an element of a little bit of social pressure, being like, I know that a lot of you people have not been engaged in our activism and you should be for these reasons, people will be very upset. It's just not culturally acceptable within communities like mine to pressure people in that way. And I understand that. I totally understand that. And it's not actually my style, really. Maybe sometimes when I'm feeling particularly frustrated, I might move towards that style. But it's very difficult to figure out how to mobilize humanist communities to get more engaged in these things if a lot of the ways you would normally do that are out of bounds. And I try and use techniques like creating, like storytelling, I think is very powerful, from the past, stories of the present, stories of what the future could be like, to try and engage people in feeling the excitement and the possibility of working together to make things different. Right. I try to be a role model. I recently got some feedback saying that I should do more things in the community, and then other people might do more things. And I'm like, well, I don't know what more I can do. I mean, I'm trying to be out there all the time at rallies and protests. I got arrested and spent time in jail over the Mike Brown stuff. Like, what more could I possibly do? But there probably is more than I can do. But that's another thing, is trying to be a role model or presenting the images of role models to other people. But unless you can get real with people and say, and I've been doing this more, in our community as I prepare to leave, just say, we've got to get real. We at least have to recognize that the world a lot of my members grew up in is gone. It is dead. And we're never getting back there, politically speaking. We're in a new reality where there is a new fascism rising, and it has extraordinary political influence. And we need to be serious about that. And saying that is not scaremongering or being over the top. It's just the reality in which we live. And if we can't even accept that, then we are not going to do any good for the world, because it's an illusion that people want to live in the past. And even that upsets people. People feel very, you're being down all the time. And I'm like, I'm not trying to make you miserable. I'm trying to make you realize the problems that really exist so that we can fix them. What do your callers want to know?
We've got a bunch of callers, including, and I'm going to start here because we have Alex, pronouns are he, him, who is the president of the Humanist Society of Greater Phoenix, who wanted to talk to us. Welcome, Alex. How are you?
Hello. How are you doing?
Doing well, all things considered.
Good. I wanted to echo a couple sentiments here. That's essentially, we have had you out here, actually, Matt, speaking alongside Seth Andrews. And I'm very happy to hear from James today. I would like to also have him be interviewed by our organization as well. But one of the things I wanted to talk about today was essentially using our anger from a secular perspective as an action word. As James pointed out, that humanism isn't just like an ideology or essentially a life stance, but it is something that you do. Humanism is something that you do. And the moment that we start thinking about that and appealing to people, right, to just say to them that there are things that we can do. Like here in the Phoenix area, we have a massive problem with people who are experiencing homelessness. They need assistance, and these people are tossed aside. But what can we as humanists do? Well, we try to use our anger about the problem of people experiencing homelessness and actually do something about it. We've done things like, drives for the local food banks, those types of things, but appealing to the people who want to use their values in a positive way, and essentially grasping onto the anger that they feel and using it in a way that can affect and help other people.
I think you're right, Alex. Firstly, I love the Human Society of Greater Phoenix. I spent some really wonderful days a number of years ago now. I hate to think how many years ago it was now. It was probably about 10 years ago, traveling around Arizona and visited the Human Society of Greater Phoenix. Are you still in that huge building that you had?
Yes, we are. Yes.
I think it's marvelous that you were able to raise the money and to put that together. It's an extraordinary community that you've built there. And so it's great to hear from you. I think it really is important to recognize that emotions like anger are not negative. Emotions aren't inherently negative or positive. It depends on what they drive you to do. And encouraging people to feel angry when it's appropriate is okay, because anger can be an incredible action motivator that gets people over their apathy. It really gets people up off their seats. So I think anger can be good. Of course, it can be destructive, and we have to be careful it doesn't turn into rage or just fury that destroys everything. But anger at injustice is what we should feel, right? If we're not angry about real injustices, then what should we feel? Should we feel happy about them? Should we feel, nothing about them? I think we should be angry. So I agree with you. Anger is important.
Yeah, and I'm going to clarify that when I said it's rare that I do work directly with humanist groups. The Humanist Society in Phoenix, the Humanist Society of Greater Phoenix is one of the rare exceptions where I've loved coming out there, hanging out, and my criticisms of humanism at large, I haven't spent much time doing it because I'm far more critical and far more concerned with atheist communities and skeptic communities where I think they're failing. I think the spot where I think some humanist groups are failing is almost in a PR sense of let's get the word out of what we're actually doing and what this community is about. Because if you do a poll, fewer people know what humanism is than atheism. Fewer people would identify with the label, even though perhaps they should. I think groups like the Phoenix Group are, leaps and bounds ahead of some of the others. And I don't know that, sitting here tonight, the three of us are going to come up with any solutions, but
I do have a suggestion.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't mean to interrupt. One of our board members, who is one of also our program directors, is the youngest board member that we've ever had at the Human Society. This individual is 19 years of age and puts their humanism in action by saying, here are the values that I have, right? And here are the ways that I want to put in action these values. And they bring the actions to not only the organization itself, but to the broader community about them. And what I mean by that is, in the past, HSGP has been wonderful about getting excellent speakers in, and we're talking about things, and we're high-minded about talking about what humanism is and what the values that we espouse, right? But for decades, while that has been a great way to build a foundation, it has not been a great way of actually putting into action what we actually espouse. So one of the things that we've attempted to do is to diversify, as far as, at least we've in other ways as well, but we've tried to diversify the age range. Like our average age has gone from the mid 60s down to the low 30s by putting our humanist values into action. So it can be done, so long as what we do is say, here are the things that we believe, here are the things that we agree upon, and we actually go out and go into the community and do those things. So it can be done. Just a word of encouragement.
That's great. Makes
That's
me want to move
impressive.
to Phoenix. I mean, it's the only thing that makes me want to move to Phoenix, but it does make me want to move to Phoenix.
Well, I'm looking to move soon, so maybe I'll check out Phoenix as a possible venue. It's really great to hear that you've been able to affect that change. Of course, there's nothing wrong with communities where the average age is older, if that's what the community wants to be. And I speak to many humanist groups that are older who are very worried about being older, but actually I try and remind them that providing a service to older people, a community that those folks can be a part of, is actually very good in itself. There's nothing wrong with that as long as the community isn't actually dying. But if you want to be more diverse and you've achieved that, that's really impressive. And I think it's fair to say that in the 8 years I've served the Ethical Society of St. Louis, we've become a more diverse community by age. I think that's definitely true. And I think that putting, just like the member of your board that you mentioned, putting people you want to attract in leadership positions in your organizations is an excellent way to start making institutional change.
All right, guys,
And
I'm
we've
back.
certainly found
Getting
that
ready to maybe do some
when
gaming.
we've put younger people in positions of influence in our society, that's changed the members of the community. But also what you say about putting the values into action. It's kind of going back to this idea that humanism is about the world and also it's kind of something that you do. I actually I wouldn't say I've given up, but I have a new strategy about popularizing the word humanism than I used to have when I started this. Because you're right, Matt, the studies all show that no one knows what a human is.
The high end on that guy's mic is fucking awful. All right, guys, let's do some other shit here. Let's get gaming. Let's do something fun. I'm tired of shit. Is it Wednesday? What's tomorrow? Thursday? What do I have on Thursdays? I don't think I have anything on Thursdays. I have a day to think. Let me respond to them later. I'm tired. I don't want to think about that right now. Bye. Let's go. I didn't know anything about this game, JoJo's Bizarre. I've never seen anybody play this game. Interesting. All right, let's get in here. We have the mortuary assistant. Yeah, let's play it. Let's go. Let me get rid of the other screen here. We don't need that. Great game. Thanks again to Satan's. What is wrong with me? Stupid Horror Energy for grabbing this game for me. Oh, I turned the volume off. I was like, where's all the sound? All right, y'all. We about to get into it. I gotta light up. Just give me the light. Y'all like the music though? That music be setting the vibe. Letting you know we in for some freaky shit. Hold on, let's catch a vibe real quick. Let's listen to some music. That's why I turned this off, actually, because I wanted to listen to music. Yo, wait, what is going on with this thing? Oh, it changed screens on me? Come on now, what are you talking about? Wait a second. Wow. How did my computer just get blue screen like that, y'all? Like, really? All right, let's see if Sacred Death is playing GTA. Because technically we should do that and then play Mortuary's Assistant later. I forgot we have Selling tonight. Did I not finish Showcase? I thought I finished Showcase. Oh no, I guess I didn't. Oh, why am I not in the network? What happened? Oh, it's got to update. Okay. All right. Fucking update. Yeah, man. Blue screen to death. How does that happen? Like, what? And then this bitch got to be updated. Like, don't nobody want to let me play nothing. They don't want to let me play shit, y'all. Not the goddamn thing. But it's all love, because I'm going to just play some, I'm going to just pull up this airplane mode. Listen to some musics. Pocket Locker only. OG Roddy playlist. Yeah, I know I'm trying to hear that shot of Jers pull up real quick.
She be getting her hair done Tuesday.
Where you going?
Feet up, relaxing, sipping that Douce. If this was 2K shit, I could hit you on my two-way, or I could try to make you my new babe. I laid the dick down proper, it's a new day. Who ordered expensive lobster and souffle? Now that'll be me. Had to pull up in that CP3. Now do you love me, look key? Shot town to New Jersey, we gon' pull up. Hell yeah, I got the hook up. Anytime that you need me, we gon' pull up. Damn right, I got the hook up. And saying you gotta act brand new. Nah, I can't stand you. Had to bring you round just to show what the fam do. No text, no calls, no reasons to be involved. Young John Wall taking what's give it and get it off. Come on.
What you doing, girl? Pull up on me. I ain't got a lot of time living in the moment. I'm in the city with the gas roll for you. Can I come get you and we bend them corners? No disrespect about me.
No disrespect about me.
City, so you know I'm about it.
So you know I'm about it.
I can tell you about it.
Now let me tell you
about it. Playing, no, I had to shout it. Days I'm in the hood like what it is.
The ad-libs went kind of hard.
Like what up, bitch? Cause you know I like to play with you. Come spend the day with you, come kick it, seeing what it do. You feeling comfortable, I make the move. But now it's different though, I guess it's cool. You wasn't shy about my love, remember after school days when I picked you up. So now you fucked around and changed, almost messed it up. See, I ain't changed, baby, trying to catch a plane with you. Came back around to show you that I'm made for you. And here you go with the same old song on your weekend shit. I might just wish I never met her like Call Tom is. But I ain't tripping though, stay up on the grind, we gon' get some dough.
My shit plugged in. It really ain't supposed to be like that, but oh well. Let me see. What they doing? Like, I'm supposed to be selling with Tyronic. I don't really want to get on if they're not selling. I'll fuck with them later if they just bullshitting. When I'm on my line. Alright, I'm gonna come back over there and see if they fucking around later. Cause they'll waste a whole bunch of time.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Nope. What is going on? All right, let's get it. I don't know what's up with this computer. Come on, let's go. I'm not playing with you. I am not playing with your ass. I am not playing with your ass.
So fly, you might see us fly if you look up in the sky like, there you go, 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 there you go. I don't know if your money right,
but a nigga like me got paper.
I don't know if your money right, but a nigga like me got paper. I don't know what your money like, but a nigga like me got paper.
Outside of the pillow.
Listen up, hustlers. I treat them bricks like the wheel of fortune.
Spin it, that's why I'm rich.
sick. I should have been in softball, but I'm numero uno, trick draw 4. Hey, I wave at the haters. They know it's me, I be wearing all the lasers. Shake down, we paper touch ever since I came home and
escaped the cuffs.
Cafe, serving the east to the west. Got them on E like Ryan Seacrest. The wire said keep the devil in the hole. But I'm the chef, my kettle is never cold. It's whatever for the dough, whatever's on the flow. Like I'm from Frisco, just tell me when to go. Memorial Day in MIA, I made it Hurricane with Chris.
Hey, baby. Sorry, I love that song. All right, let's get it. Coca, baby. You know the streets, we run this. Niggas wanna talk crazy till they catch at least 100. So y'all, modern day debates might set up a debate with me and Sal. Cameron Bennett, what you think about that? Modern day debates, me versus Sal. I probably hurt that nigga. See, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't even want to prepare for a debate like Sal. You just want to go straight up in that bitch raw. Sal, get the fuck out of here, man. What the fuck you talking about, Sal? Hold on, y'all. Let me get my soundboard set up. These niggas want to talk crazy. Yeah, to me, Sal be talking all reckless. Y'all know I'll prepare for a little Sal debate. I won't even want to waste my time, but I'll get in there and rip his ass a little bit. And I ain't even gonna dignify. I'll be like, Sal, I don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro. Niggas want to talk. Let's get in this lab.
Guess I'll head.
See, oh wait, this is the one. Oh yeah, see. Oh yeah. Oh, see, it is somebody out here. Oh, see, y'all fucked up. Oh, I have to start from this part again. Hang on.
Hi, Rebecca. Mr. Delver.
Nigga, you
I need help.
tripping.
Someone's outside the mortuary.
Just try to stay calm. I know you're scared. I'll unlock the door in a moment.
What?
This is very sudden. Listen,
Oh, you do?
we have to start.
That's right. Send them on over.
I'm sorry. I didn't know until it made itself known this morning that it was here, let alone bound to you. I had no way of knowing the possession had started.
What?
You could send them to me with some pictures on FetLife.
This is insane. I'll just
So you do a
fucking
FetLife debate prep.
Rebecca, I can't allow that for you or for others. It's far too dangerous.
What am I supposed to do then?
You can send me you can send me debate prep and debate motivation at the same time. I mean, look at that. That's efficiency.
We embalm, file the paperwork, everything. Treat it.
Y'all, we supposed to be looking for the right body. It's a demon. We gotta put it in the fire.
I'll call again when you get to
This shit is fucked up, y'all.
No, wait. Oh, damn it. What the
There's nothing okay about these employment
This is insane.
practices. Nothing at all.
This is so stupid. Just
All right, I got the key,
hazing
though.
for the new girl or something. Just
No, I don't know if it's
Do your job.
they sent, I'm gonna be honest with you. They sent me an email to do that debate that they did like on the 30th or whatever, and I just didn't get back to them. So I got back to him today and said, if you still want to set something up with me and Sal, I'll do it. If not, I'm gonna just start calling out Sal. And I need to start making videos. I'm gonna just get some sleep tonight and shit, and then be back at it. It's all love. It's all good. All right, let's. All right, so I think I got to use the key to get in here. It's the key that I have. I don't know why that's not in the. Wait, why do I have no inventory? Uh-oh, yo. Oh, here we go. I forgot about that box.
fucking quitting tomorrow. I mean, who does something like this?
All right, listen carefully.
Look, I'm sorry, but this entire thing is extremely unprofessional. If this is how you treat new hires, I don't think I can work
I want to
for
speak
you.
to the
This isn't
manager.
Rebecca, you don't have to believe me, but I hope you do before it's too late. The only way to save yourself is to banish the demon before you're too far gone. To do that, you will need to learn the demon's name, bind it to its chosen body, and burn it in the retort. Look, I know this is a lot to take in. I wish I could do more for you. I had years to learn what I know. You have hours. I've recorded a number of cassettes to instruct you in the hope that having a physical object with a known message will help you stay grounded. I won't be calling again. You can't trust the phones. Anything can be manipulated. Listen to the tapes. Learn the demon's name. Burn the correct body. The most important thing in the room is in that cabinet. Open it up. Good luck, Rebecca. I'm sorry this had to happen.
This is insane.
All right. Oh, the
Professional one, grab a body and get started.
The best way to tip me is through the Streamlabs. Basically, go ahead and put in !tip, and it'll give you a link. And with that way, you can put a comment or a question with it, and it'll go through Streamlabs. There's also, it'll show up on the stream. There's also a PayPal, a Cash App, and a Venmo down there. But I think the Streamlabs is actually the best because it makes it interactive. And I don't mind you guys helping me out. You know, it's supposed to be like interactive gaming and stuff. There was actually, somebody did a study on like interactive gaming where, I don't know, you know, it's good to get the audience involved. All right, we got the cassette. All right, what did you say though?
Database, a computer program combining all my findings into one reference point. The database contains all the information on the process of expulsion, the tools used, and most importantly, all the markings of the known demonic names. If you ever forget what to do, replay these tapes or look it up in the database. The collection of demonic names is the most crucial piece to the puzzle. You will need this information. My ID card is in my personal belongings drawer. On the back is the passcode to access it. Use it. At every moment, the demon is funneling its energy through you, weakening you, until you are unable to resist. Identifying a demonic entity is a delicate balance. The further you are from possession, the more time you have. The closer you are, the more the demon will make itself known, allowing you the information to guess its name and the body it's bound to. The only way I've found to tell how far along a possession is on your own is to scribble on a piece of paper. Don't think about it, just scribble. Look carefully. If you notice anything strange, it's starting to take hold. There's a notepad and a pencil on the desk in the front room. Checking from time to time can give an idea of how long you might have.
Holy shit. Oh my goodness. I will not turn my eye from God. Satan has no dominion over the Lord's creation. Typhon looked unto Onaran and said, "Pray as you wish. Fall to your knees at this moment and call to God. Perhaps today he will step down from the heavens and all doubt shall vanish. Pray to nothing and behold the truth. I will take from your God's creation the ashes of man, for it burns eternal in sinful fire." Typhon said, thanks for the donation. I'm going to go look at it in a sec. Typhon held the charred remains of Darod and walked among his disciples spreading his ash upon their flesh, setting their reeds in his hand ablaze. He said unto Onaran, see now that all are marked in the glory of Satan. Onaran beheld the flash of light upon the skin of each disciple as Typhon passed, and from it he saw a mark burned deep into their flesh, one of 3 of the houses of hell, for we all are destined to serve his higher purpose. And Typhon extended the ashes of Darod into the hands of Onaran and said, bear the forgotten flesh upon your own, ignite its sin, and accept the true God. What? Satanic shit. I need like a bag to put this shit in. Is that a pen? No? Anything else? No? Just the thing? All right. Let me look at this donation real fast. First, let's see if it comes up in the... Oh, there's an alert box library. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Themes, App Store, Grow, highlighter, nope. Dashboard. All right. CloudBot. Y'all like, Jay, why are you so bad at this? It just happens. I'm trying to see what happens. I'm trying to make sure we hit these up. Sarah pees herself. Just enjoying the content. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate the donation. I appreciate the love. We out here rolling in the dough, y'all. Wait a sec. Y'all know I grabbed the PlayStation controller, right? And that's not the right gaming device. Yeah, that's a problem. All right. Where's the stuff? Boom.
Yeah, screw all of whatever this is. I'm getting back to work.
Yeah, seriously, screw
To banish
all.
a demon to hell, it must be bound to its chosen body and burned. The 3 objects in this cabinet are your tools. First, the clay tablet in the center is called a mark. Placing the smaller pieces in the correct configuration will spell the demon's name. Second, the bottles on the top shelf are a special reagent that will react to the mark. Add a bottle to the embalming mixture during the process. When the mark is placed on the correct body with the reagent inside, it will force the demon to become bound to it. Pay attention to signs that you have chosen correctly. They can be obvious or extremely subtle. Once you are certain the demon is bound to its vessel, burn it. Finally, the pieces of paper on the right are called letting strips. It must inscribe the sigils of its name in our world to begin the evocation. You will need to uncover these sigils to use them. Hold a letting strip up while wandering the mortuary. If it begins to smolder and burn, you're close. When the paper combusts, the sigil has been revealed somewhere in that area. They can be anywhere, so look on walls, under objects, inside furniture, anywhere. The demon will inscribe its sigils over time to try and hide them, so check regularly. Once you uncover the sigils, use the night shift database to decide which demon you're dealing with, and use that knowledge to create the mark. The steps are simple. Add the reagent to the embalming mixture. Uncover the sigils. Build the mark and place it on the body. Then, when you're certain, burn it in the retort.
Whoa. Alrighty then. Yeah. Hang on a second. Let me catch up with the... Yeah, I can see the chat. All right, we gotta take the cart to the back, I think, but I gotta get the database thing from the drawer. extra keys. All right. I don't know. Resume. Okay. I don't know what button I should press. The E button isn't working. Oh, there it is. All right. So you just press the right button. Okay. Access card. No, get the open the folder. All right, get you nothing in there. I really need a key to the hatch outside. Cleaner is low, and you mentioned having some down there before. I know you don't trust anyone to go down there, but having a copy of the key would make things a lot easier for everyone. Zoe, who the fuck is Zoe? Access card, my new work badge, Rebecca Owens. Oh. Okay. Raymond asked me to take over restocking the rest of the supplies in the embalming room, but he's so secretive. I feel like I get different instructions every day. Sorry if it's not what you're used to. Could you ask him to stop calling me Zoe? No one calls me that. Nah, I don't know this nigga like that, and he crazy, so that's a hard pass. Back. All right, turn the card around. Uh-oh. Turn the card around. All right. All right, so I should be able to turn it around. Oop, okay, I see. Boom. There's the thing. 507029. Let me get like a notepad or something. 507029. Boom, got it. All right. What's going on in here? Nope, go back there. What's going on in here? Oh, I don't think I can click on anything in there. All right, I guess that's it. All right, I think Jesus is dead, he won't mind. I think we need to go back to the bodies. Yeah, there's just a lot of embalming chemicals. There's more of those bags. We gotta get used to this space, y'all. Also, I guess it'll help us notice if shit's out of place. One of them small world games. I feel like that kind of vibe, which is kind of cool, actually. All right, let's get this gurney going down the hall. Wait, what?
Crummy old building.
Come on now.
Lock me in here. Scare the shit out of me.
I'm real shitty at steering the gurney. Ah, that's the button I needed, the left button. All right, we're good. All right, now... All right, and I still have a clipboard?
I don't have my clipboard.
No, I don't have the clipboard. Do I need the clipboard? You still have a clipboard, right, Jay? No, I need the clipboard. It has all the steps, so yeah, all right. There's a clipboard. Okay.
At least I can keep track of things.
Yep, that's good. All right, retrieve body from cold storage. Boom, 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 boom. All right.
All right, let's check you out.
All right. Yeah, he's, You love BLTs? Guys, what do you mean look up behind me? What are you talking about? What? What do y'all, yo, come on now. Come on, stop that. And why I'm so hungry right now. I want to go get my food. All right, rotate. Is he smoldering over there? What's that, homie? Why everybody got fucked up? Oh shit! See, I ain't now see what's going on. What the fuck is happening? What is that? Nah. Nope.
New job. I'm getting out of here.
Nope, we gotta go. Time to go. I'm with you. Let's get the fuck out of here. We out.
I don't care how long I went to school. New career path. Fuck this.
We out.
Fine. Maybe. No. Maybe everything's fine. It's fine.
No, it's not. It's not fine.
What? No, I just.
Who is that?
I'm just saying things. I need to get back to work. It's fine.
Is that door still locked? Yo, we getting out of here. Look, I'm gonna tell you like real niggas. Yeah, real niggas is out. We sorry. We like sorry. Gotta go. Yeah, all of that's fine and good. But where's my car? Where's the key to the car? Where's the car key? Come on, y'all. Stop playing around. This is not funny. Where's my car keys? See, this is what I'm saying. These games are racist. These games are fucking. They're not meant for black people. This is not realistic. Black people would be getting the fuck out of here. We would not be telling ourselves it's fine. We would not be going back to work. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. Are we gonna die? Am I supposed to just keep investigating his foot like nothing happened? Ah! Put it in your damn notebook. What the fuck is wrong with these people?
I don't really have a choice. I'm stuck here. Fuck.
Ooh. I already did that. Where else is there stuff on him? All right, we gotta go. Yeah, we'd be halfway back. Yeah, exactly. Even the ones born here, exactly. We would just be fucking gone. Gone. There's no way. There's no way. Peter W. said he can't watch scary movies. Yeah, I'm learning the balancing act here of all the things we got going on. Is that his face? Am I supposed to be marking his face? I don't see anything out of the ordinary. All right. Dude, what is going on with this dude? Anybody know where we're supposed to be examining this? Oh, here we go. Look.
Here we go.
All right. I think maybe that's it. What did he say? I think we got everything. All right, where do we go now? Lord, this is so scary. No, where's the databases?
I need to file the copy up front.
Is the databases in the computer? All right, let's file this copy away. See now, why you gotta be doing all of that?
Time to embalm.
Why's the door open? Come on. Time to embalm. Oh, no, I don't remember how to embalm. Oh, wire the jaw, show with the needle injector. Okay.
I'm missing something.
Yeah, you are. All right, let's get that needle injector. All right, she ain't got nothing in here. Probably over here. Needle injector, is that it? What's that? All right, the tubing, let's get that. Yeah, I'm gonna need a needle injector. The database is on that computer. All right, that's good. Where the dragons to kill? All right, let me know it's needle injector's not over here. Where's the damn needle injectors? Oh, over here. Nice. I think it's this one. Setting needles. Yep. Boom. Needle injector. Boom. 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 Nice. All right, now let's check out this database real quick. Back? No. Close the record system. Oh, I gotta put in that code probably, right? 507029. The Night Shift Database. All right, this database is a collection of all the findings related to the banishment of covetous demons, the history of the demonic, and the tools I have found through my research. Years of travel and piecing together whatever relics remain have been compiled here. The navigation bar at the top right leads to the following subsections. History of the demonic, identifying demonic tendency, sigils of demonic names, tools to combat demonic forces, path to banishment, embalm each body with the special regent from the cabinet. All right. Use leading strips from the cabinet to attempt to reveal demonic sigils. Compare the found demonic sigils to the demons' names within the Night Shift database. Build the mark to match the demon's name. Pay attention to each body for demonic activity. Note that bringing an already embalmed body back out to re-inspect for changes may be necessary. Place the mark on the body believed to have demonic tendency. Burn that body in the retort before possession takes hold. All right. Wait, there's probably more. Since I first experienced contact with demonic entities, I've dedicated myself to researching everything I can to prevent their attempt at possession. My journey has taken me all over the world in search of answers. I've found that no particular religion has a full understanding of the demonic. While bits and pieces remain true in various interpretations, there is much that is inaccurate or simply unknown. I've compiled what I've found from various archives and relics. None of this is integral to banishment, but this knowledge may still be of use. Athenian, is a long dead. You can look at the names of demons and their sigils. Sometimes finding 2 or 3 sigils narrows it down enough for you to know the name. Be right back. All right. All right, should I do that or should I be reading right now? What do you guys think? Should we do our homework or should we be looking for these sigils? Also, don't we have to embalm the body, right? A long dead language recorded to be lost in the burning of the library at Alexandria. All right, so no, look at the page with the sigils. Each of the covetous demons belonged to one of the 3 houses of service in the halls of Satan. the houses of sin. A demon's true name is composed of 4 sigils of bondage. Below are the 3 houses and all known covetous demons within them. Oh, and this is how the names are done. Balmet, Anik, Taldik, Sabos. All right, yeah. All right, now we know where that is. All right. When the church found someone to be guilty of sin beyond forgiveness of God, the accused could atone for their sins and re-enter the grace of God by undergoing a cleansing of sin known as quarter-letting. A priest would bless the holy blood that remained in the sinner before cutting the wrist and allowing the remaining blood of sin to flow freely in an urn. Oh my goodness. The blood would be drained until the accused became weak. This weakness was believed to be the body being underburdened from the weight of sin. The amount was believed to be approximately a quarter of the sinner's blood. The sophist was then burned as the blood was delivered to be part human and part demonic. Unbelievable. There are 5 endings. Yeah, just to get an idea how this all works. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a great idea. And I'm going to grab a Italian icy. I'm like this mix of like hungry, like I want to wait till later to eat my dinner, but I'm hungry. Hang on a sec. Oh, yeah. Oh, Italian ice, so good. So good. So tart. Lemon. I have strawberry too, but the lemon is so much more tart. Mmm. All right. Yeah, what's up with this history of the demonic, my guy? All right, so this language. There was a safe known as the ethereal language. It was believed to be a tool of angels to communicate with them. It's like some Richard Madsen shit. Few have been allowed to access the remaining documents. The demonic Ethan. All right, guys. Satan's exile from heaven and his hatred for God drove the creation of the desecrated tongue. Antahim. Its records had been combined with the remaining documentation of ancient Ethan in an attempt to discover more of the ancient language. Below are all the translations I could find. Oh shit. What's wrong? Some words do not have an equivalent. Oh, this is the translation of the language. All right, so we got a lot of resources in here. Where do we go next? We got to embalm the body. Oh, let's go do the. We got it. Yeah, we got to go do all that mortuary stuff, right? Close up the jaw.
There we go.
There we go. You know, it's eating and gaming is hard. All right, hang on. What's next? Eye caps. Nope, you gotta be open first.
I'm missing something. I'm missing something.
Yeah, we're missing the eye caps. All right, yeah, we gotta find the eye caps. Eye caps. Nope. God damn it, where are the eye caps at? Moisturizing wipe, the other thing, nope, nope. Nope, dishes, nope. Eye caps. Yeah, there isn't much coming from this. Do you know where the eye caps are though? It's like working in a real lab. Anybody seen the eye caps? Oh, see now. I'm just trying to get some eye caps. All right, where did you put the drawers? Oh yeah, the drawers. Not this one. No. Where the eye caps at? Oh, the drawers. Yeah, there's scalpels. What is that? Forceps. No, not those. Eye caps. Eye caps. What's down here? Eye caps. What's that? Eye caps! Yes! The motherfucking drawers. Boop.
I'm missing something.
No, you are not, bitch. Did you leave the eye caps over there? Bitch, if you don't get some eye caps right now. Right, there we go. Eye caps. Perfect. All right, you need the other. Did it just give you one? I don't understand. What the fuck is that?
I already have one of those.
All right, well, why aren't you using it? Also, bitch, somebody's knocking at the door and shit. What the fuck is going on? Who was that? One at a time? All right, yeah, let's try that. Y'all hear? Y'all, I know y'all heard that knocking noise. I know this game is freaking. Y'all can see it. Can y'all tell I'm freaked out? This game is freaking me out. All right, so I did the ICAP. But see, it's not letting me close the thing. I don't know what the closer thing is. So I think this is where I'm supposed to close it, but it's not letting me. Oh. Oh, there it is. It let me put it on that time. All right, we're good. We're good.
Right.
We're good. We're good. We're good. We're golden. We're golden. We're going to get this. I want to be the best damn mortuary's assistant. All right. Back. Let's see what's next. Mix the embalming fluid. Glutaroblase glavinoids, methanol, humectant, and formaldehyde.
I can't hold anything else.
You can't hold anything else? All right, what do you need to do? The fuck is that? Yo, what the fuck is that? Come on, but the door's open now? Yo, I'm uncomfortable. Help. Can I just stay in here? You're just gonna stay in here and hide. Close it, close this. I'm just staying in here and hiding. Oh no. How am I supposed to do my job like this? Where's the humectant?
I can't hold anything else.
You got to get better at holding stuff. All right, I'm gonna go with tab. Methanol. No. Oh, that's the other thing, the glutamaja. Yep, that's what we want. This is what's really like working in the lab too. Like you really have no idea what you're doing, but you just keep following the recipe. Glutaroblase glavinoids. All right, and then the last one. No, like the methanol, right? Where is that? Oh, over here. What is it? What do you want? Huh? Oh, the hall has a light switch? What is it? I'm sick of this. Confront me, come on. I got a job to do over here. Guy's the worst. All right, hang on a sec. Now we've got to do the, there's another step, the reagent in the old cabinet. In the old oh yeah. All right. All right, let's go get a scalpel, guys. Forceps to clamp on both veins and connect the embalming pump. Forceps. Tubing. I think the tubing. Yeah. See now, why? What? Nigga, I don't know you like that. What is? Game ain't right. All right. All right, fill the bag with cavity fluid, then insert the thing. All right. The bags are right here. Dude, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. This game has been giving me so many like ideas about like a lab-based game. That's all I got so far. But like you can make it like a micro lab and do some crazy shit in it. I don't know yet. I don't know yet, but it'll be dope. All right, now ideas come in phases, y'all. They don't all come at once. All right, now fill the empty bag with the fluid. All right. Then insert the thing into the thing.
I can't use that here.
Bitch, what are you talking about? There you go. I know this part gross.
There we go.
All right. Yeah. All right. So, oh, here we go. Clipboard. Mix the cleaners in the bathroom closet to create tank cleaner and pour into the embalming pump.
Will you help me?
No, what the fuck is going on? Hold up, I'm kind of fine though. I didn't know I was fine like that though. Oh, what's up? Hey, me. Hey, all right. Bitch, I gotta get some cleaner. Hit her with the clipboard. Hit her with the clipboard. Take that thing on the, oh. A small photo, 1970, the year of the arrival of the house of death, the birth of its creator, the full number shall be 6. The full number. Interesting. Well, okay. That's how I wash your hands? Cool. Oh, now she's gone. Oh, interesting. All right, now we got some tank cleaner. I think I already have a moisturizer, maybe? No, okay.
All right.
Return the body. Aren't I supposed to do something like take the clipping from the cabinet? Have you been walking around with the sigil? Clipping fire thing? Letting strip? Are you talking about this thing? Where all the demon stuff is? Return the body, get another one. Yeah, all right, so should I use it? Yeah, I should use it, right? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa! Whoa, whoa, that means the thing's here. What the fuck do I do now? Holy shit. Holy shit. Yeah, it went on fire. Make it go on fire. Oh. There it is. All right, what's going on here? Now make it explode. No, it's just smoldering. Oh shit. Well, what the fuck is it? Is it a sigil? Boom. All right. Oh, there it is. Oh shit, y'all. Now find the sigils right there. And then do I go put that in the fucking alphabet thingy? Holy shit. Yeah, she doesn't interact with it. Wait, which one it... Hang on. Hang on, let's go check which one it is. I think it's that one at the top. Yeah, it's the one that looks like a little spermy head, like a little 9. All right, where does the is that where the first one goes? Boom. Holy shit, y'all. This game is fucking bonkers. All right. Now we got to take them back and get another one. I think. Tell me if I'm wrong. This shit is fucked up. This shit is fucked up. Who made this game? And I need to talk to them. We need to talk about their mental health issues because they definitely have some. They have some serious mental health issues that need to be addressed. Oh yeah, take the gurney out. There we go. All right. All right, let's go. Oh wait, we gotta get another body. Whoopsies. All right, body time. All right, body number 2. Yeah, I forgot a body. There's no body in here. What is this? Nah, this is something. Is that a note or something? All right, I guess this is empty. Why is there noises? Oh wait, there we go. I forgot you gotta pull it. All right, dude, you ready? Here we go, homeboy. You know, these aren't exactly the easiest thing to steer. It's a black dude, definitely the demon. Is he though? Oh yeah. All right, well, let's see what you got, demon boy. I don't see anything on the... Gross. Oh, I see. Hang on. It's hard because he's black, you know? Where's the... All right, this guy's got some stuff going on.
There we go.
All right. Let's put his marks in. Whoa. Whoa. Got some issues over there, my G. You got some issues over there, my G. Let's see. What are we gonna do, y'all? Oh, I know what to do. We gotta put this in the system. Into the system. See, if this shit wasn't terrifying, I would I'd be like, yo, I kind of fuck with this game. Like, it kind of reminds me of working in the lab, you know? You're kind of chilling, going through the protocol. Y'all will see, y'all, I really like simulators, like American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, you know, like the flight simulators. I want to get into those type of games with y'all. This is like one of those, but fucking terrifying. Why you gotta be terrifying? It's too terrifying. What? No, no, no. What the fuck? What? Why? What the fuck was that? What? Yo, what the fuck was that, y'all? I don't understand. Why? Why did that happen? That ain't right. Oh yeah, the fire thing. Let's go get the fire. Oh wait, do I have the fire thing? No, I gotta go get a new fire thing because it blew up. Fucking, what does it look like, y'all? Like a C with a, like a D. Like a D or something. I don't know, with the 2 dots or something. Come on, y'all, let's go put this sigil. That one. I don't know if that's the right order. I don't know why I'm just assuming it goes this way, but it doesn't necessarily have to. Let's take another one of these now. Yeah, it looks like a microscope. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's a good call. All right. You can check the order in the database. Oh, in the database. Okay. Identifying which body is experiencing demonic tendency requires paying close attention while any of the bodies can be manipulated. It is easier for the entity to control its own vessels. Sudden movements, large or small, can be a sign of tenant. If a body appears to be more active than others or strange markings start to appear, it may be a sign of demonic tendency. However, the demon is trying its best to remain elusive and may manifest these manipulations on other bodies, which is why it is important to take note of which body is experiencing these events. The more events linked to a specific body, the more likely it is to be the chosen vessel. Whoa. A body with demonic inhabitants may display sudden movements. These movements can be small as a twitch of the fingers or large as full body manipulation. Hit the home button or the button with the 4 things. The mark. The mark is one of 2 tools used to bind the demon to its chosen vessel. Each slot holds a sigil that represents a part of the demon's name. When all 4 are placed in the correct configuration, Place the completed mark on the vessel believed to have demonic tendency. The mark will react to the baleful region inside, binding the demon to it. Once demon is bound, burn the body. The evocation can only be completed once the demon has inscribed the 4 sigils of its name into our world. They are hidden from us until revealed by the burning of leading parchment. Once the sigils are discovered, the name of the demon will be known and the mark can be built. Go back to the sigil page to see the names. I don't think it's this one. It might be this one. Oh, I see. And then that can tell us the order. It could be this one. But it could be one of these desolation ones. So it could be Uzkaret. It could be Varaketh. Or it could be Masset. Y'all, this game is fucked up.
To the dead comfort.
Close this door. Close the door. Close the door. Close the door.
I am here.
What? All right, something fucked up going on with you, bruh. Something fucked up going on with you, bro. Look, we about to do your shit. We got to do your shit, nigga. We got to take out the leading. Oh, yeah. All right, maybe it didn't, maybe there wasn't anything in it. But yeah, I heard that shit. All right, let's go do the damn thing. What do we do first? Needle injector.
There we go. I can't use that here.
Nothing. Never mind. Sorry. Turn on the light in the hallway. I don't know why I can't close his eyes. Oh, the scribbling? Oh wait, now I have it. But yeah, let's do some scribbling too, because he talked about that, but I don't know where the scribbling is.
All right.
What? Did it just take me back to like a memory or something? Bitch, was you strung out on drugs?
Yo, thought you'd be hiding at Billy's place. Your dad's being a total fucking loser. We're heading down to the beach in just a sec. Grab your kid and get down here. Party's gonna start without you.
The fuck is he talking about?
I'm missing something.
Oh, you're missing something. Seriously, I guess I need my keys? Jacket, maybe?
I'm missing something.
Whoa. 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 All right. You sure it isn't the drugs? Yeah, there we go. All right, here we go. Holy fuck. Holy shit. What the fuck? You will see me?
You did this to me. It's all your fault.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, see, no. Paper these bitches. Thanks, James. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, yesterday was pretty personal. Although, I appreciate that, James. But yeah, yesterday, I guess fucking what's-his-face started contacting people I work with, man. That's just crazy. He's been contacting more people. Robert Beatty, man. That guy's nuts. All right, let's see. What's next? Also, Stupid Horror Energy, where is the... Where's the, Holy shit! Y'all see this shit? What the fuck? Paper that bitch. Where's the thing I'm supposed to scribble on? Yeah, I don't know. Anybody know where that scribbly thing is? No, I don't think there's anything in here. I don't see a notepad. Guess that's what I'm looking for. Notepad. Yeah, I don't see it. Where's the notepad? I'm missing something? Oh, is this it? Okay, now I see. All right. Oh, shit. Nigga, you sound like the demon. Yeah, I know that body's speaking, but I don't know if that's like, you know, if it's one of the real ones or if it's a false alarm. I know this shit's scary as fuck. All right, back. Reservoir brag.
I'm missing something.
Wait a sec. Yo, what happened?
I can't use that here. I can't use that here.
What?
Rebecca, it's me. It's your grandma. I need you to leave. I just wanted to visit you.
Oh, bitch.
Don't you miss me?
No, you dead bitch, you.
I brought you something.
Don't.
You could slit your wrist for me. Just a little cut.
Is this safe for children?
What's wrong, Rebecca? Don't be afraid.
Turn the lights back on!
Get away!
Paper this bitch, paper this bitch. Pull the paper out. Oh no. Oh, now you just done. You just want to fuck with me, huh? You just fucking with me, huh? You think this is a game? You think this is a fucking game, huh? Nah, whoa, whoa! Oh! Oh! Whoa, where? Oh, man. Oh, shit. The fucking double-cross hook thingy. It's like a J with two crosses. Oh, shit. All right, let's go find the name of this fucking bitch. Holy shit. This one. Maybe. Mass it. Because it's not this one. Not that one. It's not that one. What if they're lying? What if it's lying about its name? Why would it be honest about its name? Huh? Why doesn't it just make up a name? Why is it gonna tell me its real name? Not this one. Not that one. Not that one. It's not this one, y'all. We know its name. We know its fucking name. Look, it's none of these. Wait, it is. Wait, it could be this one. Sabos. Hang on a second. It could be this one. Sabos. Or Massett. All right, yo, we're gonna have to find the last one. We're not gonna know until we know. Yeah, we need the fourth one. We need the fourth one. Why is the desktop fucked up? Why is it the desktop looks different to me? All right, let's finish this fucking report for this fucking guy so we can get him in the fucking database. Look, why can't I do your shit, bro? She just needed to come freak me out first.
There we go.
All right. Cleaners. It's a lot of activity around you, homeboy. You heard what I said? It's a lot of activity around you. What's up with you? What's up with you? Where you from, nigga? Where that nigga from? I don't know where he from. I don't know him like that. And what's up with your picture? Nah, I don't like your picture with the... Nah, that's creepy. Why you gotta be creepy like that, boss? Would you be a normal person?
Can't use that here.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure you got it. Oh, whatever. Now let's go here. Why are you not using the tank cleaner? Oh, yeah. Alrighty then. Alright, now. Where's the. Alright, the computer's locked. That's a little weird. Not gonna lie. The moisturizer.
All right.
I gotta go get a new one. Is there a light in this hallway? Go back where? Holy shit. Wasn't he here? Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, you think we should burn him? Y'all want to burn him? Bring him back. Oh, there's no light in here no more. Should I fill it out first? Oh, it was not let me move these. I think I know what to do. All right, here, hang on a sec. Let me look at it again. All right.
Do the dead comfort you?
Oh, shit. We gotta switch these two. I don't know how to fix the mark though.
I already have one of those.
Do the dead comfort me? No, they don't comfort nobody. Yeah, what about that, stupid whore energy? Do you got a microphone? Boop, 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 boop. Nope. Nothing. And I don't know how to move those letters. I need to switch those two and put that spirally thingy there. I think it's this one. Yeah. It's just these two are in the wrong place. I don't know if there's any way to fix that. Oh, yeah, okay. Here. It's easy. Alright, that should be it. Hang on a sec. Bing, 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 bing. Guys, I think that's the mark. I'm double checking. I don't want to get it fucked up. Guys, I think that's the mark. Wait. Go check the freezer. Should I take the mark? With the paper out? All right, I think we got to take that mark. Do you guys think it's this one or the other one? Wait, you don't want to put it on him? All right, tell me what to do with the mark. All right, also, the cremation bag is on the shelf. All right. You guys still think this is the body? All right, what do you guys think? Did we put the mark on it? All right, to use the items, first gather some ash from below the furnace by using the creation match, then douse the body with the ash and use the matches. That Jane Otangelo could play? Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. Guys, what if it's that first body? Alright, then douse the body with the ash and use the matches. Punk, you genius. Alright. But y'all didn't tell me about the mark. Do you want to put the mark on him? To mark or no mark, stupid whore energy. Bong or no bong? All right, no mark, do the ashes, and then the matches, okay?
I can't use that here.
Wait, whoa, hang on. All right, and then Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Gang, what the fuck? The trumpet looking one. Yeah, that's him. That's gotta be him. Yeah, that's gotta be him. That's him. That's him. It's this one. Mass it. All right, so now we got to put the anchor on his ass, right? Mark time.
Are you sure this is the right one?
You're not fucking with me. I can't steer, but God damn it. Oh, shit. Oh, I see the button now. All right, here, we got to get him back on the thing. Yeah, the red button. But he's got to get back in the thing. He's not on the thing. All right, y'all, here we go. Fuck me. This is gonna be bad. 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 Why am I watching this? Why am I watching this? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, I know you. That's not good.
There you are. Good.
Is it over?
It's never over. But you survived.
What do you mean? Can I leave? I want to go home.
You can leave. But once an entity finds you, all the houses of hell will do anything to get back to you. I'm sorry, but it doesn't end here. From now on, there is always a chance this will happen again. No matter where you are.
I don't want this. I just want to leave. What do I do?
I'm sorry, but there's no going back. I've spent years learning everything I can to keep these entities at bay. It's the only thing we can do.
So what, you're waging some selfless holy war?
It's not a war. It's survival. And I'd hardly call it selfless. We're caught at the front line of something larger. But I don't do this for some greater good. We either face it or fall to it. I wish I could claim to be someone better, suffering hell to save us all. But I simply want to live another day, just like everyone else. When I first experienced this, I had to make a choice. I could run and spend the rest of my days in fear, or I could learn to face it and keep some semblance of a normal life.
Normal. Right.
It's not a life I would want for anyone, but choosing between a life of fear or control. You're the first person I've met to face this hell and survive. So I'm offering you a different kind of job. Work the night shift. Learn what I know. Give yourself a chance at a life beyond fear. I don't know what you experienced, but I know it uses the worst parts of you against yourself. The more you experience, the more you'll confront the darkest parts of your life.
Whoa.
But through it, you'll become unbreakable. I'm offering the tools to take control. The choice is yours. I hope you come back.
Oh, yeah, I had that game on my PS4. Yeah, it's like a prison escape game. No, I should play that game with Donnie. That's a good game for Donnie. Speaking of which, where's Donnie? Donnie should play wrestling games with me. That was crazy. All right, y'all. We're gonna go. Let's go to the casino, y'all. I don't want to. Let's dip on these pocket locker fools. Guys, this was super fun. Please head to the casino, theater, and arcade, where we're gonna be gaming the rest of the night and going into our overnight shift. I literally don't know what we're gonna do. I just need to fire up the casino. What? I don't think I have any of the restream windows open here. I'm gonna do it real quick over here. Sweet. All right, guys, let's go to the casino. Pocket Locker fam, love you guys. See you later. Guys, the link is in the description. Let's go to the casino and have some fun. I'm gonna put up the Pocket Locker. Wait, what do I want to do? Yeah, I'll put up the Pocket Locker end screen and then switch to the casino start screen.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. Hell, say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like yo on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'm still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young, baby, I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like yo, some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone.
What up, what up, what up? Actually, I forgot to start the casino. I'll be right back. Hang on.
He did the whole race, bro. This race back right on it.
Ready for takeoff. Ready for takeoff.
Oh no. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button, y'all. I did.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like yo, some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy. No need to rush, I'ma still be here tomorrow. Had to take my chances, baby, I just struck the lotto. And I'll be so gone, don't know where I go wrong. Don't remember last night, I blame it on the bottle. And I'm just living life, I would rather not question it. All the time invested, you could see that we was next to win. Over anything, I'll still be right here when they gone. I just had to put you in the sun, don't get me wrong. They all say I'm way too young, baby, I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like yo, some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone. Hey, I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got and that gon' drive me crazy.
What up, what up, what up, what up? Sorry about that, y'all. Yeah, I kinda pressed the wrong button. It's okay. It's still some people over live at Pocket Locker. I'm gonna go ahead and be nice since that was a little hectic. I'm gonna go ahead and post the casino stream link over there on Pocket Locker. Give them a few minutes to come over. And then we gonna cut that bitch off. Yeah, if you're watching on Pocket Locker 86, go to the casino. What up, Lena? What up, Lena? How you doing? But yeah, go to the casino, pin the message. We'll be live on Pocket Locker 86 for a few more minutes just to give everybody time to switch over. and then we'll be live on the casino. I see most people are switched over, but yeah, go ahead, switch over to the casino, because we will cut off the Pocket Locker 86 stream. Also, I'll give out 10 million tickets plus a million for everybody that's on the Pocket Locker 86. Yo, what y'all think about me trying out one of these new fighting games? I feel like we've been watching a lot of these fighting games. I've been thinking about grabbing one of them. I really like the ones I have on PlayStation. But I was thinking about getting that the girls. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Skullgirls. And I don't know, like, should I get it on PC? Should I go PlayStation? I feel like my club plays on PlayStation, but more of y'all have PCs, and I feel like I should try to get into the PC side of things more. There's a lot of games I like. I like Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Y'all know I like Street Fighter, but I'm probably gonna get sick, so I won't buy another copy of 5. Plus, I have Street Fighter 5 and technically Marvel vs. Cap on my PS4. So I do want to get Marvel vs. Capcom 3, but I'll probably wait. I'm willing to wait on that since I have Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite to learn that on. And, but yeah, I've been thinking about Skullgirls, also Persona, King of Fighters. There's so many, y'all. There's so many. Fucking Dragon Ball Fighters. What y'all think? Man, we gonna do more of that Mortuary's Assistant. That was super fun. I want to make sure we get through the other endings and stuff. But yeah, that was super fun. Looks like everybody switched over. Yeah, the Prison Break one. I'm definitely down to play that. That's a great idea. Nah, you good. No worries, Lena. Is everything all right with James? I ain't seen James in a couple days. It ain't a big deal, but I just want to check on him. Let's see what we got. Skullgirls, right? I love this game. Let's go ahead and get it. What is the give me the bundle info. Oh, it comes with the season 1 pass, which is the other characters. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to get it, whatever. Let's go. Purchase for myself. Sure. Get a new code. All right. Also, I want to see if I can get my my gamepad to work with this. I don't really care. What's the difference here? Yeah, do that one. Save and continue. That's fine. Purchase. Give me this game. I love the arcade sounds. Thank you, YouTube Punk. All right, look, I'm feeling the fact that there's 9 of us, but come over to the casino, theater, and arcade, y'all. We about to kill that pocket locker. Matter of fact, I'm probably gonna kill it after we download Skullgirls. Install the content. We gonna have to do this the right way, y'all, like going through the tutorial and all of that shit. Actually, I was watching this video. Let me show you this video I was watching. What account was I watching that video on? All right. I love this video.
After a hiatus of many years, the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin anew!
Actually, y'all, I'ma heat my food up while we watch this and eat this. And while we watch this and eat this, would y'all listen to me while we watch this? All right, if you're on Pocket Locker, come over because I'm about to end the Pocket Locker stream for the night. That way we can do our arcade dealio on the arcade. Let me see. Oh, everybody came over to the casino. There's only one person watching on Pocket Locker. That's probably me. All right, great. Thanks for coming over, guys. I really appreciate that. Yeah, everybody's on the casino. All right, cool. I'll go ahead and give you guys the 19 million tickets. I'll count the extra one since that's probably just me. Or one other lurker. Probably one of our creepers. Y'all know we got some creepers. Hey, we out here doing big things. We got some creepers. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 19 million tickets for everybody. This video's dope. This is gonna inspire us. This is gonna inspire us to pick up the sticks as a fucking community, gang. And I'm hungry than a bitch to get some food.
And begin!
The tournament arc, a common trope in anime as well as a very divisive one. Personally, I've always had a soft spot for tournament arcs for numerous reasons. You get development for characters that haven't gotten the spotlight yet, the main character gets to show off how much they've grown, but the main thing I loved was pretty simple. Brain dead simple. You just get to see a lot of action. The goal here is for the main characters to just body as many fools as possible. When I was a kid, me and my friends would gather around in an attempt to recreate these tournament arcs on our own. We'd hook up Budokai, go to the tournament mode, and compete to see who the best player is. I never won these tournaments, and I would get pretty mad. I played Street Fighter II in the first grade on my SNES, and I thought it was hard and I didn't like it. Later on in middle school, I tried out Street Fighter Alpha 3, and again, I thought it was really hard, and I didn't like it. However, I did like Cammy. I thought she was cute. And I still do. Fast forward to the year 2010. I have decided after spending an entire childhood playing video games that I do not like fighting games. Once I was reaching my last high school years, I decided I like video games with good stories. I like games with lore and character development and stuff like that. But then I saw something that changed my mind almost instantly. Back in the day, GameTrailers.com, rest in peace, used to have a featured user video tab on the main page. I obviously don't have footage of this because the website is dead, But if you guys didn't know, Game Trailers was known for their retrospectives. One day I saw on the user video page someone made a Street Fighter retrospective in the vein of Game Trailers. Now at the time, little 2010 high school Marcus thought, you know what, I don't really like Street Fighter, but whatever, I'm bored, I'll watch it anyway. And something changed in me. After I watched this video series, it was like I was awakened, a switch inside me was flipped, a spark was ignited. Not only did the video go through the history of the Street Fighter series, it also covered the fighting game community as a whole. I saw iconic moments in competitive fighting games that apparently everybody had seen, but I missed out on. For instance, the insane full parry from Daigo Umehara. I didn't understand how this was supposed to be impressive at the time because I didn't know how hard it was to do this. However, what did stick with me was this clip. Justin Wong, the guy who's actually playing Chun-Li in the earlier clip, is performing an insane comeback in Marvel vs. Capcom 2 with just Cyclops. Something about this moment just felt so hot-blooded and fierce, but also perfectly calculated. The way Justin does the heavy kick to build meters safely in the air, all while having expert mobility, making sure not to get hit at all because a single full combo from the enemy means that he's completely donezo. This moment is earned not because Cyclops is a better character than the other characters on the opponent's team, but because he outplayed his opponent. He earned this victory.
Justin Wong! Oh my god!
And that's when I realized something. Fighting games are anime. I watched Justin Wong and Daigo compete in Street Fighter 4, a grudge match with a lot of history behind it. I watched the reactions from the crowd, hearing the excitement from the commentators. Before I watched this video series, this would have looked like two people spamming each other with the same attack. Even if I didn't know the full story being told here, I realized it again. This is the tournament arc of video games. I can't properly explain in words how this video series affected me because I was in high school, I had a lot of free time, and I was really bored. That's the only reason I watched it. These videos hit me at the perfect time in the perfect way, and if you go back and watch it today, you guys probably won't have the same view on it that I did. But either way, I would like to thank the Nostalgic Gamer for making that series because it really had a big impact on me. And that's what I'm hoping to do with this video. I want to make a video that can explain the appeal of fighting games to someone who hasn't been awoken yet, or to someone who has a passing interest but doesn't know where to begin. I'm not just going to talk about Street Fighter, I'm going to talk about Tekken, Smash, all of them. However, before we start talking about why you should play fighting games, let's look at the things people say when they say they just aren't into fighting games. I asked you guys on Twitter how you felt about fighting games. Did you like them? If you don't, why don't you like them? The biggest factors at play, the comments that made up a majority of the negative responses were basically this. Fighting games are intimidating. I don't know where to start. I can't do combos. Combos are really scary. People are better than me, and I'll get mad if I lose. And I plan to cover all of these, so hang tight. The second half of this video is going to be something I didn't have when I started playing these games. I'm going to tell you how you can get into this genre as seamlessly and easily as possible. I just think people have this perception of fighting games themselves being really hard, which honestly isn't really true. So first, let's move on to why I like fighting games. Fighting games share a lot with other competitive games. If you watch a pro Melee match and then a pro League of Legends match, you're going to see a lot of the same philosophies at play. But fighting games have something different, something that makes them an entirely different beast. They are one-on-one, with virtually no luck factor. In League of Legends, you can play to the absolute best of your ability, but you'll still lose if your teammates are brain dead. In Hearthstone, you can have the absolute tightest game plan, but you might not draw the right cards in the right order. In Rainbow Six Siege, you might just get killed by your own teammate for no goddamn reason. Other competitive games usually have another factor in play. Maybe that's the luck factor, and sometimes this can make those games very exciting to watch. But personally, I've quit League and Dota countless times because my teammates were just jackasses. And I've quit Magic and Hearthstone even more times because I can't stand playing a top 8 deck and still drawing a bad opening hand. I know that pro players take this into account when they play, but I personally just can't get over it. In a fighting game, you are more or less given the same tools as your opponent. What you do with those tools will directly impact if you win or lose. If you look at a fighting game, you might think that it's just an intricate rock, paper, scissors match, but there's actually way more levels than that. Unexperienced players may say, oh, well, they had a better character, that's why they beat me, or they were spamming me with the same move, that's not fair. But when you get better, you realize that those excuses just don't work. There's a very personal aspect to fighting games, and one thing this personal aspect is directly related to is in the competitive scene. If you guys know me, you know that I'm into a lot of things. I made an entire YouTube channel based around that idea. However, one thing that I absolutely cannot stand is sports. I'm just personally not into them. I can't be into everything. However, I understand how sports fans feel. I understand the appeal because I love esports, most namely the fighting game community, or the FGC for short.
Are we going like that? Here we go. Let's go. Oh my God, the block! Don't stop. Completely another run of existence.
And then forward. Oh!
What the hell? Oh my God, he's gonna kill him. Oh my God! What did we say? Oh, he's still chasing. Dies. He's trying to turn it around. That was clutch. Oh my God.
When you start playing these games and then you go watch your very first tournament footage, it's a beautiful thing. I still remember when I watched my first Evo after I got into Street Fighter. Even the weakest players were doing things that I didn't even know were possible. Some of the stuff they were doing wasn't even difficult, I just didn't know you could do those things. After a while, you start to recognize people's faces. You'll remember that one person who plays the character that you thought only you played. Then you root for them and you want them to win. Then you start to understand the strategies you're watching. You start to see patterns and you become more invested. Not just in the events happening, but the people. Since fighting games hinge on one player's performance, the games are also much more intimate. This leads to more excitement and emotion than any other professional gaming event that I've ever seen. Like I said, I'm into a lot of stuff, but nothing is as hype as a fighting game tournament. When you watch a fight between two pro players in any game, there's usually a story there. You might be watching an up-and-coming young pro rise through the ranks, beating seasoned players. Or you might be watching a grudge match between two people that absolutely fucking hate each other. And what's on the line? Not just money, because that's usually always on the line at tournaments, but their reputation is also on the line. What if that person who was talking smack just a few moments before actually loses because they can't back up what they were saying?
I think this guy talks a lot, and it's about time for him to learn some respect.
He's just waiting.
Whoa, left it. Did you just really do a Firefox on stage into up air?
We're done. For chilling's sake, I hope this is not his last match.
All I gotta say is you're gonna have to delete that YouTube video.
Then, your eyes are glued on the screen because you're watching a story at that point. Because like I said, it's entirely up to that person if they win or lose. Not their other teammates, not luck, it's all on them. And this can create a lot of iconic moments. I'd like to now show you guys one of my favorite matches in any fighting game. There are a lot to choose from, but I personally get very excited every time I watch this one. The match in question is between PR Balrog and Infiltration at EVO 2013. The game is Street Fighter IV. For those of you who don't know by now, EVO is the biggest fighting game tournament in the world. It's basically the Super Bowl for fighting games. The World Martial Arts Tournament, if you will. But first, let's talk about the players. Infiltration is known as one of the deadliest Street Fighter players ever. He won the entire tournament the year before, but this year he lost his semifinal match to PR Balrog, a player who is easily the underdog here, the crowd favorite. A player who can beat top players, but not all the time. However, this year he was unusually powerful. Knocking the year's previous champ down in the semifinals is no easy feat. However, on the day of the finals, they face each other again. Infiltration only has one more loss before he gets eliminated for good. Infiltration takes the first round, but not easily. After that, PR Balrog goes on a rampage.
Oh wow, backdashing to keep him in the front. He's willing to block the demon flip.
Stop. Fly to a new technique.
Oh, he got him! He got him! He chased him down!
Out of the air. Goes out for it.
Oh, and says, you're gonna drop your cover! And gets another!
He goes on to take the next 2 rounds. It's a best of 3, so if Balrog wins one more round, he will eliminate Infiltration from the tournament. So the crowd favorite is currently on top, the underdog. Normally, the story ends with the underdog winning, but in fighting games, things are a little different. Things can be a little more unpredictable. Before starting the round that may decide his fate, Infiltration goes back to the character select screen, and he picks Hakan. At the time, Hakan was seen as one of the worst characters in the game. He has a mechanic where all of his moves are pretty horrible. However, being a Turkish oil wrestler, if he uses an ability where he oils himself up, all of his properties change and he becomes quite deadly. However, taking the time to actually oil him up and keep him oiled up, because the oil will run out over time, didn't always seem entirely worth it. So he sat at the bottom of the tier list. In fighting games, sometimes characters will just be on the bottom of the tier list because they're too much work to figure out. The top of the tier list will usually be dominated by characters that are actually pretty easy. Almost too easy. However, Infiltration's knowledge of the game shone through in this moment, because while Hakan might be kind of a bad character, Infiltration knew that if Hakan could get oiled up, some of his moves could actually get around Balrog's pressure.
This is a very tough fight for Balrog, not one you have to face very often. The crowd is on their feet, they're swooning from this.
Then suddenly, the scene changes. No longer is everybody rooting for the underdog hero. Now half of us are rooting for the guy who picked one of the worst characters in the game during top 8 of EVO. If you watch your favorite team in basketball, you're gonna root for them no matter what. Let's not kid ourselves. But in a fighting game, you might have a moment where you're so blown away that you don't even care who wins anymore. In the end, Infiltration won the game with his wacky character choice. Both players knew that it was an insane set, and it makes you feel good when you watch them hug at the end. I was watching this tournament with friends who weren't as familiar with fighting games, and we were still all losing our damn minds. And it was hard to even pick this one match to show you guys because I can think of dozens like it off the top of my head. This is half the reason you play fighting games, because the community is unlike any other in esports. And I haven't even mentioned the style these games have. If you ask me, this is the real reason you're playing these games. Pulling off cool combos and flashy badass supers is the actual selling point here. It makes you feel like the main fucking character of an action movie. A good fighting game will have a colorful cast of characters, the animations will be on point, and everything will just feel so satisfying when you pull it all off. I'm horrible at Tekken, but I still love watching it because I love how it looks when it's played at a high level. I love almost every Street Fighter character ever made because they all have their own distinct designs. In a well-made game, each of the characters will feel completely different, and you feel a bond with the character that you play. Yeah, fighting games have shitty plots, but the plot is the one that you experience as you go on your journey of self-improvement with the characters that you choose to play. Since this genre is all about you and your own ability, you also get an immense sense of personal satisfaction when you get better. When I first started playing Street Fighter, I picked the first character I thought looked cool, I learned how to punch, kick, and grab, and then I went online. And I didn't win a single round for 2 whole days. This is also because I didn't actually block any attacks, but I just kept playing because I knew the opponent was operating under the same rules as me. I was probably just doing something wrong, and I understood that. Eventually, I got better just by playing. My character didn't level up or get any better stats. I was the one leveling up every time I played, and that's how it feels. You aren't given an artificial game element that tells you, hey, you're stronger now. You actually feel that you've gotten better. That same year, in just a few months of casual play, I had a B-ranked Chun-Li online. It's not some great achievement, but I became better at fighting games than the regular, everyday person. It's not like I was sitting grinding it out in training mode for hours a day. I just liked the game, and I kept trying. Some of you might be thinking, well, I can't get good. I'm just not going to have that sense of personal growth because I'm not good at video games or fighting games. So let me knock down that whole idea by saying, fighting games are not inherently difficult. There's actually a really good video by Core Gaming based on this idea alone, and I recommend anybody watch that video because that channel is amazing and it has some of the finest video essays I've ever seen. Like, I'm not lying, it's one of the few YouTube channels where I'll just go back and rewatch all their old videos just because. But in general, the idea of that video is that, yeah, fighting games don't always tell you how to win, and they could probably do with better tutorials, but the games themselves aren't really that hard if you actually try and you know what to do. And yeah, knowing what to do is the problem. In most fighting games that have really long combo strings, those players are just alternating between 3 buttons. What's important is how you use these buttons, in what combination and in what order. And yes, I can understand how that could be daunting. And if you think that you inherently just can't do it, that you personally lack the ability to learn these games, okay, well guess what? This dude can't even use his hands. He plays with his mouth, and he's a pro player, and he's really fucking good.
Hey, I can't hit this combo, or maybe I have problems, you know, playing on the right side or left side. I always tell him, like, you know, hey, if I could do it, man, you can do it.
When I play fighting games nowadays, I'm still surprised whenever I manage to do something that I thought I could never do before. When I started playing Dragon Ball, I hadn't played a fighting game in years. I saw the tournament footage and I thought, okay,
it just looks
I will
amazing,
never be able to do that.
but
that
who
shit
cares?
looks ridiculous.
But who cares?
But then I actually just tried to do it on my own, and I found out that it really wasn't that hard. And I'm not expecting anybody to watch this video and immediately go play these games competitively. I love this genre, and I've never once had the
What
desire
happens
to
if
play
you
these
don't put
games
it
at
in
a
a mount, Carrie-Ann?
It's the same as learning how to play an instrument. You might not want to be an international rock star, but you can still have fun learning how to play guitar on your own. So maybe what I've said so far has convinced you. Maybe part of my passion for this genre has embedded itself in you, and you want to give fighting games a fair and honest chance. Okay, so where do you start? Well, let's go over the first issue that may seem simple at first, but it's actually the most important thing to confront. What game do you play? The answer to this issue may be simple for some people. Just play the game that looks the coolest. If you like the style and characters of Dragon Ball, then go ahead and play that game. If you already have a passing familiarity with Smash Brothers, then play that game. Play what interests you. However, maybe all of the games look cool to you and you just genuinely can't decide which one fits you best. So then let me break down all the main games and what they may offer you. First, you have your classic 2D fighters like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Injustice 2. These games are less about long combo strings and more about fundamentals. If you want to take all my advice word for word, I recommend you pick Street Fighter. Yes, I am obviously very biased towards Street Fighter, but I think if combos are something that kind of put you off about the genre, Street Fighter is a good pick because at the most, characters are going to be doing 3-hit combos. The game is really not about stringing together moves in a particular sequence, it's more about fundamentals. If you have no interest in Street Fighter at all, do not touch the game, because you are not going to want to force yourself to play a game that you don't like. Next we have the team fighting games, most namely Marvel Infinite, Dragon Ball, and Skullgirls, and games like that. I'll also throw in other anime fighting games here, like BlazBlue and Guilty Gear, because they have some of the same concepts. More often than not, these games will have long combos and a lot of unique mechanics to learn. Don't be scared though, this can seem more daunting, but to be honest, they aren't any harder to play at a pro level. In my opinion, these games feel best to play as they revolve around cool characters doing cool shit. And if you ask me, Dragon Ball is currently the best fighting game on the market. It's my preferred game to play overall right now, and I think it's one of the easier games in the category to get into. Again, don't let your preconceived notions of difficulty scare you away from these games. They're the same as any other fighting game, and most of them have mechanics built in to make the game easier to learn. Next, we have 3D fighting games like Soul Calibur 6 and Tekken 7. These games have the added level of the third dimension. In my opinion, Tekken is the better of these two, and you'll get more depth out of it. People kind of tend to forget about Soul Calibur after a few months, and then it dies out, but again, that's just my personal opinion. Soul Calibur does have a lot of stuff that no other fighting game has, so if you're really feeling it, go for it. Don't let me stop you. Now, these games are way different from the other 2D
Bro,
fighting
what the
games,
fuck
but
is
the principles
Scamilton?
are basically the same. It's really just a matter of if you think 3D fighting games look cooler than 2D fighting games.
I might have to watch that after
Last
this.
but certainly not least, we have Smash. Yes, Smash
Yeah, let
gets
me watch
its
that
own
after this.
category because it's completely different from the rest of these games, while still decidedly being a fighting game. Smash is good to get into competitively because most people have already played it. You don't need to learn new mechanics because you probably already know them. So half the work is already done for you. From that point on, you just have to learn how to do the advanced tech. Smash is the easiest game to play, but it's also amongst the hardest to master. Remember when I said fighting games aren't hard? Competitive Melee kind of breaks that rule. It's actually really goddamn hard. However, Smash does have a free-form nature to it that allows you to create combos on the fly based on quick thinking and intuition. If Street Fighter is classical music, then Smash is jazz. And by the time this video comes out, the new Smash Brothers is probably pretty close to releasing, so maybe this is the series that you're going to want to get into. Oh, and by the way, real quick, if anybody tries to tell you that you need
Oh my
a
God,
fight stick
hang
in
on.
order
I gotta
to play
check it
most
out.
of these games, they're wrong. It's mostly personal preference. I play all fighting games on a stick because I'm personally used to it, but more and more pro players don't even touch them. So anyway, you've picked your game, now we have to learn the mechanics. This comes before training to do combos. It comes before even really picking your main character. Seriously, just pick the most generic, boring character in the game and do all the tutorials. Because in my experience, when I'm learning a new fighting game, I kind of can't decide who I want to play until I know how the game works a little bit better. So next, you've learned all the mechanics, you know how to guard cancel or use X Factor or whatever. Now, you can pick a character. And this is where I tell you something that the pros won't tell you. Do not simply pick the character that you think is cool. Pick someone easy. Sometimes the character you think is cool isn't really the character for you yet. Maybe you're destined to one day play Nina in Tekken, but for now, you're not really at the level to get the most out of her. Look online and find out which characters are good for beginners. Literally just Google beginner characters in Killer Instinct or whatever game you're playing. Learning the basics on a balanced character is always the best way to go. When you learn the basics on an easier character, you can always play a different character later on because those skills usually transfer over. What also could happen is you might just end up liking that easier character. This has happened to me many times before. I play Tien on my team in Dragon Ball even though I was only playing him because he was easy. It just so happens that I also really like playing him. Now once you have your character or characters, I need you to learn all their moves. Every single one. If you're playing Ken and you can't Shoryuken, you're only using half of the character. Most of your moves have a time and place where they will be important. So you have a character, you know the mechanics, you know the moves, and you're ready to fight now, right? Well, sort of. First we are going to take a lesson from Mr. Miyagi. Before we learn how to attack, we have to learn how to defend. Most of the time, the people who aren't very good at fighting games are only bad because they're not really focusing on the defense aspect. A lot of people want to play these games the way they want to, and you can't really do that at first, because you don't know what works. During this period, there's a lot of trial and error. Sometimes some characters have weird gimmicks that you aren't exactly used to yet, and you need to know how to defend against those gimmicks. In Street Fighter, if you learn how to sit and block and wait for the enemy to come to you, then attack when they leave an opening, you will be better than 75% of the people online. Your goal in these first few games is not to win, but it's to learn how to win. And the way you do that is through punishing. Punishing is a term that means exactly what it sounds like it means. You are punishing the opponent for doing a move that leaves them open. If you block a heavy attack, it usually means that you can do one right after. In whatever game you're learning, just find one quick, simple combo to start with. And only use that combo when you're absolutely sure you're gonna land it. Don't just throw it out willy-nilly, because usually that combo can be punished in return. And this is where your choice of game starts to come into play. In Street Fighter, a punish can be as simple as a throw or a sweep. Maybe even a little simple combo like crouching medium punch canceled into
Alright, I'm grabbing my food.
In Tekken, it might be just a quick 2-hit combo like this. Nothing fancy, no 10-hit juggles. Then we get into the anime games and the team fighting games, and things get a little more complicated. In Dragon Ball, Marvel, Skullgirls, games like that, you have to do a little bit more. In these kinds of games, combos revolve around launching, where you do a few hits, you launch the opponent, then you jump up to chase them, do a couple more hits, and then you spike them back down. Now this may seem crazy, like, whoa, how come in Street Fighter I can punish with a throw, but in Skullgirls I have to do a whole fucking symphony? Well, in combo-based games, characters generally do less damage because you're meant to do more than one hit. Now games like Persona Arena and Dragon Ball have auto combos where you press square over and over and you'll do the whole combo I just explained. I implore you, in any game that you play, please, for the love of God, do not do auto combos as a beginner. Auto combos are only to be used in intermediate or high level play for very specific reasons. If you rely on them as a beginner, your growth as a fighter will be stunted. Yes, you may win a few games, but you will not grow as a player. See it as the dark side of the Force. Is it stronger? No, but it is easier. Do not be seduced. In these kinds of games, you should know the attacks all flow into one another. Light goes into medium, which goes into heavy. It's not really that hard to do. Light, medium, launcher, jump after them, light, medium, launcher again, which knocks them back down. In between that magic sequence, you can usually fit other things in. In Dragon Ball, you can do another jump in the air to extend the combo. You can knock them even further up if you know what you're doing. You can end it with a super in some games. You can kind of just mess around with it. A lot of the fun of these types of games is making up your own combos because the system is a lot more fluid. But they all revolve around mastering this sequence, light, medium, heavy. Now like I said, Smash is a whole nother story. If we're being honest, I don't know a lot about actually playing Smash, I only watch it. But based on what I do know, I think the first thing that you should learn is movement. In Smash Brothers, movement is absolutely the most important thing. Wave dashing and shit like that is so integral to good melee play that I think you should not skip it. Again, melee is very hard to learn, so if you want to learn Smash 4 or Smash Ultimate, things get way more in line with what I've already been talking about. Most of the time, you want to master your movement and then punish the attempts to attack you that the opponent is making. Learn how to master your movement so that you can avoid getting hit and then attack the opponent when they're vulnerable. For all of these games, the best way to learn how to punish effectively is to just YouTube it. Look up the character you're playing and find punish combos or find punish methods for the game you're playing. Just try to find the research on your own because I can't cover everything here. So you know how to play at the most basic level. You know the moves, you know how to win. Where do you go from here? Well, this is where you try to break out of the beginner level. Here is where you have to move on to the final steps. Spending time outside of the game. And I don't mean go outside and take a walk. I mean actually watching guides, watching tournaments, stuff like that. Watching tournaments is fun, but you also do learn a lot by doing that. Spend time messing around with other characters, learn the properties of other characters so that you can predict how they work when you fight against them. I also strongly recommend learning these games with friends. Having a sensei who can correct your mistakes will cut your learning time in half. Spend time in training mode until you feel comfortable with your team. Even then, spend more time in there. Some people are put off by the idea of spending time in the training mode, but I've always kind of liked it. Again, the idea of spending a long time on the training arc is probably the anime fan in me speaking, but there's a great sense of accomplishment in finally learning the combo that you've been practicing. Just about every major fighting game out there has the ability to queue up for a fight while you're in training mode, and I think this should be your default setting when you're starting to get better. That way, when you're getting frustrated in training mode, you have the occasional fight to break up the monotony. Lastly, I'm going to cover one more thing that most people won't tell you in a beginner guide. How to get around spam. Spam is something that really turns off new players. If you see somebody spamming a move that you don't know how to get around, it can be very demoralizing. You're online, you're in the low rankings, you're fighting people who don't know how to play, and they're just spamming Hadoken. Or they're doing Goku Blue's annoying-ass auto combo. Most characters in modern fighting games have a way around projectile attacks, especially in Street Fighter V, where each character specifically has a move that gets them around them. Some characters may have better projectiles, in which case, yeah, it's okay to beat them at their own game. Now, there are way too many types of spam to cover them all, but just know that you can usually go on YouTube and look up how to beat these strategies. And if you can't find a way to beat it online, just go into the training mode, set the dummy to do the thing that you can't beat, and then try stuff out until you find a solution. This is part of your training. You're going to encounter stuff that you have trouble against. And well, that's really all the advice I have for you guys. I try to be as comprehensive as possible, and I really hope I get more people into this genre. At the end of the day, the best way to really get better at fighting games is to watch videos like this telling you how to do it, because doing it on your own can take a lot of time. And yeah, people say, this all sounds really time-consuming, but you just watched an insanely long video telling you how to play a video game, so I think you have at least a little bit of free time. It really all depends on if it's something you actually want to do, something that you think is worth that time. And if you ask me, it totally is. If even one person watches this video and becomes a huge fan of fighting games like I am, then I will be insanely happy. So let me know if that ends up happening to you, because this is my favorite genre by far, and I think these games are truly diverse and intense enough to attract just about anyone. Not just weird, competitive weeaboos like me.
Out in the Rex Village, a dark world with street.
I'm going to go
So Texas Church is almost certainly going to get sued for an illegal performance of the play Hamilton because they did it without authorization and added a whole bunch of anti-gay messaging.
My hope is in Jesus.
This play is bad.
No.
Extremely bad.
New York.
And it's almost certainly copyright infringement. But as the original playwright, Lin-Manuel Miranda, said, it's never okay to change the words, lyrics, or notes without their express consent. Except that sometimes it is. Sometimes commentary and criticism requires that you change the word of someone else's IP. And these rules can't change whether you like the message or not. In fact, in the seminal case on fair use, Campbell versus Acuff Rose, the rap group Two Live Crew changed the words to Roy Orbison's song Pretty Woman. And it was considered parody, and it was considered fair use. Now, that probably doesn't apply here. This looks like straight up copyright infringement. It doesn't seem like it's a parody. But that being said, parody doesn't require you to agree with the message, and it's an argument to be made. So Texas Church is almost certainly going to get sued for an illegal performance of the play Hamilton because they did it without authorization and added a whole bunch of anti-gay messaging.
My hope is in Jesus.
This play is bad.
No.
Extremely bad.
New York.
And it's almost certainly copyright infringement. But as the original playwright, Lin-Manuel Miranda, said, it's never okay.
Good morning. Everybody pumped this morning? I asked to do this, not just to have another excuse to get on stage and see everybody. Our next speaker is someone who's become a good friend of mine. He's a video producer. He was a former Christian broadcaster. He's got a book, Deconverted, A Journey from Religion to Reason. And over the past several months, some of you may know he was the driving force behind the Unholy Trinity Tour, where myself, Aaron Ra, and Seth went to a few different cities and did this kind of joint evening event, which seems that we're actually going to reprise in Australia next March. Now, I am, despite the fact that I seem to do a lot in the movement, I am incredibly lazy. And I don't tend to write talks. I tend to talk off the cuff. And Seth made it possible for me to go from city to meet people where all I had to do was stand up and talk. And he's done all the work behind it as the host and owner and presenter of the Thinking Atheist podcast, and a massive amount of amazing content, including rapidly producing the video of my debate with Cy Ten Bruggencate in May so quickly that the people who are on Cy's side recording it were still barely looking at their edited footage before, and everybody else had already seen the whole debate. I am thrilled to call him a friend. I am thrilled that you have the opportunity to listen to him this morning, give a presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, Seth Andrews.
Dude. Yeah, I'm good. Can you guys hear me? I just wanted to show you this. It's kind of rare. Outside of the Unholy Trinity Tour, which we kind of did as a joke, right? We took what when I was religious was a little freaky. It's unholy. You know, we can't talk about it. And we turned it on its ear by calling the tour the Unholy Trinity Tour. And so we actually are rarely all three, though, in the same place outside of that tour. But I brought these, and if anybody wants some, they're just a few bucks, and you can get the guys to sign them while they're here. But it's been one of the real joys of my life, being a part of that, and to see the response of everybody who's come out. It's just been awesome. Look, I know most of the people in this audience were up late last night. I know that the hangover factor is really pretty high right now. So what does one do if they are a speaker at 10:45 a.m. to get and hold your attention? Well, you talk about hair bands. How many 80s children do we have in the audience? Everybody Wang Chung tonight. I was graduated high school in 1986. I'm kind of an 80s child. And of course you remember the 80s, 90s Motley Crue. Here's Quiet Riot, bang your heads. Anybody a Whitesnake fan? David Coverdale? Poison. The 80s live on. Well, I'd like to draw your attention this morning to a phenomenon that happened. I come from Christian radio, And we played more mainstream stuff during the day on KXOJ radio. It was Amy Grant and Michael W. Smith and all those people. But late at night, we would play the hard stuff, what we call the hard stuff, including this band. They were called Blood Good. This is a Christian rock band. Originally formed back in 1984, by 88, they were one of the top 5 Christian rock bands in the country, named after the founder, a guy on the right's name is Michael Bloodgood, also the bass player. He's right now the senior pastor of Calvary Chapel in Redmond, Washington. Here's an album cover, Bloodgood. How edgy is that? Of course, we're talking about the blood of Jesus covering our sins. They just celebrated a 25-year anniversary. The Metal Missionaries album is how they celebrated that. We had other rock bands like this one. It's Holy Soldier, formed in 1985. One of my favorites, Barren Cross, and their hit single, We Will Rock for the King. And of course, the gold, or perhaps the yellow standard of Christian metal, the Yellow and Black Attack, Stryper. Anybody here ever listen to Stryper? You gotta own it. You gotta own it. All right. They're fronted by a guy named Michael Sweet, and they were big for about 5 minutes in the 80s and 90s. I believe they're still around. Named after the scripture in Isaiah 53, he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. Now, I saw him in concert a couple of times back when I was rocking for Jesus, man, when I was a young child and a young person. We'd go out and rock for the King, and during the concerts, they would throw these out. They had Bibles with Stryper's emblem on them, and they'd chuck these New Testaments out into the audience. This was part of how they evangelized young people. Now, I want to take you back to what these New Testaments out into the audience. This was part of how they evangelized young people. Now, I want to take you back to what it was like to be at a Stryper concert. I'm going to play you a clip from a song called Soldiers Under Command. You may not be able to understand what he's singing, but the lyrics say this: we're fighting all the sin, and the good book, it says, will win. We are soldiers, soldiers under command. If I may quote the famous Rob Reiner mockumentary, this was Spinal Tap, all right? Of course, you have to resist the temptation to tell these guys that the scripture says, does not the very nature of things teach you if a man has long hair, it is a disgrace to him? Now, this is the kind of stuff that was pitched to young people and young adults in the 1980s and the 90s, obviously trying to wean them away from what the world, quote unquote, the world was offering, and to bring them into this sheltered, safe place for Jesus. There's a guy, his name is Phil Chalmers. He's a Christian author and speaker. A lot of his work targets young people, specifically how pop culture influences young people in a negative way. And he wrote a book called The Official I Don't Listen to the Lyrics Handbook. What he did is that he went after all those people who say, you know what, I don't really like the words, I just listen to the music. You know, of course, the words are about what? Getting laid. And parents were terrified that their children were listening to all this worldly music. They wanted a Christian alternative. So he actually created a list. And you can see, if you like one artist, there's a Christian version. You like Sheryl Crow, you'll like Susan Ashton. You like Anya, you'll like Mayor Brennan. If you like Brothers Keeper, or NSYNC, you'll like Brothers Keeper. Now, this list isn't very accurate, but it was a guide for parents. If you like the secular devil version, well, give it up and come over here and try the Christian version. Anybody know who this is? It's Wilson Phillips. Became big in the around 90, I guess. A female trio that was huge on the radio, and guess what? It wasn't long before Christian music had its own version of the female pop trio called Sierra. Same overall look, same album styles, and the same sound on the radio. Everybody's familiar with boy bands like NSYNC. Believe it or not, Christian music has boy bands like this one, Plus One. This is them from the album The Promise. Now you can start to see the pattern, right? Something gets hot in pop, And secular culture and Christianity says, and before you know it, you begin to see echoes of it. Now, here's a great example. This is an album from the 1980s called Don't Hide Your Heart from Sheila Walsh. She actually went on to become one of the hosts of the 700 Club years after this. But take a look at her album cover, and those of you who are sort of a product of that generation, think to yourself, who does she remind you of? Perhaps Sheena Easton? Now take a look, all right? You got the hair, you got the color scheme, you got the makeup, right? And this was a common thing. We were warned about the devil's agents on earth like Stevie Nicks. Anybody told she was a witch when you were growing up in a Christian home? A few of you heard that story, right? They actually pray to Satan at their concerts. They're trying to scare us to death with all this stuff. Well, this pop star has had over 40 top 50 hits and sold over 140 million albums. But if you're a believer, you need an alternative. We had someone named Leslie Phillips. This is her from the album Black and White and the Gray World, came out in the late 80s, I believe. And she was actually kind of a 1-2 punch. She also emulated Cyndi Lauper. In fact, in her autobiography, Myrrh Records promoted her as the Christian Cyndi Lauper. She made that revelation. She was so upset about the fact that she didn't have an identity of their own, that they kept trying to tie her into what was going on in pop culture, that she left Christian music outright. Now, let me give you a little taste of what they were going for. She's trying to sound like Cyndi Lauper, or the record company is trying to pitch it as a Cyndi Lauper sound. It sounds like this. I'm not going to play anymore. I love you too much to do that to you. Here's a piece of pop trivia for you. If you've ever seen the Die Hard series of films, Die Hard 3, Die Hard with a Vengeance, the main antagonist, Jeremy Irons, his number one was a knife-wielding mute. She didn't say a word during the entire film. She went out and slit people's throats and stabbed them to death, and she was generally a badass. That's Leslie Phillips, believe it or not. The whole time I'm watching the movie, I'm like, oh, that's Leslie Phillips. To her credit, she changed her name to Sam Phillips, which I believe is her legal name, and she has gone on to have a successful secular recording career on her own terms, and good for her. Here's a guy who is famous and continues to be famous. Now, I'll give him props. Phil Keaggy is one of the great guitar players on planet Earth. A virtuoso guitar player. I'm not making this up. He's the real deal. But when this album came out in 1980, you take a look at the style, the hair, you wonder who they're kind of emulating in pop culture.
There's a little boy in every man's heart.
Picture it in your mind.
Crying out, trying out.
Maybe a little Paul McCartney going on. Catch that? All right? And this is not the only instance. We had a guy named Phil Driscoll. He was and remains a wonderful trumpet player, terrific trumpet player, and he was Christian music's Joe Cocker. He had that real raspy, throaty, kind of an unpolished sound, and that's kind of how he was pitched. Now, try this experiment with me. I went and I found them both singing the song, Love Lift Us Up Where We Belong, Up Where We Belong. The difference is Joe singing it to a woman and Phil singing it to God. They both did it in a live concert setting, and I grabbed clips and I sort of juxtaposed these things together. Check this out.
You are so beautiful. To me, you are so beautiful. To me, can't you see everything I hope for? Oh Lord, you're everything I need. All that I need, you are so beautiful to me.